Mark wants to know if I'm on my way.
Oh, they're back there.
Are they?
They're in that room back there. Trump drive thing is right.
Oh.
Or you can just leave your Trump drive.
Okay, yeah.
Scoot over. I should have scooted over. That's
Oh, no, you're
Is he okay? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. This one.
Yeah.
This is you.
This is you. They have little name plates up there. Like, you're next to Maggie. Maggie, it looks like
Maggie's right here.
we're next to, okay, great. Start here in just a second. Hold on. Yeah, why don't you come on
More
down?
room for
Everybody
Sarah.
kind of scoot you on down. Bring your name plate too down, Jazz. We're gonna move down one. Musical chairs. This is a new room for us, so excuse our,
I'm moving down there.
Yeah.
yeah, everybody kind of move down.
Paulina? Paulina, can you make me a host on Zoom? A host on Zoom? Thank you.
Alex.
Everybody good? You good? Everybody good? Very good. The gavel's in the other room. I thought about bringing it, but I changed my mind. Welcome to the February 13, 2024 Board of Zoning Adjustment. First of all, I'd like to thank our board members sitting around me for their volunteerism and their support. This is an unpaid job. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor. And I appreciate their time commitment that they put in to come to help serve on this committee every month. In addition, I'd like to thank city staff who have prepared cases to hear today. And we really do appreciate all their hard work that they go into. Anna, please confirm that the city staff and court reporter are ready to begin and explain the rules and the procedures of the hybrid meeting, please.
Okay, the court reporter should be reconnecting. Oh, there they are shortly. And all city staff who are giving presentations today are present. So now I'm going to go over the procedures for this hybrid meeting. We have people online and those in person on the 10th floor with us today. For those online, there are two main categories of people participating. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are any commission members, if they were virtual, all are present today, and any city staff online. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raised hand function when the chair calls the case to let city staff know that you would like to be promoted to a panelist. There should be, if you're like using the app for Zoom, there's a ribbon on the bottom of your screen with a hand icon. You're going to click on this to raise your hand. When that promotion happens, you're going to need to accept that promotion. It will appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected from the entire meeting, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom changing you from that attendee to panelist position. If you are joining us via like your cell phone or a computer, please change your username on Zoom to your legal name. This will help with the promotion process. And if you're calling in on the phone, we know you can't address your screen name. It'll just be your telephone number, but you can still provide public testimony, and you're going to raise your hand by hitting the star by the number 9. And then at the promotion, you're going to turn on your camera and your microphone so that we can see and hear you, so we can administer the oath. If you're not speaking, then your microphone does not need to be on. It only needs to be on if you are physically giving testimony at a particular time. For those in person, you're going to approach the podium microphone at the corner of the room when it is time for public testimony. And if you are in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes when there's like lots of microphones going on, this can affect the microphones in the room negatively, and we want to make sure we can hear everyone as clearly as possible. For all public testimony, in person and virtual, the following rules apply. The BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it's time to speak. Then you're going to be sworn in under oath. Applicants are going to receive 15 minutes for their presentation, and applicants will approach these desks up here. I should have mentioned that. And all other members are going to receive 2 minutes for testimony. If you represent a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent a larger organization. So neighborhood association, homeowners association, nonprofit, etc. You will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over. So please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear this alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony, please, just about the merits of the case. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, for example, maps, photos, your PowerPoint presentation, please have that ready on a jump drive so we can attach it to the computer. And then if admitted, you're going to also email them to your assigned planner for record keeping purposes. And also a reminder that the chat box on Zoom is just for logistical questions about the agenda and the Zoom hearing. That merits of the case cannot be considered or discussed in the chat box. And then the BZA may take intermittent breaks, potentially around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 p.m. if the meeting lasts past 2. But due to the size of our docket, I would imagine that to be true. And that concludes my presentation, my explanation of the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for that. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphone. Otherwise, raise your right hand as I administer the oath.
On Ananiski, I do. Jim,
James Duddy, I do.
and then we have Genevieve online,
Genevieve Khan, I do.
Larissa,
Larissa Chambi, I do, and I have Andrew Clark with me.
Andrew Clark, I do.
that's
Did
it.
you hear
Thank
that?
you. And I
Okay.
didn't really say the oath, but do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? And I heard everyone say, I do. So I'll
My
take that
apologies.
as an affirmation. And I'm going to turn it over to you to identify continuances and or dismissals today.
Yes. Okay, so the first matter being recommended for dismissal is docket item 5. This is case CD BZA 2023-00126 for 8201 East 49th Street. This is a variance request, and due to the applicants not appearing at the last hearing and repeated attempts of communicating with them about their variances, we are recommending dismissal for this item. Docket item number 7 is also a recommendation for dismissal. This is case CD BZA 2023-00145 for 5127 Northeast 71st Place. This is a special exception request, and the applicant requests for this to be dismissed to start the whole process over again with new contractors. We have docket item number 10. This is case CD BZA 2023-00142. This is for 131 East 39th Street. This is an appeal related to a zoning violation. City staff is recommending dismissal due to parameters set forth in their notice of violation. We have docket item 12. This is case CD BZA 2023-00137 for 208 Westport Road. The applicant requests dismissal for this one. We'll make a statement about that. Oh, I said dismissal. You're right. I meant continuance.
Good.
I'm just on a roll. Thank you. My apologies. You're right. Continuance. Docket item 13. This is case CD BZA 2023-001. 133 for 1321 Westport Road. This is about an appeal related to zoning violations on the site for a sign. City staff recommends dismissal also due to parameters identified in the notice of violation. Docket item 14, case CD BZA 2023 for 00156 for 6902 Prospect Avenue. City staff recommends dismissal because the property owner has received an alternative parking compliance plan to address the zoning violations in that appeal. And that concludes the dismissals and continuance requests at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public testimony on the continuances and or dismissals the city staff just identified? Remember, we're not taking testimony. Why don't you stand up behind the podium, both of you guys? Anyone who's, if your case is up for dismissal or continuance and you want to talk about that, please get behind Ms. Jensen.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fred's Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Do you want to swear me in?
Thank you. I am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you.
I
Please.
just want to clarify the continuance request on number 12 is
Okay.
really a continuance request until May 14th. Because I don't think a date was specified. And the reason for this is we have filed a application for a certificate of legal nonconforming use, which is being processed by the city right now. We have an inspection of the property scheduled for Friday with the staff member.
Thank you. And if I heard you correctly, Ms. Jensen, May 14 is the,
Yes, I think it'll take about 60 to 90 days to get
and I'm not looking at
completed.
my calendar, is May 14 a Tuesday?
Yes, I
Thank you,
looked.
Ms. Jensen, thank you. Come on up.
Good morning, Chip Walsh.
Chip, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, sir, I do. I'm here on docket item number 10, which is a dismissal request by staff concerning a legal non-conforming sign that the city has determined has been abandoned at 131 East 39th Street. This appeal was timely filed. This appeal was on the January docket. It was continued due to that day after being online for approximately 8 hours and being told that this was going to continue hours, most likely. Staff is also contending that dismissal is based on the fact that we are outside the 120-day notice periods to remediate. While we do not dispute that we're now past 120 days, we take exception to the original determination that it was abandoned, which is separate and apart from any remedial action. We also think there's procedural due process grounds, given that there were 2 conflicting notices of violation issued on this matter.
So, Mr. Walsh, we will hear your case today in the docket order that is there. Thank you. Hi there.
Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And what matter you here on, Mr. Lopez?
1200 West 20th Terrace. I'd like to have a continuance.
Docket item 3.
You. And how much time do you need, sir?
And my architect, I don't know, he gets to draw up the plans.
This case was continued from the December meeting to allow for revised plans to be submitted.
Month? I'll take a month.
And Mr. Lopez, I just want to let you know that when you come before us in March, we're not going to give another continuance. You've had plenty of time to get this done. So March,
Right, his,
yeah, I know, but you need to spur your architect on,
okay.
but we'll continue that to the March meeting. Do you have a date? March 12th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Okay, who do we have? Hi.
Kevin Weekly.
Thank you, Kevin. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And what matter are you on, sir?
I don't remember the docket number, but the 6900 block of Prospect parking violation discontinuation.
Docket item 14.
They're the same front as the nightclub next to us. We had multiple parking violations, and I don't see a plan for them to resolve those. Parking on our parking lot, parking in our parking spaces, parking on our front steps of the religious organization that shares the neighborhood with them, along with parking in our city houses around the neighborhood in front and in their driveways. So
All right, I'm going to stop you right there. Anna, so this case he's talking about, is there a reason to hear it? Because they've already filed a parking amendment?
Yeah, the zoning violations in question for this appeal is related to parking, and they have an approved alternative parking compliance plan for off-site parking with approved property owners. So we do not believe that the case needs to be heard on those merits.
So I'm in sympathy with what you're trying to tell us, but at this point, it's out of our hands. It was for a parking parking violations but now they've secured alternative parking. And at this point, this particular violation is out of our hands. They might come before liquor control or other places, but on this particular matter, sir, there's nothing there for us to discuss anymore. Sorry, but thank you for coming in. Thank you.
And there's two people online, Mr. Chair. We have T. Mage and last name Boyer. Mage, you're first.
I hear Mage.
Good morning.
Correct.
Yeah. Can you
Hi
hear
there.
me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, how are you?
And
Wow.
Oath.
we got to swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yeah.
And state your name for the court reporter again, please. Thank you. And if you could get closer to your microphone, you're cutting in and out.
I'm sorry, I'm on the airplane right now.
You're good if you're
Tisha
on an
Madge.
airplane. And what matter are you here before us today, ma'am?
I was coming for the same matter.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. You're cutting out.
I was coming for the same 6,900 prospect.
69 Prospect, the
second-
last one that we.
so-
discussed.
Another gentleman testified before you that this matter is now out of our hands. They've got an approved parking plan. So at this point, this case will be dismissed. There's no other testimony required or needed. If you have other complaints, you could go before another board, perhaps liquor control or someplace else that could hear your matter, hear your concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, I'm sorry, but the matter is out of our control. Have a nice flight. I see the seats in the background. Thank you.
Then
Who's our next person?
two more people that need to be sworn in, Boyer and last name Lovelace.
Okay.
And as a reminder, if you're online and in person, can you also spell your name for the court reporter?
So Boyer's next.
Boyer, B-O-Y-E-R.
Oh, Boyer. Thank you. Mr. Boyer or Miss Boyer?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Please raise your right hand as I see to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, I do.
And state your name
And-
again for the court reporter. State your name.
It's Lynn Boyer.
Perfect. And what matter is of concern to you today, ma'am?
It's the same as the young lady and the gentleman before that, the parking situation. I understand that they are asking for it to be dismissed, but did they tell, I have property on the block and they use my driveway as a turnabout. So
Right.
did they say where they were going to have the alternative parking so we can let our neighbors know?
The approved alternative parking compliance plan is on Compass Casey.
It's on the website Compass KC.
I'm sorry, Campus KC?
Compass, 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 like the thing that points north and south. So
Okay,
Compass
Compass.
KC, yeah.
Oh,
And that will
that's
be
where
on
the,
that site, right?
okay, because we were, as part of this, speaking for the neighborhood, we were trying to figure out, well, where are they going to park? Okay,
Right. Okay, thank you for
Kansas.
testifying. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Lovelace, last name Lovelace.
Mr. and Mrs. Lovelace, can you turn on your microphone and camera? You have one? Hello? Anybody there? Got her?
Last call for last name Lovelace to turn on your microphone and camera to provide testimony on the continuances or dismissal requests.
Dropped off. Okay. Board members, any comments? Any other discussion or continuances from the board? Not, I'll need a motion, keeping in mind that we have a couple cases that are moving. Docket number 3 to March 12th as a continuance. And then docket number 10, I believe.
Is going to be.
No, not docket number 12.
So
uh,
I'll restate them.
Oh,
3,
yeah, thank you.
5, 7, 12 continuance, 13, 14 are being addressed right now.
Okay. Board members, based on those comments, do I have a
Oh.
motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that case number 3 be continued to March 12th. Case number 5 be dismissed. Case number 7 be dismissed. Case number 12 be continued to May 14th. Case number 13 be dismissed and case number 14 be dismissed.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorntz,
Aye.
Brand,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Those matters are addressed. And Anna, please call the first case.
So now we're going to focus on docket item number 1. This is case CD BZA 2023-00160 for 8848 West 52nd Terrace. This is a request to approve a variance to allow for an accessory structure in the street side yard, plus any other needed variances in an R-10 zoning district, a residential zoning district, on about 0.46 acres, generally located at 4848 West 52nd Terrace. This case was continued again to this date to allow for the property owner and applicant to submit revised plans. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. We do have 12 exhibits now on this case. And the property owner, last name Galen, oh, I see they're online. And this is a reminder for anyone who is a part of the applicant team or the property owner or any members of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item number 1 to please raise your hand now in Zoom so city staff can admit you. Bridget Grams, the property owner, is online, and Jacques LeBlanc, part of the applicant team. I'm going to swear in the applicant and the property owner first, and then I'm going to make a list. There's several members of the public. So I'm going
Okay,
to make a list
great.
of them, and then we'll swear them in.
All right. Mr. LeBlanc, are you online with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And state your name for the court reporter.
Jacques LeBlanc.
Thank you, sir. And there was another person on the applicant team, did you say?
And then we have Amy Hiles for public testimony.
Okay.
She's here.
We,
And that is
we
it.
do all those at one time or do you?
Yep, everyone else dropped off. So it's just Amy.
Okay.
Bridget.
Bridget Grams, don't we have her too someplace?
Yes.
Also dropped off.
Oh, we see her
I'm
on our
here.
screen.
Oh, she's the property owner.
Owner.
Yeah,
Eleanor
I want
Bridget.
to swear her in. So.
Yeah.
Ms. Grams, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
Bridget Graham's, and my husband Alan Galen's also on.
Okay, Alan, the same, do you
I do.
solemnly swear or affirm? Thank you.
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, and Ms. Hiles? See her promoted.
You're still muted, Amy.
Amy, it looks like you're muted.
There we go.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
Amy Hiles.
Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc, are you speaking on behalf of the applicant today?
Yes, I am.
All right, we have a list of administrative exhibits. Sorry, a list of administrative exhibits.
1 through 12 this time.
1 through 12 that we need to hear for this meeting today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by city staff, Stephanie Solidari. Stephanie, please tell us about the case. And before you do that, we have a quorum of Ebbets, Mixdorf, Moran, and Wright. Yeah, well, you can step back or slide back, whatever you want to do. So thank you. Sorry.
Well,
Stephanie.
good morning. So this is docket item number 1, CD BCA 2023-00160, located on 848 West 52nd Terrace, zoned R-10, and this is a variance to allow an accessory structure in the street side yard. So this is down here on the west side of Kansas City, or western side. It's here on Bellevue and 52nd Terrace, highlighted in yellow. So this was so this is the site plan. The accessory structure is going right down here on the south side of the lot, which is the front of the house, but technically the street side yard, since the front yard is classified as the shortest side of the lot abutting a street, according to the zoning code. The case was continued because the board asked for a redesign. If you recall, the fireplace was, I believe, about 48 inches high or a little taller, if I recall correctly, but they redesigned. So now it is the same height as the walls and planters. So we're looking about 2 feet 4 inches, and here is a rendering. So it basically now blends in with the walls and planters. All right, so this is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since it's still an accessory structure that's closer to the street than the principal structure. And then again, the fireplace can be changed to a non-permanent structure, which wouldn't require a variance. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Ms. Stephanie? And Ms. Stephanie, the reason it's an accessory structure because it has gas lines running to it, what makes it, okay?
Yes, so yeah, they would need permits for gas or electricity or whatever they need to hook it up to.
Right. And if they didn't run gas to it, they wouldn't be before us today. Is that your
Correct.
understanding? That's what I thought. All right. Mr. LeBlanc, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Well, I guess third time's a charm. We obviously went back and did a major redesign for this. And I guess I want to remind everybody that we're not seeking a variance for the patio area, the planters, or the walls. So we felt that making a really low-key fire feature that blended in with the courtyard walls and the planters seemed to be the most possible solution to hopefully make everybody feel good about it. And that way because it really doesn't stand out in any way, shape, or form beyond what was already proposed in terms of the patio and walls area. It basically looks like a planter. It just happens to have fire in it now. So it's not a major structure like it used to be. It doesn't stand out. So we're hoping that this will be a solution that everybody finds acceptable.
And from the street to the planters, how far is that, would you say, sir?
From the street to the planters is
About?
It's about 35 feet.
And the height of those again, I heard was, could you tell me again the height?
2 feet 4 inches.
2 feet 4. All right. Ms. Grams, do you have any other comments you want to make? And then we'll hear from the other people.
No, I just feel like we've really tried to compromise and make this something that the neighborhood would sign off on. And obviously we're excited about moving forward and getting moved in, and the HOA did support this moving forward. They actually supported the fireplace. So we feel like we're compromising more than what we wanted, and we're hopeful that we can get this approved.
And Ms. Grams or Mr. Galen, the HOA, that's in a recent meeting. It's not from a long time ago, or is this a more recent meeting, ma'am?
Well, they took a vote. They send out a format and they take a vote, and they require X amount of percentage to support it as a HOA. And we did get that percentage through the HOA to support.
And about when was that given to you, sir?
It was before the original
It was the last,
variance.
before the last
Before the
meeting.
last meeting,
Mhm.
the last.
So
variance.
in December or January, because we had a meeting in December and January on this matter.
That's a good question. I think it was before the original one was.
I thought it was the last meeting.
Yeah,
that was
sorry, I don't
posted.
remember which one it was for. But they did take the vote.
We can look that up while you guys are talking.
That'd be great. Just so I have because I know an approval was given to you a while ago, and then the plans were amended, and that's why I feel you amended your plans to get more in concept of the revised plans. Yes. All right. While you're looking that up, I'd like to hear from any opposition. It sounds like we have Ms. Hiles online.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I promise I'm not doing this to be unneighborly. And I do know when the HOA vote occurred, it occurred in November, the week before Thanksgiving. And it was in an email that was sent out. And I did not even vote because I did not even see it because it was unclear. In the past, when the HOA has voted on any sort of setback issue and there is precedence for front yard setback violations and the HOA denying those, there are 2 homes that was the case for on 52nd Street, where homes wanted to build into the 50-foot setback and the HOA said no. So there's a lot of ongoing discussion. I talked to a couple of people on the HOA yesterday about how to better handle this in the future. The reason they sent out a vote this time is because there was an unneighborly lawsuit that occurred over an extension to a side yard on a different block. So they tried to go a different way, but it's also created a lot of friction and discontent in the neighborhood still with how they approached it. I think it got lost kind of in the holiday shuffle. Originally, Bridget and Alan did send out a image to all of us that said the patio would be 11 feet, that there would be planters. There wasn't a discussion of the fire, but if you look really closely at it, you can see that there's a little place where written in as fire, and those are all submitted in my original submission last month. And the neighborhood said okay. So that was the difference between an 11-foot assertion into the setback versus the 22-foot setback that they are into, or the 22 feet into the setback that they are now. The house itself is actually in the setback, and I totally understand that the concept here is that this is side yard, and I also know that the house was originally platted before the neighborhood was built to face Bellevue. However, there has never been a house on that lot that faced Bellevue. it faces 52nd Terrace, the front door faces 52nd Terrace, the address is 52nd Terrace. And I would argue, I guess, if you want a front porch, you would need to keep it within the setback, or at least the 11 feet that the neighborhood originally thought was going to happen. You know, the CCRs are old. They're from 1929 when the neighborhood was built. The house that was there before was built in the 1950s. For us to apply them fairly, they have to be applied equally. And while we have plenty of variances and issues that occur in backyards and side yards, I feel that the front yard is special and that it is the thing that people can most consistently see that creates value in the neighborhood. And if we allow a gas accessory structure in the front yard that extends 22 feet into the setback, at what point do we get to say no to front door porches that have kitchens or larger pergola structures or what have you? I think it creates a slippery slope for the Loose Park Homes Association. And I did submit an email again yesterday that kind of detailed these things. And again, for me, this is an issue not of Bridget and Alan specifically. It's an issue of what are the rules for the neighborhood? And the rules for the neighborhood say no accessory structures in the front yard and that there are setbacks. And I refuse at some level to accept that they can claim side yard when the house's front door faces 52nd Terrace and its address is 52nd Terrace. And with that, I'll conclude.
Yes, I would like to address that. You know, we've already gone through a variance hearing back in before we got our permit because of the side yard and front yard variance. Setback rules. And Mr. LeBlanc had already designed the house in a different way prior to us knowing about the side yard, front yard variance. Setback rules and what faced Bellevue and what faced 52nd. And so we had to we had to go through the variance hearing, and the board passed that for us to, we had to move the whole architectural plans around. So, you know, the plans are based on what the city says is the setbacks. I understand that it's 1920s and we made that case originally, but it's what the rules were. So, you know, we followed those, and that's why it's what it is. And this is not about the setbacks. It's about the accessory structure that we have made the changes to make it look like it's supposed to look.
And the HOA and the city are two separate issues.
Yeah, the HOA does not control that. I mean, that's something that the HOA is going to have, that, you know, the neighbors are going to have to deal with. We were not aware of any, in the voting situation we weren't part of the neighborhood before that. So we don't know how the votes worked or how they were, but we were told this is how the voting goes. They sent out the emails, they were returned to everybody, and we got the percentage that was as the rules state today. Those may need to be changed. I don't disagree with that. I think it's kind of a strange situation of how they do it, but it is told us what had to be done, and we went through the proper procedures.
And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, we received the results on December 9th regarding the vote.
It doesn't give a percentage, does it, Ms. Grams?
It had to be more than 75%.
So 75% voted yes, supporting the variance.
Does it say how many people actually voted though? I mean, the people that voted.
28 people.
I think we're good. Thank you all.
Yeah.
I think we
That's
got the
less
information
than-
we need.
That's less than 75% of the neighborhood though, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the HOA board.
Yes. All right. I do appreciate you brought it down to 2 feet 4. And with that, any other questions of board members? Forum, should I say?
I would offer, I do appreciate the consideration, the conversations that had happen, just to kind of get this to be more in line. I think it just looks like a planter. I understand it's an accessory structure because there is gas that goes to it, but in my mind, this is not a typical accessory structure that we would see in a side yard that would maybe cause me the concern if this was a large garage or a larger pergola or something like that. So I would offer a motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 160, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Ebbets.
Abbott's, aye. The motion is approved. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Can someone go
Next.
get Tom?
What?
Can someone
Oh,
go
yeah.
get Tom?
I'll get him. I'll get him. I'll get him.
You're actually not on this next one.
I might. Okay. So your chair.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take your, borrow this. from-
You want to borrow my notes?
You're in, he's out. He was not a part of this house hearing. Swap. I
Thanks.
missed you, Ma.
Okay, so now we're focusing on docket item number 2. This is case CD BZA 2023-00153. The property in question is 1704 Jefferson Street. This is a request to appeal the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use for a short-term rental on about 0.15 acres generally located at 1704 Jefferson Street. I'm the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant and property owner is in attendance in the room with us. The case was continued to obtain more information from city staff. This is a reminder for anyone who's a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on the particular docket item to please raise your hand in Zoom now so city staff can identify you or approach the microphone in the committee chambers. And we do have a 4-person quorum on this case: Gorant, Moran, Mixdorf, and Wright. And there's 11 exhibits, 10 exhibits attached to this case. Or 11, let me triple check. $11 from what was admitted at the last hearing. Excuse my error.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
So help me God, yes, I do.
Do you admit exhibits 1 through 11 in your case today?
Yes.
Does the board need a full rehearing of this case, or are we just looking for additional information from L-Word based on the city staff response on it? Do you need to present based on?
That is up to your guys' discretion. If you would like me to present the entire case again, I can.
Just a quick
Um,
overview.
And there is one person online,
Oh.
Richard Hernandez.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Hernandez. Do you want to testify on this case today?
Yes,
Can you raise your right hand and turn on your camera?
yes. Can you see me?
I cannot, but I can hear you. There you are. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Anna.
The subject property is highlighted in yellow. It is near the intersection.
Anna, I'm
of-
only seeing it on one side.
Sorry, guys, new room.
good,
It
you're good.
is a struggle to get used to. But on both now?
Yes, thank you.
Like I said, the property in question is highlighted in yellow near the intersection of West 17th Street and Jefferson Street. So this is an application related to the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use. At the last meeting, kind of went through the timeline of the case where the original short-term rental ordinance was adopted. The property in question opened for operation as a short-term rental. They applied for their permit that they are required to have. It was never approved. Then In May of 2023, the ordinance related to short-term rentals in the zoning and development code was repealed. That STR application was denied because it was never approved. We say denial, but the case was closed. And then they applied for a certificate of legal non-conforming use application. That application was also denied because the use was never legally established because they never received their permit. And as I mentioned, there's 11 exhibits on the site, and I amended the application just to fix a date error that I had. More details necessary from my perspective?
If I may briefly respond to kind of just remind you guys of what I said. I showed you the videos of when I purchased the home in February of 2017. The city was really focused on what happened with the 2018 short-term rental ordinance, but all of my investment, my work, and my substantial conversion to the use occurred from February 2017 until we opened on April 5th of 2018. And when you talk about being legal during that time period, the issue comes down to was a short-term rental contemplated under any zoning code, and it was not. But it is most like a bed and breakfast, which is allowed under a B zoning. So, and to give kind of further credence to that idea, this is important. When they did pass the 2018 short-term rental ordinance, they allowed the B zone by right. Okay, so that's what they were thinking with these short-term rentals. It was so similar to like the bed and breakfast things that they were already going to allow, that when they passed that 2018 law, and I have the portion here that I would like to admit into evidence. I have hard copies for you all, and I can email them to Anna, but you've heard a lot about this. The B zoning, all you had to do was do an administrative permit application. There was no zoning requirements like neighbor consent and things like residential properties. And that's important because it tells you why these things were treated the way they were and how that right and that use was legal from the time it was substantially converted in 2017. It was existing, it vested then, well before the 2018 ordinance was even passed. That vested right should continue. And I think that's where we left it last time. And Ms. Moran, you asked, or that you guys came back from closed session and asked the city for more evidence.
Oh, I was looking for this other attachment for the legal brief side of things. Has access to it.
I can.
Well, I think we had asked for additional information from the city, particularly as it relates to kind of the historic nature of it. So I didn't know if there was another document in here for us to review for that, or is that, maybe I find it.
We kind of got off
I
topic
didn't,
last time.
I didn't prepare any
You didn't prepare-
document like
okay.
that.
Okay.
My plan was to just, if you wanted to go into closed session and
Okay. Okay.
speak about it.
Okay, perfect.
There is one more piece of evidence I'd like to present today, and I emailed it already to Anna. And that is, there was one other certificate of legal nonconforming use that was issued to my clients, Steve and Barbara Mitchell, who you may remember from the short-term rental. And they had a certificate of legal nonconforming use that was issued in 2015. And that's on Compass Casey. And this is just a printout of Compass Casey showing that it was issued. Now, they got theirs issued because that was residentially zoned. Okay, so it was more difficult. The zoning laws in Kansas City, Missouri, as it states in the brief, changed in 2011. So in 2011, it defined residential use as more than 30 days, thereby kind of outlawing short-term rentals by default, not calling them out, but outlawing them by default for anything less than 30 days, okay? So the Mitchells, the only way they could get this is if they were existing before 2011, and they were. They showed the city that they were existing from 2009. So the Mitchells got their certificate of legal nonconforming use for a residential short-term rental, and that came up because last hearing, city staff stated that if it's not part of the code, if it's not specifically called out, then we consider it disallowed. That's not the case. And the Mitchells proved that that's not the case.
For clarity, that statement is in the zoning and development code, that if it's not expressly permitted, it's prohibited.
And then was it just Mr. Hernandez online?
Correct.
Mr. Hernandez, do you have any comments you'd like to add?
Yeah, it's just I
You just swear
oppose
in.
this,
We just swear him in already.
I oppose this request. And I stand behind the committee's findings. And I ask that you oppose this too. She's been carrying this on for some time. I know it's past information, but I don't know how many other cases she did this with and lost, trying to rewrite the laws. So I ask you to oppose this. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, can I have one clarification? Is that you as an individual or you as a neighborhood?
As an individual.
Okay, thank
I
you for
am
that.
president of the neighborhood association, but I'm just representing myself
That's-
today.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Session?
Yes, I move that we go into closed session for legal advice pursuant to section 610-021 parens 1 of Missouri statutes.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. All right. Do that.
Bye.
You can go back there, yeah. Oh, poultry. Yeah, you can delete that. It's one of those statements that are. Gotta delete the second statement. Like, Hi. Mm-hmm. I was not.
I got them.
Okay. Again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to come back from closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
One thing we did want to bring up and want to get Miss Moran's, or not Miss Moran, sorry, Miss Tuma's thoughts on this. Mr. Hayes is a new board member. He did watch your case in advance because we thought Mr. Grantz was not going to be here. He did participate in the closed session. If you'd like to have a 5-member quorum, we could add him to have 5 voting members, or we can maintain it at the 4.
Welcome.
I guess city staff and Ms. Duma, how, if you would like us to proceed with the 4 or the 5.
The
that
the
is up to-
5 is, the 5 is fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you guys want to hear anything? I have one comment or one more statement I'd just like to make.
I
as
think you
guys
can
come out.
make your statement. I think we have a couple of questions then for you and then city staff.
Yeah, let me just ask a question. We need some clarification on who was living at the property starting in, I guess you say it was established in 2017. Who was living there, managing, what the status of that is? Because I think staff said no one was living there. Is it?
When they first took possession of the property, I don't have details about.
Okay.
But I do. Mary Traylor is the woman that I purchased the property from. She was a costume designer at the Rep Theater. And she lived there with her husband who'd passed away a couple years before in an accident. I purchased the property from her in February of 2017 and then began the conversion immediately. I was at the property 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week. So then I was just there converting it to the 3 units to be short-term rentals.
But when you opened, you said you opened in
April 5th.
Of 2017?
That night I threw a big party for all my neighbors and my next door neighbor was there till 3 a.m. A lot of people spent the night that night. But then like I have as part of the exhibits, my actual reservation lists that show that I was renting out all 3 units separately. We called them J1, J2, and J3 because I refer to the property as Jefferson. And then the J whole house. And that's how we rented it from the very beginning.
So no one was living there besides the people renting it?
No, I mean, I live 12 minutes away, but no, there was not a on-site person living there. But what I wanted to bring up to you guys is this denying me because I didn't get the administrative permit is kind of a weird thing in that usually the Board of Zoning Adjustment, you guys deal with permits that have to do with using your discretion, right? Should I issue a special use permit? Is it in line with the neighborhood? Should we issue a variance? Does it make sense? Now, for this particular one, we really have, and Joe Rexwinkle testified about this in the short-term rental stuff. We've got a zoning use issue and we've got an administrative permit issue. Our question about the use is that it is allowed by right use because it was allowed by 2018. So I was legal and that I substantially converted it before 2018. 2018, we have a use issue and we have a permit issue. Okay, the permit, there's no discretion. It should have just been issued, but that's neither here nor there. It wasn't, other than it was wrongfully denied. But the use is what you're looking at. Did this use continue? Was this use legal? Yes, this use was legal. It would be the same as if I hadn't gotten a business license or I forgot to renew my business license. You're not going to say that I stopped my use or I abandoned my use based on that. And this use was allowed under what, and Ms. Mixdorf, may we enter into evidence just this portion of, and I emailed it to Ms. Sinowski. I got copies for everyone, but.
This is the 2018 ordinance?
Case exhibit number 12, is that right, Anna?
Yes, that is correct.
It's at the top of the page. So as I'm sitting here thinking about what you guys are reviewing, I understand, Ms. Moran, your question's trying to get at, is this like a bed and breakfast or not? You know, I understand that. But the use was legal in 2018. And there was a time period where the law was passed where they said, don't do anything because you can't apply until August. And I was the second to apply, as you guys know. This is different than having a permit. This is just like asking for a business license or something you can't deny someone for. So the use continues. And Joe Rexwinkle has talked about how there was a zoning component for residential, but there wasn't for business. It was just the application. That becomes important. and I mean, I guess the most important part about it is this is not you have no discretion. It's not like I'm seeking a special use permit where I'm asking you guys, please make an exception. This is by right. That's why that use continues regardless of the permit.
So you're talking about the provision that says registration of the short-term rental unit.
No, the very, very top, 88-32102C.
Right, that's what I'm.
Oh,
reading
yeah, I'm
from.
sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
The registration is required and the issuance of a permit, which that never happened. You never got a permit.
I applied second to apply, but as you guys well know from the short-term rentals, the city never issued me a permit. However, the use was allowed.
And then there's an annual renewal requirement for the permit.
Just like a business license, yes.
And that was not, did you apply for an annual renewal or?
I couldn't because my application was always pending.
I had a question for staff. There was previous conversations about, the historic process or going another route for her. Can you further explain that for us, please?
Yeah, because this property has a local designation, they are allowed to apply for a special use permit to receive a short-term rental. Really, there's a provision in the code that says if something is locally or nationally designated, then they may apply for a special use permit to receive approvals for a use that is not permitted in that zoning district. So this applicant would be allowed to go through that process.
My concern there, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it has to be something that was a use previous in the history of the property. Is it not limited in that way?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was also.
Let me triple check.
Okay.
While she's doing that, there's that case outcome, which just really hits the nail on the head as to what happens in this interim where this says permits don't even matter. And it doesn't use the term legal. Uses the term of vested right. And that vested right is existing because of the amount of money and the amount of effort you put in reliance upon the laws as they existed. And so I think that case is really what turns this whole case in my favor.
The zoning code says that the reuse of an officially designated historic structure can be approved through the Board of Zoning Adjustment to approve a use of a structure not otherwise allowed in that zoning district and the continuance of historic signage. If it is locally or nationally designated by a certain date to encourage the reuse of historic property. There's no mention that it had to have been a previously approved historic use.
The first word is reuse. That's the only reason I was hesitant.
Yeah, understood.
Anna, refresh my memory. Why was the permit never issued after she applied for it in 2018?
In the original STR permit in 2018, there were some discrepancies about how many units were in the application, how many units were being filed for, how many units were in the structure. City staff needed to go out and inspect the site, and that delayed the approval or review of that permit.
I asked city staff to come out and inspect. They stopped communicating with me in 2021. I was the last person to email them. We heard all about this in the short-term rental. I mean, their actions, I was the last person to reach out and ask them to come out and tell me what to do. This property was always a little bit weird because I wasn't sure how it was supposed to go. And so that's why I came down here and I sat down with the city planner and I said, what do I do? And they said, just fill this form out.
And this was when?
This was August 7th or 8th of 2018. I said, listen, it's a triplex. But in the parcel viewer, it was a duplex. It hadn't been changed to a triplex in the parcel viewer system. And so, but I said, I rent it out all different ways. How should I do this? And he goes, just get your permit for a whole house for now. And he congratulated me and sent me on my way. And then in 2020, and this is where you guys took issue before, why didn't I reach out? I thought I did everything I was supposed to do. I thought we're good. And then in 2020, at the end of 2020, I got a letter from Diane Binkley stating that she had mistakenly issued me a certificate of occupancy for a bed and breakfast. And then she was rescinding that. At that point, I reached out to her, said, please, can I have a meeting? We had a meeting. They suggested that I perhaps take out an oven to make it a duplex as it was. And I said, okay. And at that point, I stopped renting the third floor because I thought that might help the city like work with me. And then about a year later, I ended up taking the oven out and asking the city to come out, and they never did. They would refuse to talk to me, and it's not, now they really refuse to talk to me, but they refused to talk to me back then too.
know this is complicated. We know you've been working on this for a very long time. I know I'm just one board member, but I feel like if there is a path to kind of get you what you want, if there's maybe this local designation with a special use permit is a path that we think the city would allow to go through to make this work. If there's a path present, that seems like maybe that's the way that this could be pursued. I'm open to other thoughts from other board members.
I don't know. I just think this is a good use of the property. I think, you know, they've done a good job of renovating it. It sounds like, I don't want to say red tape, because the city has its procedures that need to be followed, and I understand staff's position, but proving it is my thought, and not continuing this through a whole nother process. If it's going to end up in the same result,
Yeah, that's fair. With the CLNU, what's a typical, is that annually that needs to be renewed, or how does that status work?
And Mr. Duddy can correct me if I'm wrong, but then they would obtain this approval in perpetuity until they stopped operation of the approved use for the CLN.
With the current CLNU, yes.
Historic, it will run with the property then.
Depending on the conditions and the approvals of the SUP, you know, you could renew it every 3 years, every 5 years in perpetuity if vested. It depends on the outcome of that approval.
I think this is a very unique property compared, we've had a lot of short-term rental cases. So I think this is where you kind of see us trying to figure out what is right here, because this one is so unique compared to a lot of the others in terms of the local designation and all of the pieces and parts that are kind of put in here that we haven't seen elsewhere. So.
I'm going to try a motion and see, you know, where we are. In case number 2, or docket item number 2, case number 153-1704 Jefferson, I move that we grant the appeal and overturn the decision of the administrator and grant the certificate of legal nonconforming use for a short-term rental.
Second.
Motion, I have a second. Anna, can you call the roll?
Gorantz.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Do I have to go last?
Oh, yeah, my bad. My apologies. Wright.
Aye.
And Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. You guys go Chiefs.
Good.
Yeah, grab Ebbets, please.
Oh, shoot. Yes.
Where's Anna?
Hi.
Is it break time?
If you don't want to vote for a break, we can do that.
I think we should, because Tom's going to leave here in a minute.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm back out here again. We promised city staff we give them 15 minutes in the morning and the afternoon, and this is one of their times. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I forgot
Yeah,
what time
that's
it was already.
Hey, Tommy, let's go down to the clerk's office. Go up
okay.
to the clerk's office so we can check.
Or you want to take mine too?
Yeah, who's doing parking? Parking?
Oh, yeah.
I don't need a ticket. I just need to know.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yes.
need
I
it. I need
I don't need, Jazz, did you park in the garage across the street?
I'm good.
You're getting no parking? Well, it's kind of like Randy. So did you, so you need that pass?
With the city or you?
Right.
You was the city or you didn't remember?
I knew him.
Hey, Michael, did you park in the garage? I don't need the ticket. I just need.
What do you do? White lady. Fucking white lady.
All right, Gorns, we gotta go. Love you.
Okay, okay.
You got another meeting to go to.
Yeah. I gotta go Starlight.
Miss Jensen, I see what you're having.
Yeah. I think they were put out here for me.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yeah, we did that. Hi, Patricia.
Bye.
Everything. Thanks.
I'm good. How are you? Are you guys going down to the parade tomorrow? Well, you're right at City Hall, so. The whole City Hall is closed? Wow. I didn't know that. They're giving you all a day off? Our parade. Wow.
What you said.
Okay, handout. Are they all just papers to be scanned or? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then there are copies of.
Okay, we'll just do one exhibit if that's all right. That's additional applicants' materials.
No, we
You want 4 separate ones? Okay. Yeah.
Actually, I only have one copy of.
Had to put them out there, didn't he?
He does it for me.
Yeah.
So I figure I can take them.
Yeah. Yeah, for the rest of the applicants. Chocolate. You like Christopher Elbow chocolate? I'm not a fan of chili and
Go ahead and sign.
The clerk, I think he got parking passes.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
okay.
He was leaving.
Yeah, Tom was leaving.
Stairs, I think. Anna, please call the next case.
Thank you. This is docket item number 4, case CD BZA 2023-00084 for 4821 Roanoke Parkway, Unit 10C. This is a request, this is an appeal related to a short-term rental permit application that was closed. Myself, Anna Naniski, is the city planner attached to the case. The applicant is in the committee room with us today. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item number 4 to please raise your hand in Zoom now so city staff can identify you. There are 10 exhibits right now attached to the staff report.
Right. Everyone here?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Right.
Mr.
And Ms.
Chair.
Jensen, are
Yeah,
you part of
Mr.
this
Chair,
case?
members of the board, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue.
Thank you.
Sitting to my right is Adam Weinling, who is the applicant in this case.
Thank you. You
So-
both raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Thank
I
you.
do.
Thank
We-
you, Adam.
Identify yourself.
Yeah.
Adam Weinling, I do.
Thank you. And Patricia Jensen. Thank you.
We don't have any objection to exhibits 1 through 10. I do have 4 additional exhibits when we get to our case.
Okay, those 1 to 10 will be admitted. And Miss Anna, you're going to present the case to us. Thank you very much.
Great. New technology. Okay, as I mentioned, we're focusing on docket item 4. This is case CD BZA 2023-00084. This is an STR appeal. Site in question is 4821 Roanoke Parkway, Unit 10C, and the site is currently zoned R.3, which is a residential zoning district. As a little refresher about STRs in Kansas City and kind of like where we've been with the STR related appeals. We've had over 10 very similarly filed appeal applications. The applications that they are appealing, a notice that was provided to them through Compass KC when the file was switched to a denied status. They are all appealing under 88-575, which talks about like the rules and proceedings for an appeal, the board granting the staff the presumption of correctness, that the applicant needs to demonstrate how city staff has made an error, that the board may sustain a appeal if they find that city staff have erred. And then that if there is no error that have been made by city staff, then the back to STR appeals, the application type from an administrative approval perspective. the Development Management Division, we have roughly 18 different application types that fall under this category where we administratively approve them. This involves a quality control review that involves 5 business days as well, which just basically ensures that a complete application has been filed. Have materials been submitted to Compass KC is ultimately the ultimate thing that we're reviewing in QCR. And then a formal review where we're doing a detailed dive into those application materials, which is consisted of 10 days. And this formal review, it occurs over and over again until something is considered approvable. Compass KC, the plan status, it will be pending until those changes in with those reviews are completed. Like I said, the formal review indicates that we're looking at those materials for it to be approved, and it received a fail status or a denied status if we consider those materials to not be approved. For STRs and that subgroup of administratively approved applications, there was 4 types underneath the 2018 ordinance. We had a type 1, type 2 seasonal, a type 2 year round. And then as well as if you were in a certain zoning district, you did have to obtain a permit, also considered a registration. R-zoned properties must obtain that zoning review, that zoning approval before moving on to the permit status. Like I said, other STRs and other districts only needed to obtain the permit. More information about the STR appeals. When this analysis was conducted in May of 2023, there were roughly 415 non-resident STRs, as they're called now, underneath the new code that dictates short-term rentals. And this included things that were pending and approved, that 415 number. Roughly 226 of those non-resident STRs were approved. And then roughly 140 of them were in the pending status. And as we've mentioned before, won't get into too much detail about this, but there was that large surge of applications made when the city council did the audit for STR regulations. So most of the pending applications that we saw on that date of the analysis was due to that influx. I'm not going to get into all those numbers because we've been around this before. New language related to short-term rentals was introduced last year in 2023. This moved the STR regulations from Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, to Chapter 56. In other words, the City Planning Department had authority to review and approve short-term rentals, whereas now the Neighborhoods Department does. Now there's additional regulations regarding short-term rentals, but that's not my jurisdiction, so I won't get into too much detail about that. City Council, they did make this conscious choice to have the accelerated effective date, which effectively halted all pending applications that were in our system. And we also see a situation where there was no provisions of what to do about those pending applications. So for example, the tree preservation ordinance and the energy code adoption built into that ordinance. If you have so many days to apply, and then if you meet these situations that are vested, that the conscious choice was not made to do that for the short-term rental ordinance. Then more proof about what I just explained about the tree preservation code and the energy code. During that initial flux of short-term rental appeal applications, city staff, we were instructed to reconsider some of the applications. So we conducted another quality control review. And if your application was deemed to have met the code at that time, then those applications were approved. So then all of the rest of the STR appeal applications that the Board of Zoning Adjustment reviewed, including this one, are still set for a public hearing because they were deemed to not have be able to be reconsidered, or their materials were not, substantially in order considering the 2018 STR rules and regulations. Again, according to 88-575, an appeal may be sustained only if the BZA finds that city staff have erred. In this case, this is moving the applications that were pending to closing the cases due to the ordinance being repealed. The BZA, does not make legislative decisions about the STR rules. The city council did that. Council approved those ordinances that moved the STR rules and regulations from chapter 88 to chapter 56. And again, we changed the statuses to denied, not because we were denying the applications on merit. We had to close the cases in some ways because they were not have a code to approve them to. And so denied was also picked because Compass KC does not have a status to accurately reflect the unique situation that occurred with the cases being closed, ordinance being repealed. So again, more relevant case history for these. We've looked at a lot of different STR appeals and the BZA denied them all except for one, where there was different circumstances in regards to who the signatures were, and city staff for that particular case did not feel like we had the authority to approve them as a higher body. The Board of Zoning Adjustment does, and that STR appeal. Now, that's all the background information. I do apologize that was long. Now about the merits of this case relates to this property. So this is a condo style building that was requesting a type 2 year-round short-term rental permit, now considered a non-resident STR permit. So that application was filed April 10th of 2023. Again, this was the zoning review to later then receive their permit, and the QCR was initiated that day. The QCR was complete on the 14th, and then the formal review initiated. The deadline for that formal review was April 28th, and there were deficiencies found, so the planner put those corrections into Compass case. And then the STR ordinance in chapter 88 was repealed on the 5th. Of course, a resubmittal did not occur because of that change occurring. And then the case for the STR application was changed to denied / closed on the 31st of May. Again, here's a look of the site. We see that it is platted as a condo. This is relevant to some details of city staff's corrections. So for a non-owner occupied STR permit, that non-resident application, there's several levels of approvals that need to be made, including if you have a condo association or a condo structure, that the owners of the units and the tenants need to be notified. And then there's also general different provisions about who needs to sign the consent form for that particular STR. And I will be frank that the corrections listed in Compass KC are not the clearest. A correction about the bailed notice should have been included, as well as a correction talking about the adjacent owner consent, including the property owners with the neighboring tenants. Even if the corrections were clearer in Compass KC, the applicant did still not have enough time to submit revised materials to get the STR approved because of the date when that ordinance was repealed, as stated here in the timeline. This is a screenshot of the notification that went out with all of the pending STR applications, indicating why the case was closed. And again, more points about this particular case. The applicant has filed lots of STR applications and has lots of permits. Again, if the corrections were clear in Compass KC, this particular permit would not have been able to been approved just because of timing, because of the date of that ordinance being repealed. Error identified in the application was that the denial did not meet Chapter 88 in regards to the STR rules and regulations. All applications that were pending were changed to denial or closed because the city council approved that ordinance to repeal. The messaging did not include their right to appeal that application, but as we mentioned before, that's because we didn't feel like that was applicable because it no longer existed in the code. The board may sustain an appeal only if it finds that city staff have erred. I do not believe these plaintiffs are in the larger lawsuit regarding STRs. And from our research of active STR ordinances back when this case was filed, the unit has been advertised both for long-term and short-term rentals, but we don't have enough information if it is currently being advertised as an STR. And that concludes my staff presentation.
All right, board members, any questions of city staff? Ms. Jensen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I stated, I'm Patricia Jensen on behalf of Adam Weinlein, and we've got 4 additional exhibits. I have copies of 2 of the additional exhibits for each of you. The first 2, so I'll just go through what I've got to admit. Exhibit number 11 is second committee substitute for ordinance number 170771. That's the original short-term rental ordinance that was done. And then there is ordinance 220398, which amended some provisions of short-term rental. Those 2 are more important than I believe the last one, the ones that the staff has listed, because these were the ones in effect as of the date of the application. The additional exhibits that I have is a series of emails between myself and city staff. The latest one is one that I sent to Anna on Monday, yesterday at 10:43 a.m., but there's exhibits attached to it that show the consents that we're talking about. And then there is one that I sent to Joe Rexwinkle and that's this one is exhibit 13. Exhibit 14 is the email to Joe Rexwinkle on October 20th, 2023. If you would admit those, and then we could hand out
Let me
copies.
take a peek at them and then we'll admit them. Thank you. But 11 and 12 are admitted. Copies of the ordinances. For everybody. Okay, let me take a peek. And exhibit 13 and 14 are admitted, so.
Adam is going to go into more of the terms of into more of the details. As Anna has stated, Adam is well aware of this procedure because he has at least about 20 applications or 20 current short-term rental approvals. Yes. But we believe, and the email states that to Anna, by the terms of her own staff report, the short-term rental application should be approved. We asked her to review the facts and approve the short-term rental as it should have been approved last May. Her staff report states, and if you look at the plan status update on her staff report, it says, since the last hearing, staff evaluated applications filed by the appellants on or before May 4th, 2023 to determine whether the materials were substantially complete at the time of filing or after quality control review, but prior to May 4th. Those that were deemed substantially complete are approved. So we believe that all of our documents were submitted before May 4th, and you'll see the email trail and Adam's resuscitation of the timeline indicates that he had submitted the final uploads on April 21st, 2023. I want to emphasize this is for the building that Anna has identified. It is totally owned by Adam or his father. So there are no units that are owned by anybody else. With that, Adam, I want you to go through your timeline and your submittals.
Okay, so basically, I think kind of what is in question is here is, was everything submitted in time before the May 4th deadline changes? And if so, they should look at everything that was submitted, and if it's correct, then it should be approved. So originally I had submitted on, I believe, the 10th. And then you'll see what document was submitted. It was going to be this one right here. And it says, signatures of all the owners. So I basically sent signatures of all the owners of all the units, correct? And since that's what that document said, I was understanding, okay, that's good. Doesn't say anything about tenants on there. The city then came back to me and said, hey, we actually need the tenant signatures. It doesn't say it on this document, but instead of arguing, I'm just going to go and get the tenant signatures. So I go and I get the tenant signatures from the tenants next door. Shane is actually a good friend of mine. He made tacos.
That's
for
the
Chiefs
last
game.
page of that exhibit 13.
He just got engaged to MK. And so I resubmitted. And I think there was, in between the version 1 and version 2, there's a changing of the amount of signatures. I had originally sent in version 1 with every signature from the 9th floor, even though they were unnecessary. It was just kind of just to display, hey, here's everything, like make this as easy as you can. And when I resubmitted it, I only resubmitted 3 signatures. So it's a top floor unit, there's one below it, and there's one to each side. So I got the units on each side who are really going to be affected if there's a short-term rental there. And I could have gotten the one underneath if I needed to, but I hadn't. So I had submitted that again on April 20th. And I know that Compass, can be wonky. So at that same time, I emailed Justin or whoever was on the case and said, hey, I'm attaching this here just so you know you have it. I've uploaded it. We're good to go. And then since then, everything changed on the 4th, like 2 weeks later, and they never reviewed it. So I'm just, if they were going to review it when it was in, I'm just asking, hey, just review the application. If it's correct, approve it.
So the 4th page of exhibit 13, it shows the email exchange between Adam and Justin Smith. And Justin Smith replied on Friday, April 21st at 8:04 a.m. I've just attached them to the case and we will review in the coming days. And those consents were all of the adjacent property owners and tenants.
Can I ask a question? Why were the signatures of tenants required?
The adjacent property owners is required by code.
But the tenants were not required. Okay.
No, they're required to be noticed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so you own the whole building. You own all the units within that building.
Correct.
And all the other units, at least some of the units are over a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year lease. Is that?
Yes, correct.
Over 30 days at least.
Yeah, they're all, every other unit
They're not short term.
are, yearly leases.
And how many units in this building do you have as an STR?
There's one like on the first floor that's basically like a closet that couldn't be rented for anything else out.
Right.
And then there would be this one on the top floor. 35 and 37 units. My office is also on the first floor. So, I see everybody coming in and out.
And Anna, again, what was the deficiency as of May 4th?
The adjacent property owners of the building aren't included in that consent,
Who would that be?
like the neighboring buildings.
That wasn't required.
That, and as I mentioned, that it's required by the code, it was not listed in the corrections, because the corrections could have been made clear to the applicant. Even if that correction was clearly put in Compass KC, the applicant still wouldn't have had enough time to submit revised plans because the ordinance was repealed.
Permission from a different building?
Which is, if you have a standalone house, that's what you need permission from all the adjacent buildings. That's the same type of situation, just.
I had in a single family home before, I had sent for signatures for a building and they said, oh, this is a building, this isn't. So,
Yeah, with the condominium units, it's a little bit different because your adjacent property owners are your condominium unit owners, which is what we submitted. It's not these adjacent buildings that the staff has interpreted too late for us to go get and fix. So with that, unless there's additional questions, we would ask you to overturn their decision. It should have been approved.
And Anna, what section of the code requires the adjacent building for condo?
And it's in the 88 ordinance.
I also had a question. So you do have the one on the first floor permitted?
I do.
Okay, so that one was approved by city staff. So did you get signatures on this building? Oh, okay.
But she's looking that up. I know Ms. Duma presented to us at a previous hearing a number of STRs that you and your father own, or maybe together.
Adam owns, yes.
Yeah, Adam. I thought his father owned quite a few.
He owns the buildings and I rent from him.
So you're approximately how many STRs do you have?
Around 20.
Does he own any?
No, he doesn't have any involvement. He owns the buildings and I pay
Right.
him rent.
Right.
Section is 88-321-03B 4, where it talks about what to do in the case of a year-round short-term rental. A says obtain administrative approval of the city planning development director.
Wait,
upon submittal.
321 dash
03.
03. Okay.
Then item 4 talks about needing at least 55% of adjacent residential property owners.
That's a condominium unit owner. And that was what was done when his original short-term rental was approved. He didn't go have to get additional building ownership. It was the adjacent condominium unit owners.
Okay, I'm still trying to find the provision.
Sorry.
So we've got 03B and then subsection
4A.
4A. Okay.
So G.
Yeah, so this doesn't really specifically address condos, but you were interpreting it that way because it said across the street or talked about street.
Street is the Fontaine Hotel.
Right, but the language also says including those adjoining, so. Know that condominium unit owners have specific property rights. I know there were a lot of pending applications, and it became probably easier to deny things at the end when all this was changing. But Adam certainly followed the process as he had before, and we would ask that you overturn the decision here.
I just want to look at the code provisions.
I have a question for Anna. So if, with this condo building and the new rules in place, how many short-term rentals could be in this one tower? Because there's the distance requirements. I don't know how that relates to a condo versus standalone buildings.
Correct, and there is
I
a,
think I saw something from Joe in here, maybe about sure.
At that time, it was up to 4, I think 25%.
Yeah, please note, no more than 25% of the units of a building of 3 or more units could be used. Okay.
and the new ordinance reduces that amount where I'm just reading directly from the code, again, because this isn't my my jurisdiction, but when there is a multi-unit building with 3 or more dwelling units, no registration shall be issued for such dwelling unit if 12.5% or more are currently registered for a short-term rental.
Thank you.
I don't know if we need to admit that.
Sure, we'll admit that. Exhibit 15.
So to clarify, the dispute here is whether or not adjoining condo units or adjoining properties, like separate parcels essentially, count as like the adjacent property owners.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any precedent for this?
Yeah, there's a unit on the first floor that they approved with this exact same notice.
They did not require the adjoining building owners on the parcels that weren't part of this condominium.
When was that applied for?
Yep.
What?
That's my question.
When was that applied
Same
for?
time, it would have been like the 10th.
Okay, so it wasn't a year prior or anything like that. It
No,
was during
it
the
was
same process.
same
Okay.
So Anna, do you know why one would have been approved and not the other?
Like,
Except there were a lot of applications.
I can make a motion and just throw it out there. In the case of 084, I move that we, overturn the, decision of city staff.
I'll second that.
Motion and second.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf? Yeah, let's do Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right?
Aye.
Hayes
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thanks for your time.
Right. I think we're on maybe docket 6.
Now we're focusing on docket item number 6. This is case CD BZA 2023-00127 for 4924 Northwest Linden Road. This is a request to approve a variance to the permitted maximum width for a driveway, plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district. This is a residential zoning district on about 0.65 acres, generally located at 4924 Northwest Linden Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If we can have the property owners or applicants, if you're in person or online, please raise your hand on Zoom so we can admit you. This is a reminder for anyone who is also a part of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case to raise your hand now so we can admit you. And there's 9 exhibits on this one, Mr. Chair. We have a Peggy Calhoun applicant. Are you the applicant?
I'm representing the applicant.
Great, 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 great.
Affidavit for him.
Okay, they declined the promotion, so
Okay,
swear in.
please raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Jackson.
Okay, thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits, sir, labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those? Thank you, sir. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
Okay, so we got docket number 6, CDBCA 2023-00127, located on 4924 Northwest Linden Road, zoned R-7.5. And the applicant is seeking approval to the allowed width of 2 driveway curb cuts on 1 lot. And also this is an infill lot, so I added a variance for the front loading garage, plus any other needed variances. All right, so this is on the northern part of Kansas City, west of Gladstone. Overview, right now the lot is vacant, and it's on Northwest Linden Road. Is the site plan. So over here we got the 2 curb cuts for the garage to do a semicircle drive. And then, sorry, 2 curb cuts for the lot, and then front loading garage. And this is a close-up of the curb cuts. We got one side is 22 feet, one side is 16 feet. Are some pictures of the current site or current conditions. All right, so as a reminder, so the infill ordinance has been effective since January of 2023. And this applies to neighborhood annexed or platted by the city before 1954. And so this is just to ensure new developments are consistent with the context area of the surrounding homes. So for vehicular use standards, anything within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face is within the context area. So for attached front loading garages, they shall be permitted only when 51% or more of the homes in the infill residential context area have attached front loading garages. And then the same is for the driveway if 51% or more of the homes have a driveway. In this case, more than 51% have a driveway, but not the garage. But with infill standards, driveways can only be up to 12 feet in width at the property line. Right, so for the context area for the garages, the 2 homes on the east have garages, the 2 homes on the west don't, or they have like a attached garage in the rear yard. All right, so for first variance request is a variance of 10 feet to the allowed infill vehicular standards driveway width to permit a driveway width of 22 feet on the subject site. So there is a change to the character of the neighborhood since it's out of context with the info residential standards. However, the difficulty cannot be obviated because this driveway design, its purpose is to comply with ADA regulation for the future homeowner. The second variance request is a variance of 4 feet to the infill vehicular driveway standards to permit a driveway width of 16 feet on the subject site. This does propose a change of character to the neighborhood since it's out of the infill context area. But again, the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design because this is to comply with ADA regulations. Last variance request is to approve the front-facing garage. It is a complete deviation. And again, this is out of context with the infill residential standards. The difficulty could be obviated with a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Board members, questions of staff? Go ahead.
Question. So what exactly is the issue with the garage?
So with the infill ordinance, only, so you have to have 51% or more of the homes in the context area having a front loading garage for the new development to also allow it, but only 50% have the garage. Very close.
Sir, why should we grant your variance request today?
The client is looking to build a new home for residency, and she states to me that she has 2 relatives that are elderly and require ADA vehicles often, and she also wants to make sure that if she has a large family, if there are visitors, that an ambulance would be able to access the property, as there's really no on-street parking, kind of a narrow street.
Okay. What's the speed limit on Linden Road?
Don't know offhand. I believe it's 5.
Okay. Right.
Question, why is the house set so far back from, so much farther back than the houses on either side?
That was to allow for more space for relatives parking, and in case the ambulance had to get past the vehicles that are parked in the driveway, everybody would park to one side and the ambulance could pull. Ambulance's standard is 11 feet wide.
So is the second curb cut only to allow for more off-street parking then? Because normally when we see kind of this, a curve, kind of 2 entry points, it goes closer to the house, and this one is only road. So is that just for parking?
Drop off. If they're using the I don't know what
30 feet from that curved driveway to the front door. So when I think drop off, it's a little bit further away, but.
Well, for the I don't know what you call those vehicles that are they transport handicap, and they may drop them off and then somebody else takes them up the driveway to the house. That's my guess. It's the client that wants this, and she stated to me briefly what that was. I'm just the contractor. I build it.
Usually in circular drive, kind of like what Ms. Mixdorf said, you kind of come in and get closer to the front door to the drop-off point. Yours is way back, 30 feet from the home. So if a handicapped vehicle dropped off someone, they'd have 30 feet to get up and 5 or 6 to get to the front door. So Usually you see that a little bit closer.
Yeah, I believe she stated to me that she has a large family and it's not uncommon to have other vehicles parked there. And I think it creates a problem if there are other, with the widened 22 drop off, then they can roll them up the driveway in their wheelchair without being obstructed by other vehicles.
You,
And Stephanie, the 1% difference was for the front facing garage. Okay.
Requires more than half, but it's exactly half.
So it's real close.
And I'm only one board member. I think in this scenario, the garage doesn't bother me. I think we're close to kind of meeting the requirements of the city. I understand the ADA component and having maybe this wider driveway to accommodate those ADA accessible vans. I don't know that 2 curb cuts make sense. It doesn't really fit with everything else in the neighborhood. And I'm a little concerned if we have parking for, I know there's a big family, but that's a lot of potential parking too, just that's in a front yard of a neighborhood. So I'm a little torn on what that might do. That lot.
think the owner could get by with just one curb cut?
My opinion, I do. This
Right.
build up the
22-foot wide doesn't bother me as much as the second curb cut in a neighborhood probably that has only one entrance to a garage, probably all the way up and down Linden, although I can't see that. But
across the street that have 2 curb cuts.
Stephanie, could you bring that up on parcel viewer? Is it possible to see this in a little more context?
And let's do 10 for the parcel viewer map.
$49.24.
4924 Northwest Linden.
House is down across the street.
Built prior to the infill standards.
Before the
being-
standards, yeah. I think one thing, in my opinion, those other houses, whoops, were before the infill standards, but then also they're a lot closer to the road. So I feel like maybe that drop off is more visible in that regard. I think since this house is being set further back with a wider driveway and a longer driveway, it kind of accomplishes what that little roundabout is maybe doing other properties, maybe not as applicable here. Yeah, there, again, a lot of these were before the new infill standards as well, so some of them are grandfathered in. All right, board.
board members, motions, questions?
So the 22 feet would allow 2 cars to, one to park and one to pass it.
Yes.
That'd be
and
wide enough to.
in the case of an ambulance, you would have an 11-foot wide ambulance and then cars on the other side, but you still need space in between to pass through.
Got a little bit concerned on the double cut. It's not the width that bothered me, it's just a little. No street parking at all on Linden Road, so.
But it would make it easier for them to pull out.
Well, board members,
Yes, I'm not too bothered by if there are houses across the street that have similar. And if they do have special needs, I move in docket item number 6, case number 127 to grant the request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a second from Ms. Wright. Anna?
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed?
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
I'll support it. So aye.
Okay, we're moving on to doc number 8. Your variances were approved. Right there. We have docket item number 8. This is case CD BZA 2023-00159 for 5421 Warnell Road. This is a request to approve a variance to the rear yard setback requirements to permit an addition to the primary structure plus any other necessary variances on about 0.3 acres generally located at 5421 Warnell Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner attached to this case. I see that the applicants are in the committee room with us. This is a reminder for any members of the public who wish to provide testimony on docket item number 8 to raise your hand in Zoom now so we can promote you. No one has raised their hand, and there are 9 exhibits attached to this case.
Thank you. Welcome. You need to raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Christopher Kastrup of Kastrup Design Group. I'm the architectural designer for Mr. Teal.
Thank you. And
Guy Teal.
the owner, thank you. Who's going to be speaking on your behalf? Mr. Kastrup? There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that need to be part of this hearing so that, so we can hear your case. Is that okay to admit
Yes,
those?
yes.
Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case today. Connor, it's all yours.
Hey, good morning. We have CD BZA 2023-00159 located at 5421 Warnell Road, R10 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear yard setback requirement to permit an addition to the primary structure plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, located near Loose Park. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan. You can see it says proposed garage, but there is a walkway connecting it to the house itself, so it's an extension of the primary structure. This is an elevation of the addition. The variance request is a variance of 24 feet to the minimum rear yard setback to permit a rear yard setback of 6 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties in this neighborhood typically meet these setback requirements. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Tomlin or his other city staff? Mr. Kastrup, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Well, first of all, thank you all for letting Mr. Teal and I be here to present. And Connor, thank you for all your help through this process. Well, obviously, when Mr. Teal came to me 2 years ago, he looked at his house that he had newly renovated prior to that. and saw that he had a garage situation, which was basically a 1.5 car bay garage, if you will. And it's in the basement of his current home. And so, given his scenario with the safety of the house, safety of his daughter that lives downstairs as well, um, and the fact that he has several cars that he would like to keep on his property, he saw that, Chris, why don't we look at trying to add a detached or garage of some sort to our house, to our property, that would be in keeping with the architecture of the house. So with that, we came up with this 4-car garage scenario with storage above, potentially a future office or guest suite, if you will. But right now, it's parlayed as for future storage. So that being said, to you all, the goal here was to try to work it within the existing confines, knowing that the properties in and around the Teals, there are several detached garages to the north, to the south, and to the east. And in trying to be in keeping with the neighborhood, we obviously tried to follow the architecture and the scale of the adjoining neighbors. So it is our hope that you as a committee, as the Board of Zoning Adjustment, would be considering our situation. And the hope is that Mr. Teal and his wife can have this to house their cars, to free up the current garage to become more or less an extension of their daughter's area, and not ever be a garage again for the safety factor of their home. With that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Teal. I think he'd like to say one other thing pertinent to his situation as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you know the stats, and you probably do, of how many fires start from a vehicle being or old cars as a hobby. The only reason I want to build a 4-car garage is my wife won't let me build a 6. So we went. I don't have that many cars, but I do have some lovely cars that I pay for storage other places. But I don't want them in the drive an old car in or a new car. There's been more Tesla fires. My next door neighbor has a Tesla, and he's glad his is a detached garage. I love Teslas for somebody else, not for me. But the having a garage under your house is just not safe. And you pull these old cars in, you can smell the gas fumes. So that's the prime reason I wanted to move it to it. Chris did, we worked together 10 or 12 years ago to design the house. Garage to look like the home. Love the area. I love what we're doing there. Talk to all my neighbors. Happier than a clam that I'm.
One final note, the current driveway that exists now, per your pictures that you may have, obviously encompasses a lot of the backyard, which is where we're going to hopefully excavate and construct the new garage. That being said, Mr. Teal has had several of his cars out on the driveway, and he'd love to put them in, obviously in a enclosed area, and I think his neighbors would like that as well. So that being said, I'll conclude our presentation.
So no neighbor opposition, Mr. Teal?
In fact, they were all encouraging it. The house is pretty and been redone, and so they happy to see.
And
So, you said the current garage is 1.5 car,
Yes, sir.
and this is a 4-car garage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the older houses, and at least that one, this house was built by the people that live next door. That gentleman owned a gas company back in the house on the corner, house that I'm currently in for his son. And
pretty common to have the garages under those houses. They have a full carriage house next door.
So just to clarify, the existing underground garages will no longer be used as garages.
That's
So it'll
correct.
be 4-car total instead of 5.5.
It won't be used for a garage.
Yes,
in the
okay.
future. Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
okay, just checking. And then I have a question for city staff. I was under the impression that it was an enclosed walkway to this addition. It is open, so even if it's open, that's considered an addition and not a standalone accessory structure. So it looks like it goes from one balcony to another balcony across. It's not an enclosed hallway or anything.
The roof walkway, breezeway type structure is what triggers us to consider it an addition versus if there was not that roof porch walkway connecting the two structures, it would just be an accessory structure.
So it doesn't have to be an enclosed
It
walkway.
does not have to be completely enclosed, just the roof that.
Okay.
Where's this garage? Is it visible from Warnell? I can't really tell.
No.
No.
Can't see it from
Miss-
any road.
From any road? Okay.
Or there should be to one of your attachments, a rendering showing from Warnell Road, showing the front of the house, and you can kind of see the back of the garage.
I did forget to include that rendering, although it looks like he does have a rendering with him if we want to admit that as an additional exhibit, if you'd like to view those.
I could bring those up to you.
I see some renderings on page 6 and 7.
Oh, are they on there? Okay.
One from the front, the blue car in the
Yes,
front.
okay, I did include
Yeah.
them. For some reason, I thought they weren't in
Nope.
there. My
Yeah.
apologies.
So you just kind of see the
I
back
just-
corner of it is all.
Oh, on the left?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And it's fronting on Warnell?
Warnell Road,
Okay.
So, ma'am, basically, if we come in at grade from the front porch, imagine that we're gonna go down an additional 9 feet down to the back driveway. So that's where the garage would start at a -9 and then work up from there.
So what exactly is preventing the being compliant with the 24-foot setback? Other than the size of the garage?
Well, obviously, trying to get it to work ergonomically with the cars coming in at a side angle. That was the only way we saw fit to make this work. So obviously with the width being Fort Bay, that pushed us within 6 feet. God bless you. That pushed you within 6 feet of the rear property line and 6 feet to the northern property line. So we were trying to maximize part of the existing driveway and allow them to look out their kitchen and dining room windows from above and not look at structure necessarily, but look at open drive and open backyard. That's why we pushed it to the north as far as we could. I allowed 1 foot of extra width on those setbacks for roof overhang. So we would be 5 feet plus 1.
So the neighbors behind you would be the only ones that would see this garage?
Yes.
You've run this by them?
They're pretty happy because my house is up higher and it's kind of like we're looking down at them all the time. And they planted trees in there to kind of block us, which I didn't blame them, but not worry about, but they.
Connor, it's my understanding they cannot have a living unit in this accessory structure. Is that correct or not?
As an extension of the primary structure, they can. If it were an accessory structure, they'd have to follow ADU standards, but since it is
Okay.
addition. so,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd offer a motion.
thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 159, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Do I have a second from Ms. Moran? Anna, please call the vote.
Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Evetts?
Aye. Your motion is approved. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Connor, thank you very much. Nice.
If the board likes, we can take one more before lunch
Sure.
break. Okay.
It's Mm-hmm. great. Right.
Okay. This is docket item number 9, case CD SUP 2023-00049, 42 Northeast 32nd Street. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for the construction of a 12,000 square foot addition to the KCMO water treatment plant in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 83 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northwest 32nd Street and North Oak Trafficway. Genevieve Kahn is the city staff planner associated with this case. The applicants are online. Got Deborah Smith. I'm promoting them now. John Garr. As a reminder, you guys need to accept the promotion. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony of this subject site to approach the podium or to raise your hand in Zoom. There are 9 exhibits attached to this case, Mr. Chair, and Deborah and John are connected, so please turn on your camera and microphones. No other individuals have raised their hand on Zoom.
Perfect. I need to swear you in. Everybody there? Looks like. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
State your name and please state your names for the court reporter.
Deborah Smith with Casey Water, project manager.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
John Garr, Finkel Williams.
Thank you. There's Ms. Smith, are you speaking on behalf of the case today?
No, John Garr is. I will be offering any additional information if needed.
Great. Mr. Garr, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Khan. Go ahead, Ms. Genevieve.
Morning, board members. Docket item number 9 is for a special use permit for the KCMO Water Lab addition. Site is generally located just to the north of North Kansas City, about Waterworks Park area. Subject site outlined in yellow. The entire water treatment plant is currently located on 3 parcels, but there is a condition of the staff report that all of those parcels be combined into one, which can be done by deed through the county. Just zooming in a little, the building, the lab that will be expanded is in the southern portion, highlighted in yellow here. Site plan shows the existing portion again, and the proposed addition is approximately 12,000 square feet with 36 additional parking spaces, totaling 66 parking spaces that will be phased, so they are not anticipated to be constructed all at the same time. This is the landscape plan provided. It demonstrates ample screening of all parking spaces and even the building itself for aesthetic purposes. Some elevations of the building. Addition will be going on to the rear. Addition will utilize the same building materials as the existing building. I have some street view images here, so you can building from Missouri 9 Highway. Site is on your right here. And a closer look, this is the building that expanded. The City Plan Commission recommended approval subject to conditions at the December 19th meeting. And that concludes my presentation, and I can take it.
Great. Any questions of Ms. Khan? Hearing none. Mr. Gar, why should we approve your project today, sir?
First of all, thank you, Ms. Khan and Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're here before you to ask for this approval based upon the continued use of the lab facility for Kansas City Water. The water treatment plant treats the water in the greater metropolitan area. The lab facility, built in the 90s, is in need of improvements and bringing it up to the state of the art for today's testing and laboratory facilities. This was in looking at studies, this was the best option for the water department to be able to maintain their operations while they are within the existing building, add on to the south of the building to provide additional space to move new state-of-the-art laboratories into, and then they will backfill that and move in and renovate the existing facility that they have. Of course, water is very important to all of us, and we hope that you'll recognize that in this approval. We're accepting all of the stipulations listed, and Deb and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, so this will be just for testing of water as it's coming through the system, so to speak?
It tests the water, the potable water before it goes out, as well as tests the wastewater that comes through the wastewater treatment plants before they're released to the Missouri River to make sure we're meeting EPA guidelines.
Okay. Where's this testing being done now?
It's being done in this building, but as John mentioned, the building was built in 91 and it's become outdated. It does not, as testing requirements have changed, equipment has changed, it does not meet the current needs. And the lab tests approximately 180,000 and analyzes 180,000 samples a year and tracks all sorts of things from, just for water purity and COVID, and helps to anticipate when COVID is spiking in the area. So it is an important role. And it's the water treatment plant has been on the site for slightly over a century, but it's always been zoned R6 for some reason.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions of Ms. Smith or Mr. Gar?
Just out of curiosity, what were the recommendations of the CPC on the conditions? Or
All the conditions that you see in the staff report that was provided, the commission reviewed those and recommended approval with those.
wasn't working?
Most of them are standard conditions.
They look like standard conditions.
There
just
was a condition to combine the property by deed, as Ms. Cohn referred to, which we are in the process of doing. There's currently 3 tracks and to combine it into one.
I'd offer a motion.
Yes, Ms. McStorff?
In case number 49, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran? Anna?
Again?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck, and I'm sorry I can't build a house in that R6 district.
You'd have plenty of water.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's, you want to take the lunch break now? Is that what you want to do, Anna? Yep. I think we're gonna get through all of them.
There's not that many.
Yeah, we're gonna get through. What do you think?
Uh, her face says otherwise.
One hold this up.
I think,
I-
and don't we have a hard stop at 4? Isn't that our hard stop?
That's usually your guys' decision.
I think we're gonna get through a lot of these. We're
I
gonna
just-
try.
Okay, trying to help set expectations.
I
for
know,
people
no,
who
I-
have to
no,
stay
I-
on as long.
I
Okay.
agree. For, Castrop is the almost.
Let me triple check to make sure the.
Okay. So let's take a half hour lunch break, and then we'll be back at 12:30.
The order was Hayes, Jennifer, Michael, but email. Yeah. He hasn't been trained yet.
Okay, got it.
Can you remind me after? Okay.
Yeah, you don't, no rush. Enjoy your lunch.
And then that's what they.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Whatever. I'll remind you though.
Okay, thanks.
I just saw that earlier.
He's at 8 square.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for February 13th, 2024. Anna, call the next case.
Now we're focusing on docket item number 10. This is case CD BZA 2023-00142. Property in question is 131 East 39th Street. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign on about 0.2 acres generally located at 131 East 39th Street. The applicant is in the committee room with us. Myself, Anna Naniski, is the city staff planner attached to this case. And this is a reminder for any members of the public who wish to provide public testimony on this particular item to please raise your hand now so we can admit you.
Ms. Wright's going to recuse herself on this case, so she'll come back. And with that in mind, Mr. Rell. No, I'm right, wrong case, sorry.
And then, so no one else has raised their hand, and we have 11 exhibits associated with the staff report for this one.
Mr. Walsh, can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And state your name one more time.
Sure. Chip Walsh with the applicant.
Thank you. So, Mr. Walsh, as you can see, we only have 4 board members. Next month, we'll have 5 or maybe even 6. For your case to be approved, you're going to have unanimous support from all of us, or you can delay your case 1 month and come back in March 12th, and we'll have the 5 board members at that point.
So, I do appreciate that. And if it was at 5, would I be correct in thinking it would then this need to be a 3-2 vote in order to have an outcome of 6? That's
Board members need to vote in the affirmative
Okay.
for it to go your way.
So, okay. So I need to have 4 votes either way.
Yeah,
So
well, you do, but if we have 5 on the board, you
I
can
can
have
lose
1
one,
dissenting
so.
vote and still.
this case has been continued a couple of times, once due to weather, once due to a request from us. I think we're prepared to proceed today.
Okay. And do we have anyone in the audience on this case? Okay. So, Mr. Walsh, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 in this case. Can we admit those to here?
Yes, no
Thank you.
objection.
Thank you. Those are omitted. Part of that's a presentation by Ms. Anna.
Docket number 10, case CD BZA 2023-00142, site in question, 131 East 39th Street, property zoned B3-2. This is a commercial zoning district. Like I previously mentioned, this is an appeal related to a non-conforming sign. The property in question is located in Midtown, Kansas City. Here's a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. It's at the intersection of East 39th Street and Warwick Boulevard. If anyone's been familiar with Midtown for an extended period of time, Fast Stop used to be here, a convenience store. This is a look of the property from Google Street View. This is from June 2022. You can see the Fast Stop is closed, the sign for the original Fast Stop, and then the pole sign in question located as well. Then these are some images from the investigation associated with this notice of violation. We can see that Fast Stop is closed. This is taken from June 13th of 2023. The sign's still up, very visibly boarded up, property not in use. Another perspective from that same date of the inspection, we can also see a sign on the property requesting, for more information for the property, assumingly this is, to advertise for leasing the space. Then after the property owner received a notice of violation related to the abandoned pole sign, the sign was then filled. This is an investigation from July of 2023. So you can see that the wall sign has been removed. the pole sign has been filled, but the property still appears to be vacant, a business not in use, still boarded up. And the sign advertising to lease the space for more information from the property owners still on the building as well. An additional investigation, again, this is in August now, so we had June, July, August. Property still appears to be vacant, all boarded up, signs, pole signs still filled. Property still seems to be being advertised for lease. As a reminder that pole signs are no longer an approved sign type within the Kansas City, Missouri Zoning and Development Code. But if you have a legal non-conforming sign, you may keep that legal non-conforming sign, in this case, the pole sign, if the pole sign is advertising a business on site. But once that site becomes abandoned, the pole sign is abandoned, it's not advertising a business on site, there's not that activity there, that's no longer in operation, then the sign can be deemed abandoned, and then we send a notice of violation to remove that non-conforming sign. And also a principal use can be one use or a multiple of uses of activity, chief operation on the lot in which the land or building or structures is intended, designed for, ordinarily used. Some key points regarding this appeal, that the investigation was initiated because of a complaint, and then that pole sign was found on site showing a business that was no longer in operation. That was the fast stop sign. They have been closed for an extended period of time. And then the pole sign now advertises Park 39, which are the leasers, the real estate property organization associated with the site. The business license history for the particular site between, this is as far back as our records go, from 2008 to 2013. That is when it was the fast stop and the convenience store. And then it switched enterprises from 2014 to 2021, still fast stop. But then they closed sometime in 2022, as we can see by those previous photos. And then currently there is a business license on the property associated with the current property owner. And there have been no sign permits to approve filling this pole sign because it's a prohibited sign type. The property owner group on their website, they do identify that their office is in Westport Commons, which is associated with either, and my apologies, either the middle or the Westport High buildings, middle. And that they've owned this property since around 2022. We found that out from some property tax receipts. And the LLC paperwork also identifies that 300 East 39th Street as their principal address for their office. Water utility records also show very little usage for that particular site, which also indicates to city staff that there's not an active business on the property. Proof that the website for Brain Group shows Westport Commons as their office. The water utility bills showing very, very little usage for the site. More information about the journey of this notice of violation. So there was a previous notice of violation. There was an error in that. So we did issue a new one, and due to us issuing a new one, we gave them a 120-day grace period to activate a tenant on the site. Like a little courtesy since we made a mistake with the original notice of violation. The city staff then inspected the site in late December to confirm that that business activity was happening on site. There's lots of attempts to schedule this meeting that eventually did happen. And then the representative stated that this is being used as like a satellite office for this company. But as a reminder, the site is built as a convenience store, and on the inside of this building, it still very much appears to be set up as a convenience store. Oh, and a certificate of occupancy for a change of use from that retail commercial to an office is needed for this change of use. And per our code, as a reminder, that an appeal may be sustained if the BZA finds that the staff has erred. In this case, it's the zoning compliance, the code enforcement city staff. And we do not believe that they made an error in applying the code to this particular property at the time of, original inspection and due to this grace period which has expired. And then some additional photos, still showing, I believe this is from the date of the scheduled inspection with the code enforcement officers. We can see that it still very much looks boarded up. A few cars in the parking lot for this scheduled inspection. As well as the interior shots from that interior inspection. Very much set up as a convenience store, not an office. And then an additional photo that I prepared for the 9th hearing submitted by the applicant showing the sign. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Anna? All right, Mr. Walsh, why should we overturn the city's decision?
Thank you. I have a short presentation that will address that request, and I've sent it previously to Anna.
Okay. That's the PowerPoint that we
Yes.
will admit as exhibit number 12.
And please note, there's an error that has the old case number. I actually did send a corrected version over lunch that
Oh.
has the correct title page. The
Okay.
contents are all the same. But one, just to, for the record, have the right title page. There were also 2 letters of support that were sent to you.
They're unnotarized, so I didn't include them in the packet.
Okay. So they're also included in our presentation. So I guess procedurally, we would move to admit our presentation as evidence before presenting.
All right, but again, the 2 letters of support, are they part of this
Part
present?
of the presentation, I think, so.
So we will have to ignore those, sir, because those are not notarized.
That is obviously your,
Well, it's
Right.
that's the rules of the committee.
Okay.
Okay,
fair enough.
okay, sorry. But keep on going. Tell us about what you have.
I did, and I do. And just 1 second, we've had some issues before. in this. So maybe a little bit of context first. This property is part of a larger Midtown development anchored around the Westport Middle and the Westport High School. There in the middle is East 39th Street, which runs east-west. The yellow outline reflects sort of the development acre. It's about a 16-acre campus. What you see in red reflects what's at issue today, which is the Fast Stop. The junior high was a $30 million redevelopment that came online in 2017. The high school property is a $52 million development that's coming online as we speak, which is just the school itself. There's some additional acreage there. This is, we believe, the largest land size redevelopment within the Midtown Kansas City area. We saw the Fast Stop as something that we wanted to acquire for redevelopment purposes. We also saw it as the entryway to this district, which we see as being Park 39. And then there are commercial activities within that district. The district itself, we would say, is not commercial, but we would say that the offices of Park 39, the residences of Park 39, no difference such as Soho, NAMA, that you'll see sort of the abbreviations to try to identify this as a destination area. As staff indicated, what's at issue here is a non-conforming sign, a sign that was lawfully established and has since no longer been permitted by code, but because it was a pre-existing use, it's permitted. The director asserts that the sign pole was abandoned pursuant to section 88-445. We assert that the director's determination was made in error, and as such, the BZA should overturn the abandonment determination. We also believe that the city failed to consider where the sign could reasonably be construed as non-commercial speech under section 88-445-03. We also believe that the city failed to consider the applicant's good faith reliance in the directions contained within the first notice of abandonment, which again goes to the prior case. A brief factual history. to sort of get through this. Property is operated for several decades as a C-store, going back at least to the 1980s. Here is a permit that was applied for in late 89, but issued in 1990, which actually was to take the sign and reduce it in size to what is, we believe, the current configuration today. It is true that on June 13th, Casey Mill inspector inspected the property. As we understand, that was the first time that they set foot. There was no contact made with ownership, no questions asked. But within 24 hours of their visual inspection of the property, they issued their first notice of abandonment and termination of legal nonconforming status. That notice stated, failure to correct this condition will result in the immediate termination of the sign's legal nonconforming status. In order to maintain the legal nonconforming status, you must take remedial action by replacing the advertisement within 30 days of this notice. Also states that there is an appeal right that could be submitted online within 15 days of those notice. From the date we received that, we actually started parallel tracks. First, we started an appeal here, and then we started to correct the signboards that were on there that did show a prior business that was no longer there. We decided to have it be non-commercial speech. Within 30 days, we had it up, which was what was requested. We also, within the 15-day period, as shown here in our timeline, went ahead and filed a notice of appeal. On 7/20, a few days after that 30-day window had run, an inspector came again, as noted in city staff's report, and they could see that the sign faceplates had been changed. Again, and second inspection was occurred in August. The Park 39 sign was observed then. Then in early September, a few things happened. First, we received an email from James Dudley, who is here today, informing us that the director was going to withdraw the previously issued notice and was issuing the new attached notice, which is what's attached to the investigation report you have here today. That new report was sent to us. It states as those excerpts, failure to correct this condition must result in the immediate termination of the sign's legal nonconforming use. In order to maintain the legal nonconforming status, you must take remedial action by replacing the advertisement. And there it states, advertising a business activity, product, or service that is operating or available on the property on which the sign is located within 120 days of this notice. Additionally, we received an email from Joe Wexwinkle a couple days later advising us that the only way for the sign to be considered not abandoned is for there to be a tenant on the site which is being advertised on the sign. What's interesting that as we take a look at the sign ordinances and the code provisions, we're reminded of the guidance that was issued by the Missouri Supreme Court in the Antioch Community Church versus Board of Zoning Adjustment of the City of Kansas City from 2018. And while the facts there are different, it dealt with a monument sign that was then made into a digital sign. The principle of how to construe the ordinance and the code sections, we believe, are very applicable here. And that there must always be an intent to construe them by harmonizing them, not looking at them piecemeal or parsing. From our perspective, we believe that that should have been looked at here by the city when they observed in September and prepared to issue the second ordinance, that the sign was now showing non-commercial speech. That is significant because the code allows substitution of a sign for a non-commercial message. We contend that that's what we've done. We've contended that's what we've done in good faith. And we believe that the board therefore has the basis to determine that there was not reasonable action taken by the city to determine that it was abandoned as of September 2023, which really becomes the key point, not June 2023. The reason that becomes the key point, commissioners, is because at that time, the fast stop sign no longer showed there. Sign plate showed Park 39 and had shown Park 39 for at least 60 days. As you know better than I, this commission has broad powers on sign variances as to granting variances for the requirements for signs within the code. Looking at what's required for non-commercial, any sign allowed or that would be allowed without permit, by sign permit, by special use permit, or by variance. We're a non-conforming legal use, so we are without permit, but we are still permitted within the code. Staff should have harmonized the two sections when looking at the fact pattern presented at this location, and should have reasonably concluded that what they were seeing there, advertising a district, is non-commercial speech. They did not. Some reference. As we prepared for this, we sort of drove around to sort of see what else we might see. And lo and behold, at 1321 Westport Road, you'll see a sign pole. Again, something that's no longer permitted by code, but something that has been there, tied to a business that I'll talk about in a second. And you will see that it shows WP Corner. It is same sign, same message, showing sort of an area, as I interpret that sign. No different than what you're seeing here. Provide some context. You can see that that sign's on a property that used to be an old gas station back in the day. You can also see, looking at that building compared to ours, both appear to be abandoned. From just a basic fairness proposition, we would say that it is appropriate for the BZA to permit this to continue. Because obviously, we can see another example within the Midtown area where this is going on and has been going on for some time. Lastly, even though you may not consider it, we are within the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. They are aware of it. They are supportive. We are also within the Midtown KC Now area, which is the umbrella organization that oversees the Main Street overlay. This property, by the way, is just outside that overlay, but they do oversee the CID. And both are supportive of our development efforts and continued use of that. We see this intersection at 39th and Warwick as sort of the introduction. Over time, we're hopeful to put a roundabout in, do additional development. There are several conditions that need to happen, so I'm not here to say we're there yet. But we see this as sort of the entry point, particularly as you look at what's going on with the streetcar and a major stop just 2 blocks away at 39th and Main. We see that sign pole as something that's very useful, very valuable to us. We never intended to abandon it. We don't think we have abandoned it. We are here seeking relief from this board. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Why do you need a pole sign versus a marquee? One that would sit more ground level?
We actually think the fact that it has a little bit of height helps to sort of make it more visible and more usable and stand out. Also, as even though if you were to be going towards Main, well, actually, I was gonna say about right, it also provides a little bit more visibility, just given the fact that you have building topography across the street that's 2-story, immediately to the west that is 2-story. Then you go a little bit further and you're now up to 4 and 7 level structures. So we think that actually helps make it a selling point. And the fact that it's also something that you don't see every day. Again, I do adaptive reuse. I'm a little bit of a masochist because I like to work with things that are already in existence and bring them back in and find a new use. We try to preserve what we have in the same ways that we've tried to preserve both those schools, as opposed to just simply tearing them down and starting to do brand new construction that would be a heck of a lot more efficient. So.
I have a question. It's advertising Park 39,
Mhm.
which is not something being operated on this site.
Nope.
Is that correct?
It is what we.
So it's offsite advertising.
It's what
basically,
we.
a billboard.
Correct. It's what we see as a district, which is.
That's not a non-commercial sign.
Say again?
Not a non-commercial sign.
Well.
I mean, it's
We
offsite
take it as
advertising.
non-commercial meaning non-commercial activity. Is how we read that.
But it's not on that site, so it's
No, actually,
offsite
I
advertising.
would disagree with that. That is part of our development. That is within our development footprint. We see that as part of what we're developing there. That
Okay,
is
wh-
part of
how
our
does
16
staff-
acres.
How does staff see that? Is that on the same site as Park 39?
I'm unfamiliar of Park 39 being a district or a business.
It was a separate lot.
Separate lot with common ownership. This in the same way that you have a separate plat for the middle school from what you have for the high school, but it's still part of what we see as an overall master development plan for this area. This parcel is part of that development plan as well.
I guess I would think as we look at this as a master development plan moving forward, you'd have additional signage that you'd pursue in lieu of a pole sign that may maybe mimic more of this development kind of plan moving
We
forward.
may have additional signage. I don't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner. That'd be for the use there. We see that being redeveloped as an eatery or retail space. That would be an amenity for what we see as a live, work, play district here.
I don't see any error on the part of the staff. I think it's an abandoned sign.
A lot of these pole signs come before us quite a bit, and I think it is pretty clear in terms of what the city staff sees as abandoned and kind of the timelines associated and tenants that are in the building. I'm only one board member, but I also struggle to see that this was kind of continuing use and that this is advertising a business that is.
We have tried to work with the city. We actually asked to have the 120 days extended because we got up to January and we were told we need to file a permit for change of use occupancy. We're prepared to do that. And then when we asked, we have an extension of time to make sure we didn't run out of that, and staff said no. So
But you had already had the initial kind of time period, which you already changed the sign in that initial, I don't know if that was 120 days, and you had this additional 120
no,
days?
we've never had 100.
It was 30 days and then 120 days.
We had 30 days and then we were told that there was an issue with the original notice of violation, which was issued in June.
They gave you the 120-day grace
And
period.
they did that. And again, you know, we're in the middle of a $52 million redevelopment right now. This is something that we see as a future phase. Yes, 120 days does sound like a lot of time, but we were able to get zoning clearance, business license, get them there to do an inspection. You know, then where there was communication about you'll need to get a change of use permit. We then reached out to sort of see how that would start. We realized we were getting close to what we would have as a deadline. We said, can we get this extended another 30 days? We didn't ask for another 120 days. There's enough time to get through the city permitting process. And we were told no.
I think part of the reason this whole ordinance came into place is because we want different signs in Midtown and other parts of the city. So I understand maybe why we don't have it in continuance, as we want these to either continually be operated as such, or we want to remove them from kind of our cityscape.
And from a
So
policy perspective, I can respect that, but you still also have the other code provision about non-commercial advertising or messaging, which we still think there's a good faith basis for finding relief under that.
I think in certain scenarios, maybe the non-commercial would make sense, but I'm not sure. And I'm just one board member that this is that scenario that
Yeah.
makes sense for me.
Yeah, and our role is to interpret the code. As far as I understand the code, there's only a 30-day grace period. I don't know why staff gave you 120 days because that's not in the code. So to me, that's not something we can even consider, but
But then again, you know, there is also the reliance that the first notice of violation just simply said, you must remediate within 30 days. Didn't say what that remediation needed to be, left it to us to sort of review the code. We made a determination. You may, after the fact, disagree with that determination, but we can only act on what we're given by the city.
I don't see any error on the part of the staff. I think they interpreted correctly.
I don't, I kind of agree with my fellow board members, Mr. Walsh. And the comment about 1321 Westport, that's coming up before us later on today.
Oh, okay.
And for correction, that case was dismissed because they didn't meet their 120 days.
So
So
that-
city staff recommended dismissal and then you guys approved it.
Okay, so that they've got to take down the sign at 1321, correct? Isn't it?
Pending additional investigations, yes.
So Mr. Walsh, I just don't see no fast stop. There is no commercial business within that space from what I saw. I mean, you've got a couple tables and chairs, but
No,
really,
no, well-
you still got the coolers on the left.
Well, we do, because we see it's developing somewhere else. If
Right.
we knew what we needed to do was really immediately go put another convenience store in there, we would have gone out and immediately released it to another convenience store. The irony is that's not what the local neighborhood wants. That's one of the reasons they asked us to acquire that, because they did not feel that Fast Stop was a betterment for what they're wanting to see happen within that part of Midtown.
And I agree with them. I
So-
totally agree with them because
So-
I know that area. So
So-
I agree
So-
with what they said.
So,
But I'm also kind of anti-sign, so I just don't see, I'm just one board member, but I don't see this happening. All right, so
is there any ability for this board to set this over for another 30 days?
What would the purpose of that be?
It would still allow us 30 days to try to get through the permitting process. If there's a change in use, to allow for office.
I mean, we're looking at what happened in 22 and 23, and I don't
Okay.
see any purpose in that. I have a motion.
go ahead.
Docket item number 10, case number 142. I move that we deny the appeal and uphold the staff's determination in this case.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna?
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. I'm sorry, sir.
Look, we appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, please.
Anna, what's the next case?
We're focusing on docket item number 11. This is case CD BZA 2023-00143. The site in question is 200 and 800 Holmes Road. This is an appeal related to a preliminary plat. I'm not going to read the entire description because it's quite lengthy. We'll just get right into it. Myself, Anna Nanaskis, the city planner, attached with this appeal. The applicant is in the council chambers with us. And this is a reminder for anyone who's a member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case to please raise your hand now so we can identify you and swear you in. We have a Michelle Burns. James. Any other individuals online or in the chambers or in the council committee room wish to provide testimony? Seeing none, Michelle and James are both admitted.
Okay, great. See Mr. Rowe. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Yes, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but truth in this hearing today? And please identify yourself to the court reporter as you say I do.
John Rowe, I do. Christopher McMurray, I do.
Thank you. And who's online?
Michelle,
Michelle, did you hear the swearing in?
Yes, I did. I do. Michelle
you-
Burns, 430 East Santa Fe, Suite 100, Olathe, Kansas, 660 or 62. Yes,
And are
I
you
do.
in support or opposition, Ms. Burns?
I am in opposition. I am the attorney for the property owner developer.
Okay, fine, thank you. And the other person online,
James,
James?
they're connected. They've not unmuted.
You want to unmute James? Can't hear you.
Yeah, are you there? Sorry about that.
Yes. Did you hear the swearing in? I can do it again.
I did. I
And-
did.
And so you do, and please state your name for the court reporter.
I do, and it's James Ziegler, 12827 Cherry, Kansas City, Missouri, 64145.
And Mr. Ziegler, are you in support or opposition of this case today?
I'm in support.
Thank you. All right. how many exhibits?
11.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe, are you speaking on the case today, sir?
I am,
Yes,
Mr.
thank
Chairman.
you. So we've got 11 exhibits. Can we admit those to hear your case?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Anna. Tell us about the case, Anna.
We have docket item number 11, case CD BZA 2023-00143. Site in question, 12800 Holmes Road. The property is zoned O2. This is a commercial district, and the applicant is appealing city staff's determinations related to a preliminary plat and utility work plans. The property in question is located in some of the most southern portions of Kansas City, kind of near Leawood and Grandview. Have the site in question highlighted on the screen. It is in yellow. You can see that it is along Holmes Road in a very forested portion adjacent to an established residential neighborhood. Some key points identified by the applicant in their application. The adjacent property owner to the north appeals city staff's determination related to approved preliminary plats and submitted utility work plans that they are in conformance with each other. And since they believe that they are not in conformance, then a new preliminary plat needs to be approved. Thus, the project is subject to the tree preservation and protection ordinance. So this is a screenshot of the approved preliminary plat. The issue in question is highlighted in green. It is this the sewer easement, this water line that is extending from the approved street down to the main. And then what you see highlighted is the comparison between the preliminary plat on my left. So you see my cursor right here. This is the preliminary plat. And then this is the utility plans submitted. So we can see that the line is coming off of this approved street over to the adjacent property owner who's request. And this is the utility plan where it now shows that line coming into the right of way, into a main in the right of way. There have been additional exhibits submitted by the applicant. Those are on Compass KC, so they'll be exhibit 12. And some background on the preliminary plat. In February of 2023, the Development Review Committee, we call it DRC, they have the right to approve preliminary plats if the preliminary plat is completely compliant with the codes, applicable codes. And the preliminary plat basically ensures that development based on a particular design is possible, and that it meets certain standards. This particular preliminary plat, case CD CPC 100001, is exempt from the tree preservation ordinance because it was approved prior to the tree preservation ordinance being adopted. A final plat is the type of document that would ensure that an exact location of a utility, of a street, of a lot is possible and in conformance with the code as well. So it goes through multiple steps. Then the utility plan that was submitted, the differences between the preliminary plat and the utility plan shows a very minimal change in our eyes. One could even say a preferable design because now the line isn't going through an adjacent property owner, it's going through the right of way. So thus, we do not believe that a new preliminary plat is required. And an appeal may be sustained if the BZA finds that the administrative official have erred. In this case, it's an individual in the Development Management Division, and we do not believe that this error has occurred. That concludes my presentation. Questions?
All right. Board members, any questions of city staff on this? All right, Mr. Rowe.
Yes, for the record, Mr. Chairman, John Rowe with the law firm of Rowe Law Firm, and my address for the record is 4444 North Bellevue, Suite 208. I'm here on behalf of the appellant applicant, Mr. Christopher McMurray. He's representing the Christopher McMurray Trust. I'd like to start with some background information, but want to ask one question. There was a reference to an Exhibit 12, and there were only 11 listed in the staff report. Is Exhibit 12 admitted, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it will be admitted. That's part of your presentation.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
what I did is, because I think it makes a little more sense, at the last meeting, when it was just going to be virtual, I sent all the exhibits in. So I think what staff did is take my individual exhibits and put them all as Exhibit 12.
All right.
But what I brought today was what I sent over, and each one of those exhibits that are now Exhibit 12 had an individual exhibit number on them. So what I'd like to do today, it's the same thing, but I think it'll help the board kind of keep track instead of looking at Exhibit 12 and have to, I got to get to
Right.
page 33 of Exhibit 12 or whatever that is.
Did you bring copies for us today?
I brought a copy that can be turned in for everybody. I didn't bring 5 copies of each one.
All right, let me review that quickly, for exhibit. So you've got, how many do you have there, sir?
I have 20 exhibits that
20.
all constitute Exhibit 12, which is
Right.
admitted, but these are individually marked. So if you wanted to go back and look at Exhibit 29, you're not looking at Exhibit 12 and trying to find number 29 in Exhibit 12. So I can send all these forward. They're in the order that I want to put
Yeah,
them in.
so we're going to admit these 20 exhibits from 12 to
Well, they'd be,
12 to 31.
they'd be
12 is not.
they'd be 20 to 30.
We're going to start at exhibit
8.
12.
Yeah,
What if
they're-
you did 12 and then like
20
his
more.
number is 20, it's
It'd be
12.20. So then you can, it kind of combines both efforts.
I
to
can do that
understand.
as we introduce, I could, like that first exhibit is number 29. I can call that 12.29 if I understand what Anna's saying. Then you guys can connect the two. It's part of Exhibit 12, but it's number 29 within Exhibit 12. I
These
think
are
that would-
ours or these yours?
Those would be mine and I can turn those in, or I guess I've got another set for me. I can work
No,
off
I
my
was
set.
trying to share these with the board.
Then
I
you
mean,
keep,
there's a bunch of them in here too. I
There
see
are.
them in the staff report that are labeled.
Okay, so these will be admitted, Mr. Ruff. You want to come back up and grab these, you can do that, or
But you might want to reference them too, just for ease, so you're not trying to go through yours. Got a second copy. One copy.
digital.
Got
So,
printed.
Mr. Rowe, do you have digital copy? or you
I
got
have,
paper?
I have a second set in my
Okay, then
file
I can
book
keep
here,
those
so to
guys.
speak. So if
Okay,
you want to
sorry,
keep
I'm
that,
sorry.
if
Thank
you
you.
want to keep that stack up there, I think that's okay.
I
I'll
can't
try to
get
pull
the
them up
staff
as well,
report
if that
to them.
helps.
Perfect.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, to just kind of set the stage, because we're going to use some terms here as we move through this. I'm going to refer to Limeview, the Limeview property, the Limeview project. And the Limeview project is a development that's proposed by Limeview Development LLC at this 12800 Holmes Road address that staff showed you. That site is about 5.6 acres in size. The McMurray Trust owns the adjoining 4 acres to the north of the Limeview property. And for context, the Woodbridge Homes Association adjoins the Limeview property on the west. And I believe this to be within the center planning and development area in South Kansas City. By way of background, in 2022, Limeview Development sought a rezoning of the Limeview property and approval of a preliminary plat. Neighborhood and community had concerns about that project. Mr. McMurray and residents in Woodbridge mounted a valid legal protest to that rezoning request. And to make a long story short, the city council denied the rezoning request by, I believe, a vote of 11-1. So neighborhood protested, pretty overwhelming opposition by the city council. Limeview Development is now back. They figured out a way to move forward with this project without having to go through the public hearing process. For example, if you were to look at your ordinance and see site plan review, it starts at 20 units and up. This is a 19-unit project, so coming in under the radar so they don't have to go through the public hearing process. Well, what does that mean for my client, the adjoining owner? Well, he wants to make sure that they're following what rules and regulations there are out there, and we have a problem with what happened in this case that we want to tell you about. Lineview Development submitted a preliminary plat in January of 2023. So let's stop right there. The first exhibit you got is number 29. Let's look at how the city defines preliminary plat.
Anna, do you want to share it on both screens?
Twenty.
29. Okay, so this is out of the zoning and development code, section 88-810-1240 defines what a preliminary plat is. And I think it's important we look at that so we know what we're dealing with when we're appealing the staff's decision here. A preliminary plat, kind of paraphrase here, is a drawing of the proposed subdivision. It illustrates the applicant's ideas and intentions in the proposed subdivision and outlines graphically the existing conditions of the site. Preliminary plat consists of two basic parts: general location map and a detailed plan drawn to scale showing the proposed layout for all features in the subdivision, not some of the features, for all. So what we've got here is a preliminary plat shows pertinent facts about the proposed subdivision, illustrates the applicant's intentions, and it's a proposed layout for all features. And one of those features would be the location of the sanitary sewer line. The Zoning and Development Code also has provisions about a preliminary subdivision plat, and those can be found at 88-545. And so if we go to the next exhibit, which would be 32, be the second one in your stack there, Mr. Chairman. Couple of interesting things here that apply to this appeal. 88-545-04A says, quote, "The Development Review Committee is authorized to approve preliminary plat applications that do not include requests for waivers or modifications." And 88-545-07 says, quote, "Approval of a preliminary plat constitutes acceptance of the overall general planning concepts for the subdivision and is a prerequisite for the filing of a construction plan and final plat. After approval of the preliminary plat, the applicant may proceed to the construction plan and final plat stages of the major subdivision approval process." So that's Exhibit 32. Important thing here is the reference to Development Review Committee. Again, maybe not a body here at the city that you're familiar with, so I just want to take a minute and let's talk about what that DRC, Development Review Committee, is and what it's supposed to do as it relates to preliminary plat. So let's look at 88-605-02. That's going to be Exhibit 28. So dash A of that ordinance says the Development Review Committee is established for the primary purpose of assisting the City Planning and Development Department and the City Plan Commission in the subdivision and site plan or development plan review process. So they provide a very important function. Interestingly enough, Section B lists the membership. Who's on this committee? You've got Planning and Development Director, Public Works Director, a lot of city attorney. So there is a committee of people here at the city who constitute the Development Review Committee. And what's their job? Okay, let's look at Section E of this Exhibit 28. Duties. Interesting here. Copies of all proposed development plans. We're 5 lines down. Save a little time. Don't have to read that first sentence. Each committee member may submit comments and recommendations in writing, but here's what they must do. And must indicate additions to or revisions of the plat and identify problem areas to be resolved prior to filing for final plat approval. That's the job of the Development Review Committee, not Mr. Rexwinkle in his own individual capacity. I'm going to get to that. There's where the error is coming in here. So we have an ordinance that tells us, here's what a plat is. Developer, you give us a drawing and show us what you intend to do. We'll give that to our Development Review Committee, and our Development Review Committee must identify problem areas to be resolved prior to filing for final plat approval. That's the process. Let's talk about what happened here. 3 critical dates: January 1 of 2020, or January 18th, excuse me, January 18th, 2023. Limeview's preliminary plat is approved by the Development Review Committee. That's going to be Exhibit 20. March 16th of 2023, Kansas City adopts the tree preservation ordinance. For those of you who might not be familiar with that, it was kind of a very important thing. Some developers, you might have read in the paper, tried to get out ahead of this thing and tore down a bunch of trees on their property before this thing went into effect. But the city, in this Exhibit 33, the tree preservation ordinance, very clearly says the purpose of this legislation is to support and complement other city development requirements. The intent of this ordinance is to preserve and advance the aesthetic, economic, and environmental benefits of the urban forest. Trees provide multiple benefits such as stormwater management, run water infiltration, and air quality improvement. And so it goes on to say scope and purpose. Trees provide multiple benefits such as stormwater management, runoff infiltration, air quality improvement that will take replacement trees decades to match, making them critical to retain. Further, a healthy tree canopy cover enhances the city's natural beauty, improves health, safety, and general welfare. All of those benefits were to be derived by my client, people in Woodbridge next door, and the community. That's going to come into play here. And then we have a third date. So January 18th, Limeview gets their preliminary plat approved. March 16th, the city adopts the tree preservation and protection ordinance. And April 16th, Limeview submits its public sanitary sewer plan, its construction plans for their subdivision. I need to inject one other thing here that comes into play. Exhibit 34, Mr. Chairman, is a copy of the city's major street plan. This would be 12.34, is kind of we talked about before. And here's why this is important as it relates to this appeal. The city's major street plan shows Holmes Road is projected to be 4 lanes at this location where this Limeview project is located. 2 lanes going north, 2 lanes going south. Currently, if you were to go out there today, it's 2 lanes, 1 lane north, 1 lane south. That's what the pavement is, but the plan is to have that be 4 lanes. So if you were to look in this Exhibit 34, they call it typology. The typology of Holmes Road at this location is 100 feet of right-of-way with 2 lanes in each direction. So when the DRC, the Development Review Committee, was looking at the Limeview preliminary plat in January of 2023, there's no issue with the city's major street plan as it relates to Holmes Road because the Limeview developer, as required by ordinance, expressed its intention in the preliminary plat that the sanitary sewer line would be outside the Holmes Road right-of-way. It was going to go across private property. Now let's look at what Limeview did in its construction plans, which is Exhibit 21, 12.21, that were submitted in April of 2023, which is after the adoption of the tree preservation ordinance. Sheet C-110 of the Limeview sanitary sewer plans now shows the sanitary sewer line in the Holmes Road right-of-way. City's master street plan shows this section of Holmes, as we've discussed, to be 4 lanes in the future, meaning that Limeview's unilateral change between its preliminary plat sanitary sewer lines outside the public right of way, to its construction plans in April, now it's in the public right of way, results in the sewer line being under the pavement of Holmes Road at some point in the future. And such a unilateral deviation by the developer after the DRC was shown the sewer line to be outside the Holmes Road right of way on such a critical plan element constitutes an abandonment of that previously approved preliminary plat. Think about it. Limeview is now submitting construction plan. Here's what I want to build, city. I want you to permit this. And it's different than what they showed on their preliminary plat. And it's not just a little bitty, oh, we moved a little sprinkler head someplace. We took probably the most important utility for any development project, sewer. How are you going to flush toilets in what you want to build? And we moved it into the public's right of way. You didn't show that to the Development Review Committee. We showed you something else. Okay, so that's what happened here.
So, Mr. Rowe, I just want to move you through this process. So give each presenter 15 to 20 minutes. We're approaching 15 with you. I'd like for you to get through the exhibits in a more timely fashion, if you don't mind.
And I will do that. And just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that rule in your rules and regulations, and I did, according to your rules and regulations, file a request for additional time early on, right after we filed our appeal. I knew it would probably take a little bit more than 15 minutes to get through the story.
Right.
And
So continue your
I-
story. I understand.
And I do, and I want to be respectful of your time. I just wanted you to know I don't take it for granted. I did ask for extra time up front, knowing that it would probably take a little more than 15.
Thank you.
And Mr. Rowe, at some point, can you explain how this deviation that you're alleging harmed your client?
Well, because I can answer that right now. Remember the chronology. Preliminary plat got approved, tree preservation ordinance gets approved, then the construction plans with this bait and switch come in after the tree preservation ordinance. So yes, that's answered in our Compass KC. They say, how are you aggrieved? My client is now being deprived of the benefits of this tree preservation ordinance because when you get to exhibit, I think it's 38, series of pictures in there of about the developer just went in, did work in the city right of way to put in a culvert so they could bring in excavating equipment, and they tore out hundreds of trees without a permit. That's what happened here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he came in and put his temporary road in off the street and tore down hundreds of trees. And I'm not talking little baby trees. I'm talking big, large excavators and started ripping all the trees, all the barriers from homes of older people that been in Woodbridge for 50 years. You know, and I've talked to them and they've come all together to try to, see what we can do to try to stop this from just happening. Cause I mean, they're tearing out, if there's 5 acres, I guarantee he's tore out 2 acres of trees and more already.
Right.
And the only reason that it got stopped is because the neighbors around were calling the city. And then after they issued him, tell him to stop, they went out and did a stop work order. 2 days later, he went back and started doing it again illegally. Because it's in this way, if he has to go back to the tree ordinance, he's gonna have to pay X amount of dollars for those trees, or he's gonna have to leave those trees. I mean, there's just you're talking a 10-foot barrier. So, I mean, he went in here illegally and did it without a permit. Even on his preliminary plot, it says land grading and clearing, not approved. And it hasn't been approved several different times, along with the sanitary sewer and everything else. And he just went in there illegally and tore all these trees up. And now everybody's suffering from it. You know, we have trees that are all down. We have, obviously they've made him leave again, but now we have trees down everywhere. I mean, it's cleared. All the homes in the back of Woodbridge that look over this property are just bare. They're naked. They've been there for, 50 years plus.
So you're not harmed by moving the sewer. You're harmed by
Yeah, I mean,
him not being required to
he's coming in the
comply
city
with.
right away. They're gonna tear all the trees down in front of my house to be able to do it, because the sewer main is so deep, they have to dig way deep. They're gonna be, here's the property line of the city right away. Here's the street, here's my property. So all the large trees that are in front of my property, they're gonna have to excavate deep when you go 10 to 12 feet down where the sewer main is, because I hired an engineer to tell me how deep it was. And they came out and they said, it's 10 to 12 feet deep right here. So now when you dig 10 to 12 feet down, you have to go for your, OSHA, you have to do a slope back or a trench box, they're gonna kill all those trees, because all the trees, the root balls that are in that area, all my trees, it's gonna open my whole front of my property on Holmes Road, destroying all my trees.
All right, and in line
Thank
with
you for
what,
your time.
in line with what the chairman asked me to do, I'll try and move through these exhibits. So the question becomes, well, how'd you guys even find out about this? Okay, well, we'd been monitoring Compass about this project. I told you the neighbors didn't want this development here. We noticed that a new case had been opened up on this address, 12800 Holmes Road. It's CLD PIR 2023-00030. It's referenced in the staff report. And when you open up that case, we see that there is a review of these public sanitary sewer plans being conducted by a gentleman named Garrett Lust. That's the name on there in Compass. Been around City Hall a little bit over the years. That name was not familiar to me. Made a few calls. Make a long story short, we find out that Garrett Lust is with a private third-party company that the city, when they get busy and staff folks get busy, they farm out some of this overload work to an outside entity. So Garrett Lust is reviewing the public sanitary sewer plans. Understand, Garrett Lust isn't on the development review committee. Garrett Lust isn't in City Hall. Garrett Lust doesn't know that the preliminary plat has the sewer line on private property. He's looking at a set of plans that puts the sewer line in the public right of way. So I find this out from Mr. Lust. I said, can you send me a copy of those plans? Exhibit 36 is Mr. Lust's email to me where he forwarded the sewer plans that were under review in that case number that I just gave you.
And this is a plan, that the preliminary plot that they submitted is totally different than what Mr. Lust is working on, because we contacted Mr. Lust once we determined, we Googled him and then called him, and he said, hey, I'm working on this. And we said, well, how are you gonna get your sanitary sewer? And he goes, we asked him how it's coming across on the preliminary plot that was approved. He goes, we're not working off that drawing. We have a whole totally different drawings. He says, John and I were both together on speaker, and he says, can I email that drawing to you? And he emailed it right here to John and shows that it's a totally different plan of what was submitted preliminary. And today, even to today, I don't even think it's been uploaded. The correct one still hasn't been uploaded on Compass.
I have a question for city staff. Do we have the updated plan? Is that what city is reviewing with showing the sewer that is in the right of way? That is the latest plan versus this preliminary plan?
The preliminary plan is closest to this docket number. And then the utility plans that they're referring to is on the other side.
Right.
And those are the differences.
So I
Just
guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I know, no, you're fine. As we talk about these kind of unilateral deviations, this is pretty standard in construction. If you're doing a preliminary, in my opinion, in a preliminary plan, you're generally trying to see if it works and where it could go. And as you go through the process, you then refine what that is. If we were completely changing how this works and switching everything and where it's at on the site, I could maybe see where that would land. But this is not that different from what was submitted. So I personally, I'm not sure how city staff has erred on this regard at this point in time.
Short answer to the first part of your question, Exhibit 20 is the preliminary plat, and Exhibit 21 are the plans that show the deviation. That's the first part of your question. Got the exhibits there. And the second part of your question is, I think if this were something other than moving probably the most important utility element, maybe I'd look at it a little differently or analyze it, but this is the most important utility element to getting a development off the ground. How are you going to sewer your project? And the fact that they put it in the right of way and didn't go back to the development review committee, because as they haven't gotten there yet, but where they want to put the sewer is about a half a lane's width from the existing lanes in Holmes Road. So if you're going to dig down 10 feet deep, about 6 feet away from the existing pavement in Holmes Road, then you've got issues about whether you're going to in fact impact the road base or the road itself. So this isn't just we moved it from, point A on a private property to point B. We moved it 10 feet. It's still on private property. we're affecting public right of way, and we're affecting the public right of way about a half a lane. So if a lane is 12 feet wide, those plans show they want to affect that public right of way about a half a lane's width away from the existing street. That impacts road, bed, and the road itself. And nobody has taken that back to the Development Review Committee, who is charged with identifying potential problems and requiring them to be resolved before you bring a final plat here.
That's valid, but I feel like that is not considered a problem since you're building in the public right of way, which is typically where you'd want to see some of these utilities located.
I guess I'm not trying to argue with Ms. Dorf, but why isn't the Development Review Committee being allowed to
Making
make
that
a
decision.
Why are we letting
But this is
You
a
know,
preliminary plat review, correct?
a preliminary plat is to be reviewed by the Development
Correct.
Review Committee?
For
And the
feasibility.
And the
General-
Development Review Committee saw a preliminary plat that didn't impact the public right of way. Now the construction plans are impacting the public right of way, and nobody's taken it back to the Development Review Committee. That's the problem here.
So what would the DRC, I mean, the DRC is there to identify an issue and resolve it. They haven't got to do that with this. They submitted one thing and they turn in, and then they work on something different. How do they know that the first one didn't work? Because there's no reason why it wouldn't work. Because I hire.
But the planning process is for, you go through this, the
I
process
understand.
with the committee, understand if it's feasible, viable, and then go through the next steps then to go through permitting and what that would.
So A would be go through the DRC, preliminary plot, it got approved. Now you're gonna do the same thing right again, but doesn't go to the DRC.
Let's continue on. If you have other things, I think we are very close to we're over your time by another 10 minutes. So if you could add any additional comments, because we still have opposition that we have not heard from and others that are in support.
I gave Exhibit 31, which talks about when you can file these construction plans, because it's kind of interesting how come the city even accepted those construction plans, because there was no final plat that had been applied for or approved at the time of those construction plans. And Exhibit 31 clearly says your construction plans get filed after your final plat or in conjunction with your application for final plat approval. So that hadn't happened. Anyway, when we got those plans from Mr. Lust, that generated a letter from me, which is Exhibit 22, a June 15th letter, which I identified these plans that we're talking about. So we'll kind of skip what's in that letter. The next thing that happened was that we kind of followed up with the city on, what's happening with the letter that I sent to you on June 15th. A month later, in July, I followed up and said, what's going on? July 14th, I get a letter that says, your letter has been submitted to the Limeview Developer Design Team for evaluation. Your comments, concerns will be incorporated into the design review process or resolved accordingly. Okay, so I didn't hear anything for another month. So end of August, Exhibit 24, I write another email to Mr. Thomas here at the city. And now I'm telling him, my client reports to me that excavation machines have been moved on site and been used to clear trees in a culvert pipe that's been installed in the city right of way. So again, it's subtle, but understand what's going on. My letter that's basically saying they should have to go back and get a new preliminary plat has been forwarded to the developer. So I think anybody who's reading my letter knows that there's going to be some kind of appeal of that. And now they're racing out there tearing down the trees before there's some kind of an appeal. The next exhibit that I would refer to is I get a determination from Mr. Rexwinkle dated September 11th. Thanks for your email. I've evaluated, this is Exhibit 25, by the way. I've evaluated the points mentioned and compared the preliminary plat that was approved to the submitted construction drawings. They are in conformance to the approved preliminary plat, so it holds as the controlling plan. A new or revised preliminary plat is not required at this time, and therefore the tree preservation ordinance is not applicable. That's what we're appealing. That's the determination that was made. We believe that either A, new preliminary plat should have been required given the substantial deviation that was made here, or you have to declare the construction plans to be the plan of record. And if you have to go get a new preliminary plat, tree preservation ordinance would apply because that approval request comes after the tree preservation ordinance. Or if you declare the construction plans to now be the plan of record because this is what you want to build, that comes after the tree preservation ordinance. But in no event do you get to say, well, yeah, there's this deviation, but plan of record, which isn't defined anywhere, is the plan. So that's Exhibit 25. Exhibit 26, I write Mr. Rex Winkle back and basically ask, are there some standards or guidelines that in the code that you use to determine the construction drawings are in conformance to the approved preliminary plat? It's Exhibit 26. And I think the next two exhibits in your stack, Mr. Chairman, are, we've made mention a couple of times that there were this work that was done without a permit out there. I just wanted you to have in Exhibit 37, the inspection case where staff went out there, work being performed without a permit and after a cease and desist order was issued. And then 38
Pictures, yep.
pictures so that you can see the scope of what happened out here. This isn't one tree that they raced out there and got done before we could get through this process. They did this work without the permit. Of course, the ordinances require that you have to have this permit, and they didn't. And city got out there and told them to stop, and they went ahead and did more after they were told to stop. So anyway, Exhibit 27, I'm again following up late September with Mr. Rex Wingle. How did you determine that these things were in conformance? What's your standards and guidelines that you used? Okay, I get a response from Mr. Rex Winkle, which is Exhibit 39. The applicable sections are 88-545 and 88-550. I put both of those in evidence before you. Neither one of those sections that he cited list any standards or guidelines on how to determine whether construction plans conform to an approved preliminary plat. In fact, the interesting thing is neither one of those sections, nowhere in the zoning ordinance, is there a definition of the controlling plan. That apparently is what the city staff is saying. There's a controlling plan out here. How do we know the preliminary plat's the controlling plan? There's no definition in the ordinance to that effect. Couple other things. When did Limeview finally figure out they better get a final plat application in because the city's processing construction plans filed in April of 2023? That's Exhibit 35. They filed for final plat approval on September 28th, 2023. What's interesting about that date? It's 2 days after we filed our appeal. They're now filing for a final plat because they know what's going on here. They know that we're raising issues about how is it you filed construction plans without a final plat application? You have to go back and get a preliminary plat, and if you have to go back and get a new preliminary plat approved, you're gonna have to comply with the tree ordinance. So they're out there they're running out there tearing down trees. And then you have Exhibit 30. I thought you ought to have a copy of the ordinance on final plat application. So what I'd say is this. The preliminary plat that was approved no longer expresses the developer's intentions about all features in the subdivision, which is what the ordinance requires.
We understand that, Mr. Rowe, we really do.
And we have a situation of how is the Development Review Committee supposed to do its job of identifying problems if you make this substantial deviation, turn in plans, I want to dig next to the paved road here and not have anybody say whether that's going to be a problem or not. I would say that if you uphold the staff's determination, you're sending a message out there that creates a real slippery slope that developers can show one thing to the city and then and the community, and then make changes later that if you're not paying attention, nobody sees because those don't get sent out. That's not a public hearing thing. Those don't get sent out to people. And the problem with that is how much of a change, goes to your question, Ms. Mixdorf, how much is a change is enough of a change to send you back? If putting the public sewer on private property and then putting it out in the public right of way isn't enough, well, okay, can I change the location of the sewer and the water line? No, that's not. Can I change the location of the sewer and the water line? How about if I change where my road to my subdivision meets Holmes Road? And now it met site distance requirements, but now it encroaches upon site distance requirements. Oh, we can't do that. Well, this other developer got to make a change on his sewer line in case number such and such. He didn't have to go
True, I
back.
get it. I totally get it. And I think our committee here gets it. Again, I've got to put the time requirement on you. You got double the time that most people don't get. So you had double time. Can you make a quick summary? Then we can go to the other people out in the virtual world who wants to comment on the case.
I think my summary is this. If you uphold the appeal, you are in fact giving the city staff more control to protect people like my client and people in the Woodbridge subdivision. Because what you're saying is the staff has the ability to tell a developer like this one, who files construction plans that have a substantial deviation from what their development review committee saw. You're telling the staff, you have the authority to tell this person, well, if you want to make that change, that's your call, but you're going to have to go back and get a new preliminary plat approved.
Right.
That's the key here. If you uphold his appeal, you're really giving the staff the ability to have a little more control to protect neighborhoods and people like my client.
Right.
Denying my client's appeal, you're setting a precedent and a slippery slope for other developers to come in and say, well, he got away with moving this. I'll move 2 things, or I'll move 3 things, or this developer come back and do something else.
Right. I get it. We get it. Thank you. I appreciate all the exhibits and all the support and backup to support what you're trying to do here with him. All right, who we have out there?
Michelle?
Okay, Michelle Burns, is that right? Miss Michelle Burns, what are your comments today, ma'am?
Yes, I am the attorney for Limeview Development, and I will try to wrap it up and get to Mr. Rose correct exhibits, because that was a little bit
Mr.
confusing.
Chairman,
I mean,
I have one objection that if I don't put it in now, somebody's going to say I waived it. This came up the last time that we were here when we only had 4 members and we wanted to have a 5-member
Right.
board. So we asked that be continued. Miss Burns wanted to speak about that and didn't want the case continued. I made an objection then that I want to put on the record here today. My client's appeal is an appeal of Joe Rexwinkle's decision. Okay. Miss Burns is wanting to make a collateral attack on that. So on this appeal. So what I think Miss Burns has to do is she has to make a case that the city staff cannot adequately represent her client's position. And that's why she needs to be heard, because I think she's going to be testifying here in support of the city's determination. So why is she testifying in support of the city's determination?
I think
The
we need to
staff-
let
Yeah, we need to
her
let her-
speak
yeah.
first.
Let her.
But I'm
Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
objecting that she has not
Your
made a
objection's
case.
noted, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Burns.
all right. Yes, thank you. Number one, Mr. Rowe kept talking about this being a substantial deviation from the preliminary plat. A preliminary plan or plat is just preparing what is known with the information had at that time, and the city evaluates that and then approves it or disapproves it with suggestions, which happened here with the Development Review Committee. Mr. Rowe is Mr. McMurray's at least 3rd attorney in this. And Mr. Rowe attempts to go back and saying that Limeview Development is trying to circumvent the system after that the application for rezoning was denied, which this property is on O2. The owner tried to downzone it to R5, so it'd be more compatible with the surrounding properties and more restrictive, even though his proposed development was allowable under O2. And it was only after consistent roadblocks by Mr. McMurray and some others that got denied. And we went ahead and filed the preliminary plat under the existing zoning, which could ultimately allow anything else there. If you look at what Mr. Rowe is saying and Mr. McMurray is a substantial deviation. I think it's, yeah, on his exhibit 1220, the 1.10, the approved preliminary plat, which also states in it, it is the proposed location of everything. It shows where the initial proposed sanitary sewer connects within the landscape easement area of the development across to Mr. McMurray's property, where there is a connection, and Mr. McMurray has connection from the same sanitary sewer line and manhole that he is objecting that this development connect to, because he refuses. There's also a manhole on his property, and we can't get connection through that because Mr. McMurray will not allow an easement for connection to that. It would obviously be cheaper for the developer to go across there instead of boring under and traffic control and everything else, but this is the way it's got to be. Sanitary sewer under right-of-way is permitted by city code, so that's not a violation of it. And this is the only minor deviation, which I think is maybe exhibit 30. Sorry, I was trying to write them down as he was going through them.
Ms. Burns, don't get lost in the weeds. Keep going.
Okay, yes. Well, in the submitted construction plans, the only deviation is not crossing the applicant's property to connect to the Kansas City, Missouri manhole located thereon, but having to go out into the right of way and connect to an existing manhole and the service line already going through the right of way on Holmes Road. So he's not asking for anything else other than that. And it's only due to Mr. McMurray's refusal to allow it and trying to get this as some major change through of the preliminary plat that was approved, which is not, and this is still proposed because there will be as-built and all of that will be subject to approval. Mr. Rowe in the tree ordinance went on, which again, we do not believe applies at all. We agree with staff, but specifically excludes pointing out to the board the exemptions under 88-424-03L, a development plan, project plan, special use permit, preliminary plat that has been previously approved or an application for approval of such has been deemed complete or is proceeding through the approval process. That is an exemption to the tree ordinance. Mr. Rose stating that not upholding their appeal will be a slippery slope. And in our position, that is the absolute opposite. If the BZA upholds this appeal, this would create a slippery slope and a standard for builders, developers, anybody doing business that is far more restrictive and beyond the scope of the city codes, which the builders, residents, property owners, business owners rely on when they are investing in Kansas City, Missouri. And that's exactly what my client is doing. There's no significant change that would require it. We agree,
Burns,
obviously, with staff.
I didn't know if
go
you could
ahead.
hear,
I'm
but
sorry.
your timer did go off. Is there any last comments that you would like to make?
No, just that we believe that this is plan is fully compliant and that the appellant's appeal is just yet another attempt to try to circumvent this development that he has not wanted for years, and we support city staff's recommendation, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. We also have a James Ziegler out in the audience. Mr. Ziegler?
Yes, are you there?
Yes, what's your comments today, sir? And you are on a 5-minute timer.
Okay. I was actually just sent an email this morning from a Michael Wagner, who is the president of the Woodbridge Homes Association. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make this meeting, so I was asked to read this for him. So
right.
Here's a letter. My name is Michael Wagner.
Yeah.
My address is,
Sir,
Yes.
before we can hear this, it's got to be your testimony. If you're reading something from him, unless it's notarized and submitted, we cannot admit that that's hearsay, sir.
oh, okay, understood. I did not realize that.
apologize, but yeah, we can't do it. Would you like
Okay.
to make some other comments?
Um,
Your behalf?
yeah, so I think the biggest thing with the homeowners association that we've had issues with is the communication between Limeview and the homeowners association. We were going through the process when they were going to get rezoned back behind us, and there was basically we were every time we tried to have communications with them, they didn't want to hear anything that would deviate from their plan in the back. For that development. It seems to us that they're just trying to fit as many homes in this property as possible without leaving any green space between the homeowners on the street on Cherry Street and the property back behind it. So yes, that's why we're speaking in favor, or I'm speaking in favor of the appeal by Mr. McMurray. And there was also, obviously, it's been brought up before, the issues with taking trees off the property and stuff like that without permits, which, I mean, that's a safety issue, and I got kids, and that makes me concerned as a parent as well. So,
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Ziegler, for your testimony. It's well noted here. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Board members, you have questions of the applicant or anyone in the audience?
Anna, do you want to respond to anything that, I mean, not everything, but is there any particular response that you would have to what Mr. Rowe argued?
A lot of the points that I listed previously still stand. The preliminary plat is a controlling plan, a guiding document that says, is development possible here? Or can they meet the codes? If they show something that's technically possible, like the sewer running over the adjacent property, technically approvable. But then if later they come in, they have to revise plans a little bit. In this case, it's just moving into the right of way, still an approvable, form for the sanitary sewer. Like we said, this is probably a more approvable option than the first, since it is the right of way and not on adjacent property. There are situations where a major amendment, would be required. That would be, substantial addition of units or lots, completely reconfiguring the street, the removal of certain features, things like that, that would require an amendment to the preliminary plat, but this does not kind of rise to that level.
Thank you.
Chairman, could I reply to one or two points that Ms. Burns made?
In 120 seconds, 2 minutes or less, sir.
Yes, sir. Ms. Burns alleged that the tree ordinance doesn't apply. I want to point out that 88-424-02 applicability requirements of this section are applicable to requests for the following permits, and then -A, any permit for land site disturbance. And if you go back to 88-550, you can't, this is under construction plans. You cannot remove trees or other vegetation unless you receive a site disturbance permit. So it's right there in the ordinance. If you're going to get a permit for land or site disturbance, you can't do that without approval of a tree preservation and protection plan. And they didn't do that. Second thing I'd point out is she kind of made light of the fact, she said a preliminary plat is just a drawing. No, it's not. Well, I don't think we should use her definition of just a drawing. Let's use the city's definition in the code of what a preliminary plat is, and that's an expression of the developer's intentions. Then this last point, can't get connection across McMurray, she alleged. I want the record to reflect, there's never been a request for an easement from McMurray. There's never been an offer made to McMurray. There's been no communication with McMurray. So to sit here and say we can't go across McMurray, a little disingenuous, and I think that probably eats up my 120 seconds.
Thank you. Complicated case, board members, but hopefully you can whittle through it and come forth with either questions of the applicant or the audience.
Okay, so briefly, is the argument for the tree ordinance applying because the changes to the preliminary plat were made after the ordinance was passed? Is that the issue here?
Absolutely. I think that's spot on.
But the preliminary plat was before the tree ordinance, correct?
The approved preliminary plat predates the adoption of the tree ordinance.
And so your argument, as I understand it, is that since it changed, the tree ordinance should apply and they should have to pay the fees or whatever to make that change, essentially.
Yes, the tree ordinance should apply for at least two reasons. One, they have to go back and get a new preliminary plat approved, and that application would necessarily come after the tree ordinance. Two, if you're going to say that these construction plans are such that we're going to open a case, accept your filing fee, hire an outside reviewer, and process your plans before you ever file a final plat, which is contrary to what the ordinance requires, then I'm saying those construction plans now become the plan of record, even though that term isn't defined in the ordinance, plan of record. But what are you doing opening a case file, taking a filing fee, processing and reviewing these things if those aren't the plan of record now? And those plans came after the tree protection ordinance. So that's and then the third reason why the tree protection ordinance applies is because you're supposed to get a permit for land site disturbance. This developer didn't go out and get a permit for that land site disturbance and instead just went out and tore down the trees, because in the developer's mind, what's the penalty for doing something without a permit? It's triple the permit fee here in Kansas City. But you know what? The cost of having to comply with the tree ordinance is a lot more than triple the permit fee. So I'm alleging that there was an economic calculated decision made on what was best for the developer, but it turns out to be the worst thing for the people that have to live there. And now staff has made a determination, well, you don't have to go back and get a preliminary plat. We're asking, yeah, make them go back and get a preliminary plat. Put some teeth into this tree ordinance, make it apply.
All right, board members, thank you, Mr. Rowe.
I'm just one board member, and I've kind of voiced this before. I still don't know how the staff has erred in this particular case. We have a preliminary plat, it is preliminary, it is part of the process. Again, I'm just one board member, but that's the part I'm struggling with, to see where they erred in this process.
Yeah, and it seems to me if we took Mr. Rowe's position, staff is already under tremendous pressure to get things approved. And this would cause developments to come to a halt if they had to go back for every single minor change. And I just don't think that's a feasible interpretation of the code, so.
Yeah, I think I'd agree that moving a sewer.
Didn't increase the number of homes on the site, still 19.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, board members, anybody?
In docket item number 11, case number 143, I move that the board deny the appeal and uphold the staff's determination in this case.
A motion, do I have a second?
I second.
Brian?
Calling roll.
Oh,
Moran. Mixer.
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Also aye. Thank you for coming before us. No, look, we're gonna zip through these like hot butter on a stove.
Right. I like your confidence.
Look, we're already at 15, we're jumping. Got Stephanie up there. Miss Anna.
Yes, okay, now we're on docket item 15. This is case CD BZA 2023-00170 for 5930 Ward Parkway. This is a request to approve a variance to the platted side setback in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, plus any other needed variances on about 0.75 acres, generally located at 5930 Ward Parkway. If you are the applicant or property owner, oh no, my Zoom. Sorry, guys. My Zoom turned off. If
It's
you
totally
are-
unacceptable.
Yeah. If you are the property owner, can you admit them on there? I'm so
Oh,
sorry, this
yes.
doesn't have a mouse, so I can't right click. If you are the property owner or applicant, a part of this case, please make yourself known now on Zoom so we can admit you or approach the microphone in the room. This is a reminder that anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on this particular case to raise their hand now so we can admit you. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. No other people have raised their hand, and is your applicant connected?
Yes, I promoted her and they accepted.
Who do we have there, Stephanie? Do you-
Last name
Okay.
Hatfield?
Yes. They're on right now with the camera on.
Okay. Hi there. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
s- Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And what's your name for the court reporter?
Leslie Hatfield.
All right. And Ms. Hatfield, what's your connection here?
I'm representing Claudia and Edward Grime. I work at Schlegel Design Remodel, the builder for this project.
Okay, perfect. There are a list of administrative exhibits
9.
Labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case. Do we have your approval to admit those?
Yes, there are submittals.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the presentation by Ms. Stephanie.
So we got docket number 15, CD BCA 2023-00170, located on 5930 Ward Parkway, zoned R-6. And the applicant is seeking a variance to approve the platted, is seeking a variance to the platted side setback. All right, so the subject site is located on the western side of Kansas City, close to the Kansas border. Here is an overview. It's on Ward Parkway and Stratford Road. So this case was presented before you back in 2020. It was the same exact variance the applicant is seeking now. However, the time limit to submit for not an application for a permit, expired. But the applicant can talk more about that after I present. So this is the whole site plan. The side setback is this one here on the eastern side of the lot. And this is the proposed build, this little box in the top corner. Here is a close-up, a screen porch. So here are the elevations of what this porch will look like. And then here are some pictures of current conditions. Another one. So, the variance is a 10-foot and 6-inch variance to this street front yard. I'm sorry, I think I said side, but to the street front yard platted setback to permanent setback of 34 feet and 6 inches on the subject site. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated due to the majority of the homes on the same block face being set back 45 feet, but it will not negatively impact any nearby properties, and this will relieve any nonconformities. And the difficulty cannot be obviated as it's part of the existing home and pool encroach. The setback cannot be moved. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Board members, questions of staff?
A question. So when this came before us last time, and what our motion was that it was approved.
Yeah,
but
it was
they
approved,
just didn't get the.
And they
permit.
had
Okay.
no opposition. I remember this case. Ms. Hatfield, tell us why we should approve it again.
Well, I'd love for you to approve it again. The reason why we didn't meet the deadline of getting the construction documents completed and permitted was the owner decided to go another route. We were not the original applicant, but we have maintained the original ask. So the homeowner decided to go with a new builder, and we did change the appearance of the elevations to be more in tune with the look of the home. So the footprint has remained the same. And it was purely the homeowner deciding to go with another builder.
Ms. Hatfield, we did not have neighbor opposition before. Do we have any neighbor support or opposition this time?
No.
I kind of remember this case because I drive by that house all the time, so. Board members, anyone want to go for it again?
I'd offer a motion. In case number 170, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Please call the please call the roll.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Ms. Hatfield, your project is approved. Good luck to you and the homeowners, the Grimes.
Thank you.
Hey.
Okay. Now we're on docket item 16. This is case CD BZA 2023-00162 for 4232 Park Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill residential lot standards to permit a garage on the subject site, plus any other additional variances on about 0.1 acres generally located at 4232 Park Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant and property owner is in attendance in the city council committee room. This is a reminder for any members of the general public who wishes to provide testimony in this particular case to raise their hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can admit you. Being none.
Great.
And the standard 9 exhibits apply to this case.
Sir, are you Mr. Guard?
And Mr. Guard, yes.
Welcome to our committee. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Irwin Guard, it's G-A-R.
Thank you, Mr. Guard. There are a list of administrative exhibits we need to have admitted to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, take it away.
Okay, today we have docket item 16, CDBZA 2023-162, located at 4232 Park Avenue in an R25 district. The applicant seeking approval of a variance to the infill residential standards to permit a garage on the subject site, plus any additional variances necessary. As I always do with infill lots, I kind of give a brief overview of the rules, especially since we have some new members in attendance. I figured it'd be good to go over again. The purpose of the infill development standards is to ensure the residential development in established neighborhoods is generally consistent with form, bold placement, and the scale of existing residential buildings. To stimulate investment in established neighborhoods and to provide sufficient flexibility to allow incremental evolution of established neighborhoods to meet the community's changing needs. The infill residential contest area, also referred to as IRCA, determines what is allowed on a subject site and is it said subject site is a designated infill area. The IRCA contains all lots within a 200-foot radius on the same block face as the subject site. Side setbacks are set to be 10% of the lot width or 5 feet, whichever are less. The maximum building width shall not exceed 125% of the widest two nearest buildings in the IRCA. Maximum building coverage is 50% of the lot area. Maximum impervious surface coverage is 75% of the lot area. Driveways are prohibited when an alley is present. Driveways from the street shall be permitted when 51% or more of homes in the IRCA have them. And those driveways are not to exceed 12 feet in width. Attached garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of homes in the infill residential contest area have attached garages visible from the street. That applies to what we're hearing today for this case. When attached garages are visible from the street, the garage door shall not occupy more than 40% of the width of the ground level facade. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site. What you don't see from this aerial, because it's a little outdated, is those vacant lots that you see. Most of those are filled with homes at this time. I do have pictures from Erwin that he sent me this morning. You won't see those in your staff report, just showing that those lots are filled. So the red line that you see is the 200-foot buffer. The green line is the block face within that 200-foot buffer. The pink outlined properties are homes that exist that do not have garages. In red outlined are properties that do. As I read a couple slides ago, you have to have 51% or greater to have a garage for your proposed home. He is at 50%, so 1% shy. These are the pictures that Erwin sent to me this morning showing those newly developed lots. This is a site plan of the proposed property. The variance request is a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a garage on the front of the home on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Very nice. Mr. Guard, why should we, I'm sorry, any questions of Mr. Tomlin from board members? Mr. Guard, why should we?
I was just gonna say, how did those other new developments end up with garages? I assume they would be.
For the infill ordinance,
For the infill.
Oh,
probably be my guess, but like city staff to.
That would be my assumption. I didn't look into the specific history of those lots, just that they were approved and did have stamps on them. So they are permitted.
The infill is relatively new to us. Mr. Guard, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, before I begin my testimony, I'd like to give a little background on what my experience is. I'm a licensed land surveyor and owner of Guard Horizon LLC. It's a land surveying and permit assistant firm in Blue Springs, Missouri. I am also vice chair of the Blue Springs BOZ or BOA. So I sympathize with your responsibility because I do that regularly in Blue Springs. But nevertheless, I come to you today because I think there's a just reason for the variance. As Connor so elaborately reviewed the infill ordinance requirements. I do want to point out a couple of things that he mentioned. And that is, first, the purpose of the infill ordinance. And one of those statements in there is to allow incremental evolution of established neighborhoods. I'm going to come back to that here in a little bit later, but that's one of the things that we think is very critical in this application. The other element that we are appealing is the 51% rule, which says that 51% of the existing homes in the area have to conform with what you are proposing. I have a problem with that rule. How can you do incremental evolution of a neighborhood if you have to match what's already there? Can't do an evolution if you just simply perpetuate what's already there. Now, the other element that we're doing here and the photos that Connor had up there about what has been done in the past, there are 4 existing homes with garages. These are new homes. They were permitted before the infill ordinance went into effect. So I agree that there's that factor involved. But the application that's before you today sits between 2 of those 4 homes that are already there with garages. 4 homes without garages is north of these new homes. So staff is correct. We don't meet the 51% requirement. But since there's new homes on either side of this property with garages, and one of the homes have the double car garage, in fact, we feel that a variance is reasonable for this one lot that my client wants to build. So we're asking you to give a variance to the 51% rule for this one lot so that we can be in conformity with the homes on either side and the other 2 homes on to the south. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Just 1% off.
Just 1%.
You're not asking for a gigantic deviation. I sympathize with your homes on either side of you. Garages.
It doesn't make any sense to deny a garage on this lot when you have a double car garage on the right and 3 garages to the left.
Board members, any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but essentially it does make sense to kind of continue the uniformity. As was mentioned that, how do you kind of change the trajectory or the future of the neighborhood without being able to produce products that are catered to future generations who have interest in wanting to purchase in these neighborhoods and community. Also, too, the hopes is, with the other vacant lots on opposing blocks or 2 blocks over, we have a design that fits and that works. I would imagine costs, though, there may be a hardship in trying to do a design that's comparable to what's already there as opposed to doing a design of the new units that are there. And so that could be a hardship in itself of having to deviate to the what the infill ordinance says. So I wouldn't mind making a motion to go ahead and grant. Looking at case number 0162, I make the motion that we approve the variance.
Of course, with site plan and staff report, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran. Anna?
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir. Thank you for
you.
coming.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for waiting.
And I sympathize with your previous case.
Thank you. You want to take one more, Anna, or do you want to do a break? Doesn't
choice.
matter. I'm good if let's keep rolling.
Okay, docket item 17 is case CD BZA 2023-00164. This is for 14333 Kelly Road. It's a request to approve a variance to the accessory dwelling unit standards in an R80 zoned district. This is a residentially zoned district, plus any additional variances on about 13.4 acres, generally located at 14333 Kelly Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. There are the 9 exhibits. I see the applicant or property owner in the council committee room with us. This is a reminder for any members of the general public who wish to provide testimony on this particular item to please raise your hand now so we can admit you for public testimony. Seeing none.
Could you raise your right hand to be sworn in, sir? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
I'm actually Sean Sparks. I'm the builder.
Okay, but we have.
I believe
yeah,
John Daly is
yeah.
online.
Great. My apologies.
Do we want to bring him or do we care? No, we probably should. Mr. Daly?
He's not. It's okay. We can continue.
Okay, I think that's good. So we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Okay, great. Those are admitted. And part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, take it away.
Okay, today we have docket 17, CDBZA 2023-164 at 14333 Kelly Road, zoning district R80. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory dwelling unit standards to permit a large ADU on the subject site near the primary residence, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is the site itself as it exists currently. Highlighted in pink on this site plan is the proposed ADU. These are the elevations on 2 separate pages. There's going to be a couple variances for this. A variance of 617 square feet to the maximum size of an accessory dwelling unit to permit an accessory dwelling unit at a size of 1417 square feet on the subject site. This is a 77% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B, a variance of 2,213 square feet to the maximum floor area of an ADU to permit the floor area of this ADU to be 3,013 square feet. This is a 276.6% increase from what code calls for. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
All right, questions of staff?
Yes. Question. Okay, so we have, they're building 2 ADUs on this site? Or why do we have
One-
2 max size variances? I guess I need to understand the difference between.
So in the ADU, so to an accessory structure,
Uh-huh.
the maximum size is 800 square feet with for a garage. And then
So that's the 1,400 square foot
yes,
request is kind of garage related, and then the other request is for the.
yeah, for
dwelling
the
unit
total
itself.
floor area for ADUs specifically.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sparks, why should we grant your approval?
Hope I don't take as long as everyone else did today.
We're asking
Um,
for a lot of variance. I will be honest with you there, so.
I agree. The actual garage size is 1,280 square feet. The livable space, my client is wanting to build this property specifically for his parents. Unfortunately, we had that January 9th, snow and everything, but his mom actually passed the week prior. So this is going to be his dad's dwelling for the rest of his life. And so at the time, it was obviously for his parents. Now it's for his father. It is a ADA house. It does have a elevator that we got approval for. This has a 3-car garage, but Mr. Daly and his father also, like a previous gentleman that was here, they work on his older vehicles, and so they like the garage space. This is, as far as fire code, I remember that gentleman talking about fumes. Actually, we have enough protection where that's not going to cause an issue. And this is something that he feels like home. He had a big house. I believe right now that he is waiting for some type of approval so we can get this. And they just want a family. Got 5 children. I would assume a couple of them are probably going to take it later down the road. This is off of 12 acres. He did talk to all the neighbors. We got a lot of very positive response from the neighbors. There's only 5 of them. They all have large homes, obviously a lot of acreage. This isn't a rural type of setting. This isn't like downtown, what I've been hearing all day, is it's away from everything. You can't even really see it from the street. So we're just asking for an approval for property.
So is your land is 13 acres
It's actually 12.
or whatever? It's a lot of
Yes.
acres.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 12, 13, it's more than my quarter acre in Brookston. Less. All right.
I have a question.
Yep.
Or sorry,
No,
do you have
no, that was it. So go ahead. Your.
what is the size of the main house?
It's about 4,600 square feet. It's around 60 by 35, 3-story. It's very large.
And I understand, so when we think of an accessory, when I think of an accessory dwelling unit, I think of a much smaller unit on site with another property. And yes, a 3,000 square foot unit is smaller than the one that's on site, so I get that. But I'm just one board member, but that seems very large for the purpose of the ADU ordinance. And have you looked at other methods to kind of reduce the scale of that? Even though I know you have space and you have 12 acres, but that seems very large for an ADU, and that seems more like a second residence at
I
that
need
point.
to ask real quick, where are we coming up with the numbers of the square foot of the property?
Yeah, so the site plan that was sent over, I just did a rough measurement with the scale. Since it wasn't written on there, I just had to make a rough.
Gotcha. The property size is 38 by 28. It's 2,400 square feet altogether if you include the garage. That in there?
That's helpful. In my mind, still really large for an accessory dwelling unit. That's a full, that's bigger than my house.
We're more country.
Yeah, yeah.
Bigger homes. They grow up on property. We all do. I mean, we're over by Olathe Lake, so 6. And
Double my house, I'll say.
yeah, well, just where we're from, we're more small town, and but with big homes. Gosh, I just built a barn that was probably bigger than. Anyways,
Right.
big ones.
I guess-
So I understand for Mr. Daly that this is just something his father wanted. It was more of a dream home for his wife as well, and obviously the 3-car garage is more of for toys, if you will.
I guess one of the things I'm struggling with is the practical difficulty, because I don't know, you have a lot of space, you can do a lot of things. And I think just because you want more space is not necessarily a difficulty. So have you gone through any other designs or other iterations, a reason that you need something this large to accommodate your request?
I haven't talked to him about that specifically to, see about lowering. We were trying to, when I was talking to Connor, to see if we can get this variance approval. So we haven't gone to that stage yet.
I'm just one board member, but I would be interested in seeing maybe what other compromises could be had. Even if it's a 250% variance, that's a lot more than our 1% we were kind of looking at in the last case. And so I have a little concern over just how large these variances are.
He's
Is
pretty
the variance
tech-savvy.
changed? Because he says it's 2,400 square feet as opposed to.
Yeah, if he's got the exact numbers,
You can update those.
yeah, I can update those.
Okay.
Okay, but this will be a smaller variance than you originally.
Yeah.
thought.
100% instead of 276%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In your bulletin I-70, number 7, looks like your max height feet was 25 feet of well, from your principal dwelling, this is the peak to the ridge is 32. And then obviously you said 800 square feet. I don't know if that just means dwelling or if that's actually the whole.
Would we need another
Garage.
variance then for height if it's
Well,
30?
Anna can correct me if I'm wrong. We're not measuring to the peak of the roof from a zoning standpoint. We're measuring to the mid plate.
Oh, then we're really good with that.
On the other hand, agree with my honored cohort to my left, Ms. Mixdorf, because it sits on so many acres.
It's really small
gigantic
compared.
out
Yeah,
there.
it is.
So the size doesn't, if it was in Union Hill, there's no way.
It's almost a half mile from the street.
I agree. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's going to cause any harm in this type of neighborhood. even though it is a very large variance.
You guys get better tax dollars for this type of build? Can we?
We don't deal with that.
No.
Okay, in docket item number 17, case number 164, I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Can anybody?
I second it.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
No.
and Ebbets.
Support.
The motion fails. The variances fail.
So what does that mean? That we have to come back with a smaller scaled
Gotta
property?
reapply, sir. Yeah.
Well, the motion failed. Could there be another motion to continue it?
And reduce size.
So we don't have to make him start over? Continue it for a month and have him come back
that
with a
okay?
proposal?
Yeah, that's okay, because you didn't deny.
Yeah, the motion just
denying it.
Yeah.
failed, so.
So, do we have another motion?
So in case number 17, or docket item number 17, case number 164, I move that we grant a 1-month continuance for the applicant to come back with a smaller variance request.
Is 1 month a sufficient amount of time? Would you need more time than 1 month?
I would have to
Because we're in
talk
the
to our
process.
engineering, because I don't know how busy they are right now.
Be
to
March
be able-
12th or April 9th.
Let's do April 9th. I work for the Army as well, so I'll be busy.
All right.
I'm probably not gonna be here. I'm getting a knee replacement April 2nd, so.
But we should be able to have, we'll have
But
other
if
board
you've got
members and
other
we have the
board
video
members.
recording so we can get everyone up to
Right,
speed for
okay.
a forum.
All right.
Okay.
So I move that we grant a 2-month continuance.
I second that.
Thank you. Anna?
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. You're good till April 12th, sir.
All right,
April
if you're-
9th, excuse me, April 9th.
Fine, thank you. So just like, 50 feet less?
Whatever you think is
The
appropriate.
thing is, it wasn't right to begin with, it was smaller than what the report said, so,
I think it'll be an opportunity to update things with
Right.
Connor, get
Right.
everything squared away and then assess from there.
Right, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sean, are you related to Gary Sparks?
Everyone thinks I'm related to some Sparks.
Okay, just checking. Okay.
I'm Irish.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh, yeah, break time. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. 15 minutes?
Yep. So be back at 2:55.
I totally agree. Robert's rules, that was the right thing to do, but that's just not the way CPC's run in the past. So that was my default reaction. But
I mean,
I'm
they could've
down.
made a motion
Yeah.
to deny it. if they're supposed to.
I totally understand.
Number 8.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
You want me to use it?
I broke this one.
Okay, yeah. you want-
It wasn't downloading anything, so I tried to turn it off and it.
Anna, I think we're ready. What's the next case?
Okay, now we're focused on docket item 18. This is case CD SUP 2023-00042 for 3242 Benton Boulevard. This is a request to approve a special use permit to permit a bed and breakfast in District R 2.5 on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 3242 Benton Boulevard. The applicant is online, so let me promote them. Uh-oh. Pauline, I'm not a host anymore on Zoom. And this is a reminder that anyone else who is a part of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case, to please raise your hand now so we can admit you. There are 11 exhibits on this case. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner. Can you right-click Chris Morris and promote them? Yep, the applicant is connected.
Mr. Morris, can you hear us?
I can. Hello, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon to you, sir. Turn on your camera so we can see you.
There
If
we
you have
go.
one. There you go. I see you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
Christopher Morris.
Thank you, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your hearing today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin of city staff. Connor, please tell us about the case.
Okay, we have today docket 18 CD SUP 2023-42, located at 3242 Benton Boulevard, an R25 zoning district. A request of a special use permit for a bed and breakfast in this R25 zoning district. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. Also, he owns that property directly to the north. On the left, you have, so these are technically two different site plans. I can tell it's hard to distinguish. Left side, you have zoomed in on a proposed walkway connecting to what is currently a garage that's going to be converted into an office space. On the right-hand side is a full-size site plan. These are floor plans ranging from the basement to the third floor. This is another plan, it's a little cleaner of the site. It includes the landscaping as well as the parking on site that is required. In addition, there's going to be a special exception and a variance that's needed for the property. The proposal of 6-foot fences is being proposed on the site. The deviation is 2 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Majority of homes are compliant with fence code in this area. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And then the next variance is to the setbacks. It'll be a 3-foot variance. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. This building has been long standing in this area, and making this accessory structure into part of the primary structure via a walkway combining the two is what is kind of triggering this setback variance that's required. CPC recommended approval with conditions, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Morris, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you and appreciate your time today. The home 3242 Benton been vacant for at least 15 years, maybe longer. I'd say approximately about 3 to 4 years ago is when the trouble or issues really started. People started to trying to get inside of it. Drugs, prostitution were happening. And after that, it started to leak towards the backyards of some of our neighbors. And so as a defensive measure, my wife and I decided to purchase the home and so we could properly board it up. This is our attempt to try and reinvigorate the neighborhood, providing some services that are needed. Homeowners Association is excited about it. Neighbors are happy to see it and are anticipating and waiting for it to be activated, hopefully. So this is, again, it's our effort to try and do something positive with what's currently a blight on Oak Park neighborhood and the 3200 block in general.
Okay, thank you. There were a list of conditions from the CPC. Do you have any objection to those 8 or 9 conditions?
None.
Say it again, sir.
No, no.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Morris?
Could you address the need for this 6-foot fence? Rather than the 4?
Is security reasons. We wanted to maximize the idea of a bed and breakfast in up and coming, evolving community. We wanted to make it as secure as possible, and the visual aspect of a 6-foot fence would create more of a sense of security and secure environment.
Are you proposing a solid wood fence?
Yes.
Mr. Morris, was that a yes on a solid wood fence?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Mr. Morris, your audio is just very quiet.
Okay, let me see what I can do here on my end.
Connor, could you bring up a plan again to see exactly where that fence?
Yeah, so see the hard black outline? That is the fence.
And so it needs a variance because of which side of it? If it's all kind of behind the primary residence, except maybe the side to the west?
So it's on this corner lot. It's technically in the side and the front yard, which is limited to 4 feet.
Okay.
Mr. Morris, did you consider perhaps a wrought iron look with spacing between the pickets, something like that?
We did, and we are again, the idea is to provide the most secure environment as possible. 4 feet or wrought iron to go along with the clearly the privacy and the security. Just it creates a higher environment, a higher sense of both of those. So I'm trying to be realistic with the location and our desire to provide something positive and beautiful. Security is still paramount, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I think we understand that. I think this board, in the past at least, does not grant many 6-foot solid fences in a front or side yard. We're typically much more open to something that is more transparent, whether that's wrought iron to have visibility for security in and out of a fence. That's the past, not necessarily indicative of what the board could vote today. But we typically see people, if they want a 6-foot tall fence, pursue something that is not solid in the front and side yard.
Connor, could you point out exactly where the variance is needed for because it looks like,
So this little area, I don't know if you can see my mouse.
can you make it bigger?
Yeah, little west.
Okay.
Yeah,
bump
this
out.
right here, which is technically the side yard of the property, and then along the front right here.
Okay.
And
So
that
the- so
southwest
the-
corner is already on a retaining wall.
Yes.
So how high is it gonna, if it's already on a retaining wall and then adding 6 foot? I mean, awful tall fence. Or how high is the retaining wall?
Maybe about 3 feet.
The whole thing will be 9 feet from the
Does your neighbor have any fence on his property that would be that same height?
All of the home directly to the north is vacant. The other neighbors have, I believe the one to the west they do have fencing on their wall, roughly 3 feet, 4 feet retaining wall, something similar. And they do have a fence somewhere between 5 or 6 as well, but I believe it's chain link, maybe wrought iron. I would have to check.
And the one in the front yard is directly on the boulevard, so that to me makes it problem.
I'm more willing to approve something with wrought iron look, steel, something like that, where you can see through the pickets versus a solid wood, especially on Benton Boulevard, especially on the boulevard itself.
Yeah, even if it was 6 feet, at least that would open it up.
Right. Want to think about that, sir, or do you want to?
And for clarification, the special exception is attached to the special use permit, so you could take up the issue separately, if you wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah, special use permit is just for the operation of the bed and breakfast.
Correct. Yes,
Which I think is a great use of this, personally, great use of this property. But I do have some concerns over the fence height.
Comments, Mr. Morris? We like the idea of the B&B. We're just not wild about the fence.
Okay, and the fence, is it the it's the Benton side?
Well, both, but I think the Benton side's worse.
So in the past, we've had people come back, either if they agree to kind of changes now or come back with different designs where maybe it's dropped to 4 feet, you don't even need a variance, or if it is changed to a different material or some other combination of those things.
And this is a decision that needs to be made now?
Well, we're not against the bed and breakfast. We
Okay.
like that idea.
Gotcha.
But we're not wild about the fence. I don't think we can.
Could you,
Do you want to think about it for?
well, can we vote on special use permit but continue the variance part, or we have to vote on both of them together, or?
I think you would need to vote on the SUP, specifically state that you're not considering the variance. Special use materials will remove the special exception. If the
We can't
special
look at
exception is
Google.
still needed later, he'll have to reapply for just a special exception.
Or we could continue the whole thing if he wants to come back
Correct.
in a month.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
propose something different.
Mr. Morris, did you hear all that?
I did. Could we vote on the use and have a discussion about the materials and size? Indoor size? Was that one of the options I heard?
Separate the fence from the special use permit request.
Yes.
To be clear, that means you would have to, if you still want to build the 6-foot privacy fence, you would have to make another application for a special exception.
Or the alternate option is we could, if you want to go back and reconsider what you want for the fence, we could continue this for 1 month and vote on them all then. Or if you are agreeable to maybe different fence heights or materials now, we could consider that as part of our vote. The fence and the special use permit today. I think what we're hearing around the table is that a couple of board members at least are not in favor of a 6-foot tall, completely opaque wooden fence.
Uh-huh.
So either if you have other ideas that you would like to propose that you'd be okay with, we could discuss that now. Or we can
Oh, okay.
continue
So,
these.
if it is a discussion we can have right now, what we're looking for, is it the 4-foot fence that would go towards, I guess, where does the backyard begin? Would be my question, that would allow for a 6-foot fence.
Connor, can you share your screen again and zoom in on that plan if
Yes.
possible?
Give me just a moment.
Because on the Benton side, that fence is right at the front of the house. And so a little bit further out is porch.
So on,
And
so if this right here is behind the front wall, is that considered backyard?
If it is behind the front of the house, then it is, yeah, it's the side yard.
The side yard, and would, okay, but we still need a variance if it were over 4 feet then.
Well, so if we're looking at this corner lot,
Yes.
this side, if it is in the front yard, it has to be 4 feet. Then you also have the street side yard, which has to be 4 feet. Anything in the rear or the interior side yard can be 6 feet.
Okay. So you're saying this right here,
You said that's, but that's, you said that's the front of the home?
yeah, because
Yeah.
it fronts off of Benton.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying this is 4 feet.
Yes.
This is 6 right
Correct.
here. Okay.
Yep.
And let's keep in mind that 4 feet is permitted outright.
Right.
If Christopher wanted to drop the height to 4 feet, that would be permitted outright.
Yeah, we just wouldn't even need a variance then.
Nope. And he can do 4 feet on the retaining wall too and wouldn't need a variance either.
On this, what's that other street? I
South side.
apologize.
33rd.
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 Yeah.
Then if it's in the street side yard, then he would need the special exception for 6 feet.
Okay.
But if it's back behind the building,
But if it's
This
over
one
the
looks in
retaining wall,
front.
it's still a non-issue because it's
Yeah, if he drops it to 4 feet, then he's fine.
he's fine.
even if it's on the retaining wall because that's that grade.
Correct.
Yeah.
Get that, Mr. Morris?
I did almost, could we put that back up? And so where does the 6 foot
Highlight.
begin if it were to face, like, could we, yes, where,
So
okay.
So right
That-
here,
yeah.
what the issue is so right here,
Uh-huh.
where the cars are and the landscaping, to be permitted outright, that would have to be 4 feet. This right here and this back part can be 6 feet.
Okay,
This part right here can be 4 feet permitted outright. So right here and then up here in the front, can't be over 4 feet or it would need a special exception.
okay, and where would the backyard begin where 6 foot, if it were to run in that perpendicular to that?
Escape out and draw on it.
You
So
wanna
like
do
the
that,
red
Connor?
is 6 foot. So we have a clearer picture of what needs to be.
So is backyard the back, well, I guess, does that where the back of the house begins or?
I think it's right there on that corner, sir.
Yep, the
Right
far
there.
southwest corner.
Right.
So we went back to the, we went back to the,
We're going back to the drawing here in just a second,
Yeah,
but
we're,
Okay.
Getting
we're
it pulled up.
touching it up. We're trying to make it a little drawing.
I think you're going to get the 6 foot on the total side of the house, sir.
Okay.
There it is. Do you see it? The red part?
She's not sharing.
Not
she's
yet.
Sharing her
Yeah,
screen.
we're not sharing the screen. We're
They're-
getting it
they're
ready and then
working
we'll share it
currently.
in. Okay, gotcha. And he's wondering where the backyard begins. But I guess.
You see that, Mr. Morris?
yes. So if I were to, let's say, create a fence perpendicular to the front fence, where could that 6 foot perpendicular section begin?
You're saying how far back would you have to put the fence for it to be permitted at 6 feet?
Correct.
Literally a couple of inches back from the front plane of the home.
I think, yeah, Anna said, literally just a couple inches back from the front plate of the home.
Deal.
And you don't need a permit for that, right? No.
No, you wouldn't need
Yeah,
a permit.
yeah,
Got it.
you're good to do, just go
It's-
get it.
Yeah, move
Okay.
further back.
Yes.
So
Yeah, at least
the
the south
retaining wall
side.
on the south side, he can go up 4 feet because that's on the street, but it sits on the retaining wall, so it's probably going to be up 6 feet, 7 feet anyway.
Mm.
Um,
Correct.
So, sir, when we go to your motion here in a minute, all we're going to do is grant the bed and breakfast. We're going to deny the fence part of that.
Would it be dismissed though if it's?
Yeah,
if
we're
they're-
going to dismiss it. Sorry, we're going to dismiss it because, well, we're
But-
going to.
but-
We're just denying.
Well, I think we want to make sure that we're all at the common understanding. So,
Yes.
so I want Chris to understand. So if you're willing to push that fence back behind that front plate of the home, you can do up to 6 feet. You're okay with the board dismissing the special exception for the fence that's attached to your SUP, correct?
Because I'm going to push it back.
In the street side yard?
And the street side yard.
And that's going to be reduced to 4 feet.
Correct.
Yeah, so if you
Correct.
reduce this to 4 feet on, I believe that's 33rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That is, yes.
So that's your plan?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're okay with the board, if they choose to make a motion, you're okay with them dismissing / denying the fence special exception, because you found an alternative on how to make that work?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all at a clear understanding.
Thank you, Connor.
Hey, Chairman, I would also admit the marked up exhibit as an additional exhibit.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that'll be exhibit number 10 in the staff report. Thank you.
12.
That's the revised fence. All right, board members.
Case number 042, I motion that we approve the special use permit and dismiss the variance for the fence.
We would just deny it.
Deny
rather
it.
than dismiss
Okay, then we'll deny the variance for the fence.
Special exception.
Yeah, special
Special
exception.
Special exception.
Yep.
Good.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
And Ebbets?
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay,
I
we're
got
not,
to amend that real quick. So there were some special use, special conditions from CPC that we didn't mention that.
Yeah.
So those would be amended to also include the conditions. Area, yeah. So
Can you,
Do you want to just make a clarifying motion on the record?
please, when somebody else do it, can't do it.
Oh, on case number 042, I motion that we include the special conditions set by CPC.
Perfect.
Second.
Second.
Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir, Mr. Morris. All right.
Okay, now we're moving on to docket item number 19. We have case CD SUP 2023-00050 for 916 Newton Avenue. This is a request to approve a special use permit to site a group living use in a district R 1.5. This is a residential zoning district on about 0.354 acres, generally located at 916 Newton Avenue. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case. There are 10 exhibits attached to this case. The applicant is online. This is a reminder for anyone else who's part of the applicant or property owner team to please raise your hand now, or any general members of the public who wish to provide public testimony, so we can admit you into the hearing. Matt and
Ms. Welsh or?
yeah, Kelly Welsh and Matt Schlitz.
Kelly and Matt, can you raise your right hands to be sworn in? Is your cameras on? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Sure, it's Matt Slish with Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. And we're here as the engineer and surveyor assisting Sheffield Place in this process.
Great. Is there another person?
She's muted.
Kelly Welch, you're
Kelly, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Kelly Welch, I'm the CEO at Sheffield Place, 6604 East 12th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64126.
And do you say I do to that previous?
I
oath?
do, yes. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. Sure, thank you. Kelly, who's speaking today, Matt or Kelly?
Think we'll combine it, but I'll start if you need us.
Yeah, I do. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 on your staff report. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, please.
Great. One of those is a presentation, and we're going to have Ms. Khan present your case.
Been a long day for PowerPoint.
On in the previous.
Oh.
Docket item number 19 is for a special use permit at Sheffield Place located at 916 Avenue. This is for the group living use in an R 1.5 zoning district. Site is generally located in the eastern portion of the city, between Independence Avenue and to the north and Truman Road to the south. This is the subject site highlighted in yellow. So it was previously zoned R-2.5. This applicant team has gone to the city council and since had this property rezoned to R-1.5 to match the property to the south of East 10th Street, which is also owned and operating by Sheffield Place. This rezoning was just approved on January 25th, so now they are able to have their special use permit heard and approved by this board. Next few slides are the plans that staff reviewed. So this is the proposed building footprint, the site plan. This will be a 6,000 square foot single story building, and it will have 5 units live there. There's a screened courtyard in the front. So we have East 10th Street, South and Newton. There's also a proposed outdoor play area on the western portion. And the applicant is proposing an 8-foot fence in their side yard. So they are also seeking a special exception of 2 feet for the allowed 6-foot fence in an interior. We also have the landscape plan that the applicants provided. Will provide site, and then some proposed elevations. The building materials are complementary to the surrounding neighborhood and keeping with the residential character. The site plan was reviewed per the infill residential standards and meets all the required setbacks based on their context area. More elevations north, so these are facing kind of into the neighborhood. Street views here. This is the corner of 10th and Newton looking towards the site. This existing house is located on the subject site. It will be demolished for this project, but as you can see, there is some disrepair. So building that's in disrepair and constructing neighborhood. Another street view, we have the subject site on the right and another one of Sheffield Place's buildings to the left. And they do have a shared parking agreement with themselves to allow the parking on this other site located to the south, where they plan to construct the new building. Everything, again, just that special exception of 2 feet for the fence height, and Plan Commission recommended approval subject to the condition staff report at the December 19th.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Either Mr. Matt or Ms. Kelly, why should we approve your request today?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. And if you have questions for Kelly on the Sheffield Place use, she'd be happy to assist. Sheffield Place has been a great resource in this area, providing resources for moms and their children. And this is just a continuation of exactly what they did across the street. So it provides 5 transitional units for a period of time to get them on their feet, and then also provides a resource for people that can come back into the facility to continue needed resources as they progress into their future endeavors outside of the walls of Sheffield Place. So questions on that, I'll let Kelly kind of handle, but then generally from a site perspective, this facility will have a number of moms with small children. And so the fence request that we have in the rear yard, similar to the last one with the 6-foot fence, but the purpose for this one is it's a playground area in the rear yard. And so the 4-foot section just doesn't do enough of protection. So it's a very similar, exact same use as we're using at the main Sheffield campus over on 12th Street, where it's a 6-foot fence around the playground area only. And so I believe, and Genevieve can correct me if I'm wrong, the only reason that we're here is because we face a street with one side of it. The remaining portion of that is really tucked away and up in that backyard area. So we're here, hopeful for the approval today, and here to answer any questions. And again, if you have questions specifically about Sheffield Place, Kelly would be happy to provide a little more information on that.
All right.
I have a question specifically about the fence. Is there a reason you need 8 feet versus 6 feet?
Yeah, so Kelly, do you want to go ahead and answer?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so many of our moms, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but we serve homeless moms with children, and the specific population that we serve are moms that have addiction issues, mental health issues. A lot of them come in with domestic violence issues. And so the 8-foot fence provides security, privacy. We're a treatment facility, so we have to secure their confidentiality and their safety. And so the 8-foot for us is really important, so that you can't see over the fence. You know, some of our moms people are looking for, or the kids, that kind of thing. So it's a safety issue for our moms and security.
You. Matt, there was a list of conditions from city planning, labeled 1 to 12. Do you have any issues with those conditions?
We do not. We're okay with all.
I'm on case number 050. I make the motion that we approve the special use permit.
And including the conditions with the CPC,
Yes,
correct?
inclusive of the conditions from CPC
Thank you.
and the fence exception.
Got all that. I have a motion. Second, somebody?
Second.
Second, Ms. Mixdorf.
Moran,
Aye.
Rixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your request is granted. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
So much. We very much appreciate the city's support and all the help that you guys give us. So thank you.
And thank you for what you do.
Absolutely.
Now we are focusing on docket item 20. This is case CD SUP 2023-00051. It's for 2140 East Meyer Boulevard. This is a request to approve a special use permit for the extension of the Research College of Nursing and HCA Healthcare on about 50.42 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Eastmar Boulevard and Hospital Access Road. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case. There are 9 exhibits for this case as well. And this is a reminder for anyone who owns the property or who is a part of the applicant team to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone, as well as any members of the public who wishes to provide public testimony, so we can admit you into this public hearing. We have a Jacob and Bill DeYoung.
All right, will you
Bill
guys,
is connected, and so is Jacob.
great. Will everyone please raise your right hand to be sworn in for the hearing? I see one person.
Bill DeYoung so far. Looks like
There he is. Okay, here you go. Raise your right hands and please make sure your microphone's on. I see you guys are muted. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your
do.
name for the court reporter.
Bill DeYoung with BHDP Architects.
Thank you, Bill.
Yes, sir.
The other person?
Jacob Schweikert with GBA Engineering.
Thank you, Jacob. Gentlemen, who's speaking on the case today, Bill or Jacob?
I think we both are.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I need to admit some exhibits. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your permission to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is staff report, and Miss Larissa is going to tell us about your case. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon. So as was just previously stated, this is a special use permit for 2110 East Meyer Boulevard. It's for a new building that will be an extension of the Research College of Nursing and the HCA Healthcare to house 2 programs to provide ongoing training and new training for new nurses. This is the location of the subject property. This is the location of the special use permit request. To the east, you can see the Research Medical Hospital, and then this section down to the south, closest to East Meyer Boulevard, is where the new building will go. The applicant submitted a preliminary plat along with their special use permit. They're going to move this yellow line that you see where, if you can see my mouse, they're going to pull it up to add room for some additional parking for the property and remove 45 of the residential units here to the north. So here's just an overview of the property, and these are the units that will be removed. Here is the proposed site layout. The vehicular access is off of East Meyer Boulevard and comes up through Hospital Access Road. This is a special situation for the property. Meyer Boulevard East Meyer Boulevard is a boulevard up until about halfway through the building, and then it becomes an established parkway. And there are 2 different requirements for setbacks for boulevards and parkways, and I'll get into that in a little bit. Applicant is proposing more than exceptional landscaping throughout the entire site. They're proposing landscaping along the back of that parking lot as well, and additional landscaping along the boulevard as required by the boulevard and parkway standards. Applicant is proposing metal panels, brick, and precast architectural wall panels. They're paying homage to some of the schools and churches within the area with their proposed construction materials, the eastern and western elevations. Here's some renderings of what the building will look like, and it does complement the hospital to the east. I'm going to highlight 3 of the approval criteria for the special use permit. As I mentioned, the location of the property or of the building itself is along this partial boulevard and partial parkway. And so the boulevard standards require a maximum front yard setback of 20 feet, and the parkway standards require a minimum setback of 20 feet. And the applicant is requesting a 23.13-foot setback. So they are requesting a 3.13-foot setback from the right-of-way. And there will not be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood due to the change from boulevard to parkway on the property. There is a hardship to be have that meet both of those requirements. And additionally, the applicant is proposing an ADA access along that front property line. And additionally, they want to retain, there's a wall along the boulevard that they'd like to retain as well. And I have a picture of that coming up. Second and third criteria, or C and E, it's compatible with the character of the surrounding areas, and it's very well connected when it comes to pedestrian safety. They're providing sidewalks throughout the site, connecting it to the hospital and connecting it to the boulevard. So as I mentioned previously, this is the wall that they would like to retain, and this will be the ADA access to the building itself. And here is the view just a little further north up along Hospital Access Road to show those residential units towards the north of the lot that will be removed. There was one condition that needs to be revised. The applicant had to submit revised plans prior to BZA, and they did that and got approval from the water department. And so the water department just clarified their condition number 21. And that's what you see in red, just to make sure that everything will continue to be analyzed when they come in for their permit. With that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions, and so did staff. And I can answer any questions.
So Larissa, condition number 21 has been satisfied with the new language?
So with the resubmittal, they changed the location of their water service extensions. They changed where they're going to extend to. So we revised it, and they were crossing property lines prior to this. And so with the resubmittal, now they're in compliance. And so they will still have condition 21. It'll just be that language and nice language for 21.
Good. All right. Board members, questions of staff? Bill and or Jacob, tell us why we should approve your request today.
Jacob, you want to take this one?
Yeah. We think that the development here is fitting with this site, and it goes along with what what the hospital and the nursing college want to do. And it meets staff requirements.
Yeah, and I'll touch on the variance we're looking for. So there's a desire to maintain that existing stone wall, as it's part of the character of the neighborhood, and we believe it enforces the boulevard standards. And our 3.5 foot variance to the setback is in response to try to maintain that existing stone wall.
Do you have any objection to the conditions set forth in the CPC recommendations? Gentlemen?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any neighbor opposition that you heard of, gentlemen?
No, we did hold a community meeting, and there were not any, I guess, objections to it. There was just open dialogue about the project.
Board members, any other questions or motions?
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 51, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein, including the modifications to condition number 21.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Wright.
And that motion was for the SUP and the variance. Is that
Everything,
right? Okay.
everything. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Now we're looking at docket item 21. This is case CD SUP 2023-00052 for 6409 Agnes Avenue. This is a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit on about 5.8 acres, generally located at Agnes Avenue and East 65th Street. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case. There are 9 exhibits attached to this case. And this is a reminder for the applicant and property owner to either come up to the podium or raise their hand on Zoom so we can admit you into the public hearing.
Chad
Yep.
Grau, okay.
Chad is online. And Chad is connected and no one else has raised their hand.
Thank you. Chad, please turn on your camera and microphone.
Microphone should be on.
Yeah,
There
we
we
hear
go.
you. There we go.
So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
Chad Grauer with Esky and Associates, the owner's rep firm representing Hogan Prep.
Perfect. Chad, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your hearing today. Do you have any objection to us admitting those?
No.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Andrew, Mr. Clark. Please tell us about the case.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members and our new members. Okay, is it sharing on the screen? Great.
Yes.
All right, before you today is docket number 21, CDSUP 2023-52. This is a special use permit for Hogan Prep Elementary School at 6409 Agnes Avenue. This is a expansion to an existing SUP. That's why it's before you today. The site here is located in the southeast quadrant of the city, adjacent to Swope Park and 71. This used to be the site of Pinkerton Elementary School, which was a KCPS school that Hogan then purchased or acquired after the repurposing. The project before you today, Hogan Prep received PIAC funding to create a bus drop-off drive located on the southern portion of the site on East 65th Street. The drive is more than 2,000 square feet in impervious area. That's what triggered the special use permit. All permitting, though, will be handled by Public Works, not city planning, because it's a PIAC project. Again, 65th Street, you're in a residential district. The whole idea is to get the kids closer to the school, and also during peak times of drop off and pickup, it was leading to a lot of congestion on this neighborhood street. Highlighted here in yellow, as I said, it's on the southern perimeter of the site. City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions for this project. The conditions were just line of sight issues to make sure public safety is enforced. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Clark? Chad, why should we approve your project?
Well, this helps greatly with the safety of buses dropping off and picking up the kids at the beginning of the day and end of the day to get that activity off of the street for a safer condition for the kids and the general public, I guess, in driving by that area.
Okay. City Plan Commission, excuse me, had a list of 5 conditions Do you have any problem with those 5 conditions, sir?
No, I've discussed those with Andy and we're comfortable with those.
Great. Board members, questions of Chad, the applicant?
Have a
Safe-
motion.
Yeah, safety for children is always important. And Ms. Moran, your motion is?
And case number 52, I move that we approve the major amendment to the SUP in accordance with the site plan staff conditions and conditions of the city plan commission.
Perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next item, we're doing docket item 22. This is 22.1 and 22.2. CDBZA 2023-00121 for 3850 Bernard Powell Drive, Lot 1 and 2. This is a request to approve variances to the accessory structure, lot and building standards, and other necessary variances and a special exception in the R 2.5 zoning district, split zoning with M1-5 as well on about 2 acres generally located at 3850 Bernard Powell Drive. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. There are 11 exhibits for each case. There's technically 2 different lots that need variances, so we'll need to take a motion for each one. The 11 apply to both lots. The applicant and property owner, they are present in the room. This is a reminder that anyone who's a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular docket item, to please raise your hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone so we could admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please state your name for the court reporter.
I'm Jim Gamble. I'm with the Gamble Company Incorporated Architects in Independence, Missouri at 3500 South Mize Ridge Court, Independence.
Thank you.
B. Weiser Dixon, Pinnacle Estates.
You. All right, there's a list of administrative exhibits in both cases labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that? Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie on your case.
So Mr. Jim brought hard copies of the site plan. It's what's already in the staff reports. It's not an additional exhibit if you would like.
I think we'll take that. What's part of the staff report.
Okay.
And as long as this, it's the same thing, right,
Yes.
Stephanie? Thank
Yes.
you. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll do that.
thank you for making copies, but we're good. Thank you.
Did I actually take one? Mine is not loading. I've tried like 6 times. If it's the same, I'm good. Yeah, okay. Anybody else is
Oh,
having
sure.
canvas issues?
Okay, as long as he got them.
I know Maisha's works. No, hers works. Mine's just in.
So those are admitted. Part of that is, oh, I'm sorry, I said that. Yeah, so you're on.
All right, so we got docket number 22.1 and 22.2. So it's CDBCA 2023-00121 and 122. And so this is for 3850 Bernard Powell Drive, lots 1 and 2. Since a second address hasn't been assigned to the new lot, for clarification purposes, lot 1 is case number 121, lot 2 is case number 122. So this lot is zoned mainly R-2.5 and then a little sliver on the west side, it's M1-5.
And so the applicant is seeking a variance to the lot and building standards of accessory structures and an approval of a special exception for a fence. Right, so the subject site is located right in the middle of Kansas City, so east of downtown. This is the subject site. Like I mentioned before, this sliver right here is an M1. The rest is R-2.5. This is the site right now. The lot is vacant. There's some pavement over it, but there are no structures on it currently. So this is a rendering of the proposed plan. There are townhomes coming in, but the variance is for one accessory structure on the west side of the lot, and then all the detached garages in the back of the lot. So this is the lot split, how it looks like after they got the lot split. And so now there are a few variances, so I broke it up a little bit. So for the first variance, should probably done this the other way, but it's a variance to the accessory building standards to permit several accessory structures on the front yard of lot 1. So here is lot 1 on the left-hand side. And so the red or pink line signifies the front yard. And this is the shortest side of the lot. And so all these all these garages back here are technically on the front yard. So this is an odd shaped lot, as you can tell. So this would be a complete deviation. There is a change to the character of the neighborhood since an accessory structure is closer to the street than the principal building, but the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design due to the shape and the location of the lot. There's nowhere else to put them. Right, so for next variance. All right, so, this was just the part of the code that talks about where the front yard is, which I've already. And this is the elevations of the garages. It's basically just one long garage, but it's to accommodate all the future residents. So for the next variance is a variance to the accessory building standards to permit several accessory structures on the street side yard of lot 2. All right, so these are all the these are all the garages on, I'm so sorry. I think there was a tap here because this is still the west side. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I think. Anyway, so here are the garages for the other side the lot, so lot number 2 says basically the same, to allow accessory structures on this would be the street side yard of the lot. Back, so for lot 2, the street side yard is the blue line, and what's considered the front yard is the pink reddish line. Again, this is a complete negation. The accessory structures would be closer to the street than the principal structures. However, due to the shape of the lot and the location, there's no other place to put the accessory structures. And then the next variance is for the accessory structure. So this is like a shelter house with a barbecue. And so the code says that they cannot exceed 10 feet in height and they cannot be over 200 square feet. So looks like this did not save completely, but it's a variance of 680 square feet to the accessory building standards to permit a footprint of 880 square feet on lot 1. But a substantial change to the neighborhood is not anticipated, but the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. Height-wise, it meets the height requirements. So this is the elevations of the shelter house in lot 1. The footprint. There are more renderings of the shelter house. So the last 2 are special exceptions. So it's a special exception to allow a 6-foot fence on the front yard of lot 1. It's a 2-foot variation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And then special exception request B is a special exception to allow a 6-foot fence in the street side yards of lot 2. Again, it's a 2-foot variation. Change to character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated by change in design. So these are where the fences are going in the orange. On the northwest corner, it's the front yard. On the northeast corner is front/street side yard. And then we have this one, and then we have some on the southern corner of lot 2. So this is what the fence, it's a wrought iron fence. So this is what it's gonna look like on the back side of the lot where the garages will go. And here is another rendering of it. And this is the front of the backyard. And on my presentation, apologize. Yeah.
Board members, questions of Ms. Stepp? Mr. Gamble, why should we approve your request today?
Can I pause you real quick? For the other gentleman, can you spell your entire name for the court record? He just didn't hear you the first time correct.
Capital VEWISER Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
I'll make the presentation until he corrects me, okay? Maybe a year and a half ago, Mr. Dixon was in the hinterland and was driving through Independence off of the square and saw a condominium project that our firm designed and constructed back in 2016 or 17. And it's kind of an upscale thing right off the downtown part of Independence on a lot that had been vacant for 30 years, and it was basically an asphalt parking lot. I've designed and built the first 3 condo projects in Independence, and now maybe one of the last ones in Independence, the most recent. And this was very much encouraged by the city of Independence because the appearance and quality was high, and Mr. Dixon, just driving by, took a look and gave me a call and said he had a piece of property on Bernard Powell Drive of about 2 acres. Want to know if maybe we could do something. So in the intervening time, we did something, and we have for you the, I did the handout in front of you. You have the appearance of an artist rendering of an aerial photograph or rendering of what that would look like. Another thing about this property, it's been, Bernard Powell Drive was developed maybe 30 years ago approximately, and to the south is a single-family residential subdivision. There was an infill urban renewal project back in the day. Bernard Powell curved around, was widened. He keeps talking about this other property on the back as the side yard or something. What it is, if it's from Bernard Powell, it's the rear yard. And so this used to be 18th Street and then curves around, widened. We have some 30-foot plus setback on the front. On the back, we have about 15 feet at places. Then on 17th Street to the north, there's a massive transition. This falls down on a grade change of 12 to 15 feet to 17th Street. Then there's a chain link fence and another grade change to a parking lot as far as the eye can see with tractor trailer. It's industrial. There's a giant dairy there, and the regional post office, major post office service is at that location too. So this property, this 2-acre property, was a buffer really for the southern first single-family residences. And then here would be another transition between this industrial property and this rather upscale resident. In fact, it's a step up. And so then you look for reasons that you can do it. We worked and he found a general contractor who believes he can get it in the budget for a pretty nice addition. This is a gated subdivision. It's gated, in fact, for the backyards and play areas for the kids, for a barbecue area, for the residents and the HOA that takes care of it. And on the front, it's not gated for people walking on a public sidewalk and up to the front door and into it. And so it serves as a safety feature. The reason for the opaque fence is we don't want to see that industrial area over there. And there's really nothing over there that needs to be protected from anywhere to the south. So to the south is our multifamily, and then there is single family beyond that. So that's the reason we've designed it in such a fashion. There's a little shelter house with no sides. There's a barbecue thing as part of it for the service of the residences that live there, and have a little mini community here with a homeowners association that would take care of the exterior of the property and landscaping and so on. We've tried to save all the trees in the front yards, those trees in the aerial representation are trees that are actually there on Myrtle Street, which is off to the right and to the east. We'll save as many as we can. And then on the north, not too many saved there. We've got to do landscaping and we've got to build foundations for the garages and so on. But this is a very nice appearance thing for the area. I think there are several letters of support for the project to include a state representative, some elected officials, and others who would like very much to see this take place. And so we've tried to accommodate the needs for the particular site here. And that pretty well concludes my
That's great,
presentation.
Mr.
If
Gamble.
if
Thank
there
you.
are questions, I'll try to answer.
Mr. Dixon, would you like to offer a few brief comments?
Did very well, Jim.
I think he did great, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
First thing I would add would be that housing on the east side, and this would be transformative for the local community, which we're building. I would just say, we're going to call a bold community incentives culture.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
I was out on the site with a survey instrument on a Saturday, and the person, a plumber living in a single family to the south bustles over, "Well, what are you doing over here and what are you going to do to this property?" I showed him a picture of it and he says, "How can I help?" And our plumbing company would be happy to help.
Oh, that's great.
So one of the letters is from the HOA across the street in that general area in support of this project for the community.
Board members, do you have any questions of either gentleman?
Comments and a motion? I think this is a very unique site. I understand why you're before us with some of these variances. So I think we're going to call these separately. Is that what we
Yes.
said?
Correct. And two individuals of the public raised their hand
Oh,
while you're
sorry.
speaking, if you want
Wow.
to take them up.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Linda, you're first.
Linda, could you turn on your microphone and camera, please? There.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hi
Linda.
there.
Is your camera on or do you have a camera?
I'm on my cell phone.
Okay. Do you mind raising your right hand and let me swear you in?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
And what's your name, your full name?
Linda Jones.
Thank you, Miss Jones. What do you have to say about this?
I just wanted to say that we fully support our Renaissance Place Homes Association. Fully supports the addition of this project. The people that were involved got with our home association last year. We have 103 residents, and we held a residential call and covered this with them. There were no negative items that were commented on the project. And then also our board members. So we're in full support of the project. They were able to answer all of our questions. And we appreciate being involved in the project, decision of the project, and what our thoughts were.
Thank you so much, Miss Jones, for your comments. They did a great job. Maybe you already heard that, but thank you again for your comments.
Thank
Do we have
you.
a second person?
Sheree.
Sheree?
Cherie
Oh,
Leverett.
Sheree. Thank
Yes.
you, Sheree. Do you have a camera or just on your iPhone?
On my, I have an Android, but I might be able.
Oh, there you
I
go.
am.
There you
I
are.
am. Hello. Good morning. Go Chiefs.
Yep. Hey, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
And Sheree, state your name for the court reporter, first and last.
Arlisa Cherie Leverett. Leverett.
Thank you. What do you have to say about the case today?
I'm excited to hear about development in the neighborhood. I actually probably live the closest to where they're requesting the variance for. My husband and I own the property right at 17th and Myrtle. My concern is, I'm really, it's concerning because it's going to directly affect our housing. We live right there where the garages would be positioned. And one of the last things we'd like to see are garages and shelters right directly by our home. I heard him talk about the housing to the south and what was to the west, but he never addressed the housing that's right there at the east, the southeast. And it's going to cause a traffic flow increase. It's the landscaping, the noise level. I just would appreciate some consulting with or some consideration to. He did speak to what was directly north of it, which was Bellefonte. And I remember when Bellefonte came, that was in 1998, 99. And they were going to do some things that didn't sit well, but we worked together and had a successful outcome. We came up with a great solution. So I would just appreciate some consideration to the homeowner. I know that you, Mr. Gamble, and you, Mr. Dixon, are property owners and architects, but I'm a homeowner. And my husband has served in the United States Air Force. This is our home that we want to retire in. And so having storage or that be a parking lot, we really, we didn't purchase that house over 25 years ago to look at a parking lot.
Right.
I just think some consideration to us could be involved in how that's going to strategically look aesthetically. Nobody wants to sit in their yard and look at a parking lot.
Right. So Mr. Gamble owns a company out in Independence. It's called the Gamble Company. And perhaps you could make a call to him tomorrow and talk to him about your concerns.
You want me to
Okay.
say something?
A call's great, but I'm concerned that that doesn't require him to make a change. And I just like a little more something significant than, oh, okay, he said he'll work with you. And I'm sure most of you own homes. And as I said, my husband, we've lived all over the world. And there's a difference between a promise and actually being mandated with saying, hey, you really have to work with people. Because I want it to happen. I absolutely want it to happen. But I want it to be to the benefit of those who live there versus those who just own property and are gone tomorrow.
We fully understand your concerns, but we really can't address refocusing the project to right now. But I think Mr. Gamble is a very fair man, along with Mr. Dixon, and he would love to work with you to address any concerns you may have.
Is that true, Mr. Dixon and Mr. Gamble, or?
May I speak?
Yes.
Sure.
The garages all face the industrial area and the chain link fence on 17th Street. There's a considerable amount of landscaping up to, I think that's Myrtle Street up here on the end here. And that's all landscaped, and all the trees that we've been able to save are there. There's some fencing up there. There's nothing of an industrial or parking lot to be seen from the west at all. And so you'd have to come down 17th Street quite a ways to be able to see any of that. And we made an effort to tier landscape all of that property also.
Cherie, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Sorry. Yes, I'm on the east. You keep saying the west, but I'm northeast.
On the northeast, are you
Sir.
familiar with that?
Northeast, so-
Right. So it said Myrtle and Bernard Powell.
Yeah. Myrtle and Bernard. Myrtle and
Yeah.
Bernard Powell is
Yeah.
that's a 30-foot setback to the buildings there. In fact, more so on the unit 14, which is the end unit. And then there is a large side yard there that'll be landscaped, and we're going to save all the trees we can on that part. That looks very nice from Myrtle and Bernard Powell Drive. You have to go clear over to 17th Street, which is the next one that fronts the industrial area, even be able to see the garages for that.
Right.
All right.
Where okay, that's exactly where I am. So, Mr. Gamble, and Mr. Dixon, I'd love to have conversation with you. I know this is probably, I guess, not the place for it, is what I'm hearing, but you're telling me it's very nice, but I haven't seen your plans. I haven't met with you all. I'm glad that I got the letter in the mail saying last week that this was happening, because I was totally unaware of it. My portion where we live in Renaissance Cove is not the same development as Renaissance. So I understand you all met with them a year ago, but you never met with us.
So,
So,
Miss
Right.
Cherie, Leverett, I think. This is not the venue to do that. So I would like for you to just reach out to Mr. Gamble. His company is out in Independence. It's called the Gamble Company. Call him tomorrow and he'll go over these pretty pictures that he has around for that development.
I would meet her at her home.
Or Mr. Dixon said he'd meet you at your home too.
Sure.
I hate to put your address out there on the internet because we're live out there. Okay. So Mr. Dixon knows about you and he's going to come by and say hi.
Yes, Stephanie.
Yes, just a reminder, the plans are available to the public. So if you would like to see them, ma'am, you can access them on the website stated in the letter. And you can take a look at the plans as well.
Thank you.
I will say, I would be concerned if there was a giant parking lot in front of me. I don't see it in the renderings. So, yeah.
Thank you. We'll let you guys communicate directly. Thank you so much.
I would offer a motion.
Two
Two
motions.
motions, yep. First one, case number 121. I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Mixdorf, second from Ms. Moran. Thank you.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye, that motion is approved. Ms. Mixdorf?
In case number 122, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Project is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
So-
Appreciate it.
I'm confused. Let me talk to.
Well, that is, up to the discretion
It'd be
of
nice
of
to
the
take,
board.
because talking about maybe taking,
And you can make that motion.
okay, staff, you guys okay for a few minutes or?
We have to leave at 5. I have
Okay,
to leave at 5.
Okay, got it. So board members, we've had some. I'd like to take them out of order, of the docket order, and hear their case. And we're at a hard stop at 4:45 today, so we'll get as far as we can.
That's probably only one more case,
Yeah.
to be completely honest.
Okay. Okay. Who's the least on the docket item, should I say? What are your cases? Okay, so that's enough. Don't say more. And what about the next one? Who's the else is out there? Okay. I'm not going to take anyone online. I'm going to take people who are waiting. So we have 20, 23, 26. Is there anyone else back there? Is that the two?
Start with 23.
Okay, let's go 23 and hopefully we'll get to 26.
Okay, docket item 23, this is case CD BZA 2023-00166 for 820 East 86th Terrace. This is a request to approve a variance to the footprint of an accessory dwelling unit plus any other additional needed variances in an R 7.5 zoning district on about 0.67 acres, generally located at 820 East 86th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari, staff planner, attached to this case. The property owners are in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who's a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 23 to please raise their hand now. We're seeing one. Nathan? Okay.
John is our architect, yeah.
Oh. John.
Be in favor of the project or do we know?
The architect.
Oh, architect, okay.
John is the architect, so he's part of the applicant team. There's also a Nathan online.
I'm not presenting for this case. I just couldn't enter anything in the chat, and I just wanted to state that I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. I'm docket number 27. So I've been patiently waiting all day. So to say that my case is irrelevant or not going to be heard because
So you're the last docket item on the list. I don't think we would ever made to it anyway. We're only taking two cases, 23 and 20.
okay, I just wanted to respond to your comment. So I just didn't have the ability to do that into the chat. So
no worries. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next meeting.
Our
So-
hope was to get through everything. and-
I understand that. So is there going to be an email that's going to tell me when the next one is, or do I need to do anything additional? Sorry to interrupt into this docket.
No, you're fine.
Yes, I will email you, about the continuance.
You'll
Okay,
be
much
automatically
appreciated.
continued at no fee to the March meeting, which is March 12th.
Oh,
And
okay,
hopefully
and
staff
then,
can get you higher in the
Yeah,
docket
yeah,
next
you'll
time,
be,
so.
yeah, you'll be. high.
yeah, that'd be phenomenal. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we're back on 23. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Please state your name for the court reporter. Thank you.
Scott Crane.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Crane. What about the architect? Where'd he go?
He's online.
Okay,
We just don't see him.
I don't see him.
I'm online.
Okay, John.
of wine? Let's see.
Could you raise up?
Yeah, oh, here it is. Here's the video.
John, can you turn on your video?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, you will give me a call. Yeah. There's one. Okay.
Let's go. You
Yeah,
don't need
go
to put
ahead.
on the video. Raise
Keep
your right
going.
hand to be sworn.
Yeah.
John, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but
Let
the
me know
truth at
if
this
it
meeting
isn't.
today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, state your name for the court reporter.
John Ho, H-O.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. All right, Stephanie. Oh, not Stephanie. Yes. Sorry.
Exhibits.
Third hit
Yeah,
exhibit.
yes. We have a list of exhibits labeled 1 to 9 to admit for this hearing.
Yes.
Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes.
One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got docket item number 23, CDBCA 2023-00166, located on 820 East 86th Terrace, zoned R-7.5, and the applicant seeking approval to a variance for the footprint and floor area to an accessory dwelling unit, plus any other needed variances. Okay, so the subject site is located on the southwestern side of Kansas City. Here is an overview highlighted in yellow on 86th Terrace. Here are some pictures. The ADU will go on the right-hand side of the home over here on this side. Here's another picture of the backyard. So this is the site plan. Home is up here at the front, and then the ADU will go in the northeast corner of the lot. A two-story ADU. So here is a close-up. So on the left-hand side is the first floor with a two-car garage and a workshop. Second floor is the ADU area. The elevations is going to be 17 feet. Oh, sorry, 20 feet in total. Right. So the first request is a variance of 232 square feet to the ADU building standards to permit a footprint of 1,032 square feet on the subject site. So the requirement is 800 square feet. So there's the 232 square foot proposal. Change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by change in design since it's being built to accommodate ADA code. Variance request B is a variance of 664 square feet to the ADU building standards to permit a floor area of 1,464 square feet on the subject site. Again, it's the requirement is a max of 800 square feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by change in design since this is being built to accommodate someone with ADA needs. That concludes my presentation.
All right, either Mr. or Mrs., first of all, any questions to staff? Mr. or Mrs. Crane, who wants to speak and why should we grant your request?
I'll speak, Angela. Scott is a master plumber, so he's got Scott Crane Plumbing. So the bottom will help us be able to organize his stuff. We now pay for 2 storage units, so that'll eliminate that need. And he uses most of my garage, so it'll eliminate that as well. And help him to get more organized. So he tends to buy duplicate things because he can't see everything he has. We also have no offense. We also have a vehicle that was left to me by my dad when he passed that is in storage 3 hours away in my hometown of Hutchinson. We could get that up here and start trying to renovate that. The biggest need is our youngest, Elliot, has a lot of medical conditions. This is their medical file just from Children's Mercy up until they're 21. They'll be 24 in May. And 2 years ago, they found an aneurysm in their brain in a not very good part of their brain. So just they need independence. They want independence, but trying to give them that and keep them close for this crazy, anxious mom in case there's a medical emergency. So that's it.
Right. Kind of a large variance, but also you have special needs too. So any neighbor opposition?
No, and in fact, I submitted them, all the neighbors, we've talked to all of them. They all signed a paper, which I can give to you. And then I went and had it notarized that I did go to
Right,
each of them and give them the plan and talk. to
So
them
that
about
will
it.
be exhibit number 10 that will be admitted, or 11, excuse me.
I think it's already.
10, yeah, it is. You're right. It's already there. So thank you.
The one across the street's really thrilled about it because then they don't have to look at the apartments behind it. So they're happy about it.
Board members, any other questions or concerns?
Going to be voice similar concerns. It just seems very large for an accessory dwelling unit, essentially, since a bunch of it is storage and a second bedroom. I'm all for accessory dwelling units. I think they're wonderful ideas. It is just larger than I would expect. It seems pretty similar in size to the main home. And when I think of accessory dwelling unit, I think of something that's quite a bit smaller.
Right.
In relation. So that's just my comment.
Yeah, I appreciate that concern. Just trying to fit it all into one space.
I get
We do
that.
have a little more than half an acre, so our yard is bigger too, which is kind of.
Right.
Yep, that makes sense.
And you have apartments behind you? Is that what I see a parking lot?
Yeah, it's a kind of a double parking lot before the apartments, so they can park on either side of the drive.
Well. That's right.
Yeah, I can make a motion.
Sure.
In case number 166, I make the motion that we approve the variance for the accessory dwelling unit.
In accordance with site plan and staff report. Thank you.
Second.
And second by Ms. Moran.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting in such a long day for us.
One more.
Okay.
One more, or is that it? For the
Let's
people
try
in the
one
room? Come on up.
Docket item 26, right? 26. This is case CD BZA 2024-00001 for 5134 Wyandotte Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum height of a detached garage plus any other additional variances on about 0.7 acres, generally located at 5134 Wyandotte Street. Connor Tomlins, the staff planner. We have 9 exhibits on this case. The property owner and applicant is in the room. This is a reminder for anyone who is in the member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on the site to please raise their hand now. Seeing none.
Great. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please state your names for the court reporter.
Christopher Castrop Design Group, architectural designer for Jim and Courtney Root.
And
Courtney Root, homeowner, 5134 Wyandotte.
thank you. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to admit for your case today. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin about your case. Connor, go ahead.
Okay, it's working. Docket 26, CDBZA 2024-00001, 5134 Wyandotte Street and in R10 district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum height of a detached garage plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the proposed site plan. It's a little tough to read at this resolution, but where my mouse is right here is the proposed detached garage. These are renderings of the garage itself. The ones with the brown wooden doors is what we're looking at. The one to the left is the neighbors. A variance of 8 feet to the maximum height of a detached garage to permit a detached garage at a height of 24 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Most garages in this neighborhood are compliant with code. However, the design, as I just showed, is pretty similar to the neighbor's design. The difficulty could be obviated through change of design. Variance B, a variance of 24 square feet to the maximum size of a detached garage to permit it at 824 square feet. Same thing, substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Most garages in this area are compliant with the size requirement. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, questions of staff? Mr. Castrop, are you the speaker today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please tell us
back.
why. Yeah, I know. We saw you the first thing, now we see you last thing.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for hanging in there with us today.
Yes.
Yes,
It's been
thank you.
been a long day for you all. And thank you, Courtney, for being here, and thank you, Connor, again for helping me out through this process. Connor and I have become good friends via email and text messaging. Again, the reason why we're here today is obviously Jim and Courtney live in a house that was built in the 1920s.
1903.
Oh, 1903. I'm sorry, 1903. And so with it, again, we have a garage that's in the basement, very small. It's a single bay garage. They have an SUV and a Jeep. Obviously, they can't get those 2 vehicles in the garage. Plus, again, just as I stated in the earlier case, they have fumes and whatnot that come up if they ever try to get any sort of vehicle in there. That being said, the thinking was to put in a 2-car bay garage in the back. They have a very deep lot, as you saw on the site plan. And they wanted to couple that with a swimming pool and a pool house. So what we did was we incorporated the the prospective two-car garage with the pool house that would be adjacent to the pool that's already going in for construction as we speak. So that's why we're here today, to ask for that height variance of 8 feet. The reason why we had to extend the height was simply I was trying to keep the architecture of the detached garage to mirror the house. The house is almost a 3-story house, brick. But we wanted to mute that with some stucco and some stone that would match the foundation of the existing house. So that concludes my report, but I do want Mrs. Root to speak on her behalf as to the necessity of this 2-car garage for her family.
Real fast. We have 3 boys, 2 of which are within driving age within the next year or 2. We're going to need to purchase more vehicles. We have nowhere to put them. And like Chris said, we're just trying to keep the architecture all in line, make sure that we maintain the integrity of the design of the original home and our neighborhood. Our neighbors are very supportive of this entire project. They've been working with us from day one, from when they moved in about a year and a half ago, 18 months ago. So we told them about it first off, and they were very excited that we were going to be able to hopefully move forward with this.
Wyandott's east or west of Maine? Help me.
It is west of Maine.
West of Maine. Okay, just
By 2 blocks. Baltimore's the little tucked in right there, Visitation Schools right on Baltimore. We're right behind that.
And one final note, it was in the historical district, and we did receive the Landmarks Commission approval as well.
And this upper level guest room, is that just a large space, not an accessory dwelling unit? It's just a more
Correct.
communal, okay.
Yes.
The boys want to put in a little bit of a gym, a workout area as they continue to grow and develop. And we don't have any area for storage and that. So we're trying to,
There might be a video game area.
we're trying to avoid all screen time as much as possible.
All right, board members, any other comments, questions, or motion?
For motion.
Thank you.
And case number 1, you were the first case of 2024.
Chris is on top of it.
I move to grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project.
Thank you guys so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you for fitting us in. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Connor.
Ms. Root, did you park in the garage across the street?
No.
Okay, just checking. What about you, Mr. Castro?
And
I
we
think I
gotta,
did by accident once.
Okay.
but we gotta continue
Well,
the last 3
Oh, yeah.
cases, so don't run anywhere.
Oh.
24, 25, and 27 docket items.
25 and 27.
Okay,
I move to continue those for 1 month.
To March.
and with no fee, of course.
Moran?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, we need a second. Thank you, Randy. Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye.
Okay.
Those cases are continued. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. Look at you.
Oh,
The flower guy. Wow, you're really loved.
What a special guest.
That's the only reason she was on it.
I guess, yeah. She's like, when's it gonna be over? I'm like, I think
She
4.
was the boss. Look at
She
that.
said 4, and then I came down here and brought Councilman Duncan brought flowers, but yeah.
That's so cute.
welcome. All these other ones are jealous now. They didn't get enough.
Like, right,
Yeah.
call my councilwoman.
I'm jealous too.
We're all jealous.
And we're no longer live, right? Are we?
Yeah.
no?
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
Recording.
the meeting is